About 6 years ago, I was with my husband and two of his cousins around 1 a.m. We decided to go visit this haunted cemetery that was about a 30-minute drive from us, so we piled into my car. The closer we got to the cemetery, the worse I started to feel. Like my whole body was screaming at me to turn around and go back home. We finally made it and was just about to turn down the dirt road that led to the cemetery when, out of nowhere, my car died. At that point, I was already freaked out, and my husband and his cousins were just like, haha, that's weird. And you could feel anxiety start to settle into everyone. My husband restarted the car and turned down the little road, and the car died again. At this point, I am almost to tears, and I'm begging him to just turn around and go back home, and after the car randomly dying twice, he doesn't hesitate. The more distance that was put between us and the cemetery, the better I felt. Almost like this crushing weight was slowly being lifted off me. That night was the first and the last time my car had ever randomly died while driving. It was almost like something was trying to warn us or something. I don't know what would have happened if we had continued on into the cemetery, but I am glad as fuck that we didn't stick around to find out. I dabbled around with some chemical drugs in my 20s. I was over an acquaintance's apartment with a friend of mine and she was craving her daily dose of cocaine. When the order arrived, we did some. Suddenly and out of nowhere, her body flew straight down to the ground, flat as a pancake, and she had a violent seizure. I panicked and called 911 while it continued on for a minute or two. My life choices flashed before my eyes in that moment. I thought that she was going to die and that I was going to lose everything I had worked hard for from getting the blame for her death. When she came to, it was the weirdest, creepiest experience. It was a slow, disjointed return. She wasn't making complete sense but started walking around aimlessly as if nothing had happened. Doing very random things around the house. Her eyes were bugged out of her face. I had PTSD from this for a long time. Here's the update 10 plus years later. She's now my pharmacist, has 3 kids and seems to be doing great. But man, was that the scariest moment of my life to date. In Iraq, supporting another team wanting to meet in great locals in a town square. My team was pulling perimeter security in the square and vehicles when all of a sudden, nowhere near prayer time, and without any call to prayer, the locals started rolling the town up. Moms were hustling their children inside and shopkeepers were locking up their stores. It was like a scene from a western right before a shootout. Had to pull rank on the other team leader and insist we leave the area quickly. Later got word from intel sources that we had just missed being hit by a numerically superior force. Same city, different day, realized we were being hemmed in on all sides by vehicles at a stoplight and we had really tall buildings all around us that started looking ominous. Ordered my driver to push the vehicle in front of us out of the way with the crash bumper enough that we could jump the median and get out of the area. Last vehicle in the convoy was just passing through the intersection just as we started taking fire from the rooftops. A friend and I were walking past a strip mall on the outskirts of Miami at night. The only storefront that was open/active so late was a bar, and we happened to cross paths with a small group of men who were approaching its entrance. As we passed them, I had a powerful intuition that I must, at all costs, avoid making eye contact with one of the men. I kept my head down, and because I was looking towards the ground, I observed that he was wearing an ankle monitor. I don't know what his deal was, but I have never, before or since, encountered someone who emanated such a dangerous vibe just through the simple act of walking. My friend agreed and said she was shuddering as he passed us. So it was back in a village in Bangladesh and it was January 2009, weather is very cold. Me and a couple of my cousins and relatives went out for a walk during nighttime. So we were passing by this road, and on the right side of the road there were bushes and trees and was heavily dark, and on the left side there was just a pond, and surrounding the pond was filled with trees. So my cousins crossed the road from the right side to the left and I was the last person about to cross. What I saw on my right side through the bushes was a dark hooded figure, sort of like a Dementor-ish, looking straight at me. What's weird was when I step 1 foot front the figure goes back, and when I take a foot back it comes towards me. Terrified, I crossed the road and trailed behind my cousins and was following them. I turned my head leftwards towards the pond, and guess what? It was the same hooded figure staring at me. This time I was scared and literally ran towards my cousins and told them whether they see any weird looking creature staring from the pond. They looked at the pond and said there is nobody there. That was one hell of a terrifying experience I had as a child. I was climbing with a friend in the French Alps. Early in the morning, with the sun barely rising on the horizon, we were climbing a slab crossing from an icefield to another icefield. We heard heavy sounds of something falling, but, since the mountains were surrounding us like a funnel, there was no way of telling what was falling, where it was falling from, and, most importantly, where was it falling to. We both looked at each other, panicking, no knowing where to go to, and started rushing to a place that seemed somewhat safe. After what seemed like an eternity, we saw chunks of Cerex, ice blocks, falling above us, luckily not onto us. Unfortunately, 3 alpinists, all roped up, were in the path of the ice cubes. The one at the bottom got hit by a serac the size of a small fridge and poked like a cork. The second alpinist was pulled by his falling friend and started falling as well, pulling the last climber down. Somehow, he held them both. As everything calmed down, we both rushed to the first climber that fell. He was concussioned and was injured on his left leg, needing us to walk properly. We got him to what seemed a safe spot and started checking his injuries. The last climber told us to get to another spot because he thought we were still in the way of falling Cerex. We moved him to another spot and, 2 minutes later, our first spot was bombarded by the upper ice field. After patching up both injured climbers, the one that held them was perfectly fine somehow. We waited with them for the helicopter to get them to safety. February 2020. I was driving across the country by myself, moving from Rhode Island all the way to Los Angeles in order to pursue a television career. I made a 2-week road trip out of my drive and took the southern route. Fast forward to when I reached Bumfuck, middle of nowhere, Central Texas. It was about 5 p.m., the sun was on its way out and sunset was dimming. I had to piss like my life depended on it, so I told myself the next side street I see I'll pull off and do it there. I did just that. On said side street it was a pretty simple layout. The right side was this wide open, what looked to be field on someone's cattle farm, while on the left side there was a ran down looking house that was mostly covered by this huge shrub. I pulled my car, a Honda Civic Coupe, alongside said shrub, got out, and positioned myself towards it so I could commence in urinating. As soon as I assumed the position, though, I heard noise. A ruffling noise, something scraping against the asphalt in the distance. I shit you not, I looked to my right, further down the same street I pulled down, and there were 3 fully grown pit bulls all in formation next to one another. I'm talking between 80 to 100 pounds each dog. These were mean looking, wild, no collar/signs of ownership, ready to eat me doggos. They all had their sights on me simultaneously as I frantically stared them down. They were grouped up no more than 100 feet away from me. When I tell you I genuinely feared for my life, I couldn't express my emotional state in a better way. I became totally numb, and for the first time in my life my brain was in pure survival mode. I didn't even zipper/button up. I dashed to my car immediately upon digesting the situation. The dogs wasted absolutely no time doing the same towards me, only 10x faster than I. I hop in the driver's seat, lock the doors, as if dogs are capable of opening car doors, or any doors for that matter, and begin attempting to turn my car around. 2 of the dogs were scraping the living shit out of my driver door while the third mounted its front legs on the hood of my car. All 3 were barking their lives at me. Holy moly, I could taste my adrenaline. I conducted what was probably a 15-point turn just so I could avoid severely injuring/killing one of these dogs, and when I had the straightaway available to the main road, I stomped on the gas. I shit you not, up to almost 25 miles per hour, these dogs were side by side with my car, chasing me as if they were going to eat my entire vehicle. I lost all urge to do anything for a long while after that. I did not exit my vehicle until I arrived in Arlington that night. I peed inside my car in a used Chick-fil-A cup. Fuck that. 7 years ago I was a stupid teenager. It was 3 a.m., I was walking home from a birthday party. I was alone because the dude that was supposed to walk with me said he was too tired. I run into some football fans, they were really nice, gave me a cigarette and walked with me for a while. Then, when I was alone, this older dude approached me. Offered a cig, I thanked him. But suddenly I got this really bad gut feeling. He asked where I was going. I said my dad is waiting for me at home. He followed me. Then he asked if I want to earn some money. I firmly and loudly said no. He asked if I have any friends that would want to. No. I started to walk very quickly. I was just 2 minutes away from home. And then he started running towards me at full speed. I run and called my dad. Told him to go outside and get me. Dude heard it and stopped. He yelled, "Will we meeting again?" I was scared out of my mind, and sometimes I wonder what could have happened if I wasn't so close to my house. Back in the late 90s, my boyfriend at the time and I went down to New Orleans for spring break and then drove over to FL for the second half of the week. We stopped at some shitty hotel for the night somewhere on the Florida Panhandle. The next morning while packing up the car, some guy started chatting us up who was close to our age, and he seemed nice enough and he asked if he could join us for breakfast, so we said yes. Within 10 minutes we knew we had made a terrible mistake. The guy was a horrible racist and was making very rude comments about our waitress because she was Italian, which my boyfriend was half Italian, and used extremely racist language like it was nothing. I then noticed a small swastika tattoo on his hand. Don't know that I have ever eaten a meal so fast in my life. Visiting my mother's family as a kid, they used to live on a farm. The best way to get back from there was to catch 3:30 a.m. train from the village station, which was about 3-4 km away from the farm. They didn't own a car back then, had to walk all the way with the luggage. We woke up at 2:30 and left. My uncle and aunt decided to come with us to the station as it was winters, a little foggy and dark. So it was my mother, my sister, my aunt, my uncle and I. The ladies were walking in the front with Unc and I walking about 15 feet behind with all the luggage. Walking through a narrow unpaved road with fields all around, quiet dark but just enough bright to see the way. As we are walking I see two ladies walking up to my mom and others from a field to the left. I didn't think much of it as I thought people get up early in villages, must be someone known going to the station as well, and decided to pair up. I got busy talking with Unc and didn't bother about the ladies. After about 5 minutes or so, the ladies parted ways towards the fields on the left side. I still didn't think much of it. After reaching the station I asked my mom about the ladies and she said, "What ladies?" I said, "The two who were walking beside you." I explained in detail about the clothes they were wearing, as I didn't see their faces. She didn't understand, she thought I was trying to scare her. My uncle rubbished the whole thing. They thought I was trying to prank them. So, I let it go. We reached our home at around 7 a.m. My mom called Uncle after reaching and he told her that they are still at the railway station, waiting for the sun to come up. He saw them too and he knew who they were. He didn't want me to get scared, that's why I didn't say anything then. I have a sister and had a foster sister. For the sake of anonymity we'll call my biological sister Angela and my former foster sister Heather. They're both younger than me, I'm 22. At the time of the incident they were 15 and 17. We were out and about in the South End, not the best part of town but not a bad place, definitely not Compton stature. Was a nice day and we were headed to a local park to go roller skating. We were busing there. We live in a major city with a pretty good transit system, not as good as NYC but still pretty good. We had to transfer buses at a transit station and there was a guy, maybe mid-30s early 40s, already at the stop. He approached Angela and Heather saying things like, "Hey, let me get your number," or "Hey, where you both heading today?" Routine catcalling stuff. Heather responded something like, "Stop bothering us / stop following us." We sat down at the bench and kept standing near us. We made eye contact. I gave him a kick rocks nod and a get out of here gesture. Now, I'm not a short guy. 5'9", maybe 5'10" on a good day. I'm not short but I'm lanky. Not really in a great position to fight someone. Said cat caller made a move for his hip, presumably for a gun or large knife. Angela and Heather both bolted to another bay in the transit station, to run and hide, definitely smart on their part. Leaving me on the bench in the booth with the guy blocking my exit. He started taunting me and saying menacing things to me. I stayed on the bench to de-escalate. There was no way I was going to overpower him and get away unscathed. It was a lot of yes/no answers. Tell him what he wants to hear and he won't kill you. What I didn't know is at the same time, Angela was going around telling the other bus drivers in the station, "Help. Help. My brother is in danger." Finally a transit manager, older black man, came over already recording. "Hey, you better stop harassing these kids. I'm recording and we'll turn it over to the police. The police are on their way." Heather came over behind the transit manager and started berating the guy. Finally the transit manager turned around to me and Heather and said, "If you don't get, Heather, I'ma let him after you, i.e. stop escalating the situation, Heather." The guy eventually gave up and walked off. I work as a private contractor. Was working an overnight security gig in the middle of a large South Texas ranch near the border. Me and my partner for the night had been patrolling for hours with nothing happening. Stopped for a few minutes to talk to each other and heard some cracking in the brush. Flipped down our nods and saw an IR light moving through the brush, then freeze and vanish. Obviously we couldn't leave the job site, so we sat in painful silence for hours, rifles on the brush line. Never saw or heard anything else. Fucking chills though. Theoretically no one else should have been running equipment like that in our area, and yet. It was that big planetary conjunction that happened a few years back. I wanted to view it, but it was very low on the horizon, so I figured I'd go across the road to the big suburban park with my binoculars. It was only about 9 p.m., but the sun had gone down and it was very dark in the park because all the big boundary trees blocked out the light from the streetlights. I looked at the conjunction for maybe 5 minutes or less before I got hit with that skin-crawling get the fuck out of here feeling and just bolted without thinking about it. I dropped my phone and hurriedly scrambled around the grass to find it, grabbed it and ran full speed back home. I have no idea why I felt that way, My brain probably spotted something I didn't properly process and survival instinct took over. There wasn't any big, dangerous animals around, unless you count ducks and ibises. This was just a relatively large recreational park in the middle of suburban Australia. That park also had a semi-dead tree that was perpetually burning on the inside. Like, literally for months and without smoke. It was a strange park, for sure. Was on a spring break trip with one of my best friends and a couple of his buddies out at his dad's house, out on Kentucky Lake. Part of the deal of us staying there was to help around the property. There was a huge tree they had felled earlier that week that needed disposing of. The scraps we used to make a fire later that night. We're a decent way into the night, no idea what time it was. It was just the four of us, sitting in the back. Friend's dad is in the house, about 50 yards away. It's that point in the night where people are trading war stories. I'm just sitting there, zoning out, staring into the fire. The dudes are yucking it up, laughing. I hear an owl off in the distance, but close enough to hear it clearly. It's directly on the other side of the house, I'd estimate another 100 yards or so. Nice touch. It was an amazing night. No wind. Clear skies. Good company. Away from all the hubbub. The fire was comforting. The company pleasant. The perfect time to let all the worldly worries slip by. I hear the owl again. But this time, something answered its call, somewhere to the left of the house. Nobody else shows signs of hearing it, continuing on with the stories. Maybe my imagination. I calm myself, staring back into the fire. The owl hoots. The thing answers. This time everyone heard it. The fire went silent. Everyone looked into each other's eyes, searching for some explanation as to what it was we heard. For some kind of comfort, but there was none. We sat, in silence, for what seemed ages. The dad must have noticed us pipe down, because he walked down from the house. He asked us what was up, what we were doing. None of us answered. The owl hooted. The thing replied. What the hell was that? He says. It was a strange feeling. Awful and curious. Without missing a beat. With no words. No panicked expressions. Every one of us stood up, and walked directly to the house. Some primal switch was hit, where every single one of us knew we shouldn't be where we were anymore. I was 16 and going to meet my friends at the beach. Unfortunately, there was a pretty high human trafficking rate in the area, but I still wasn't afraid to be out on my own. I stopped at the local grocery store to get a bag of ice to throw in the cooler that I brought. I got to my car and two men got out of a truck a few spots down. They just stood there and watched me walk in. They followed me around the store and stood at their truck again when I came out. I threw the bag in the cooler and one of them asked if I needed help. I ignored them. I got back in my car and they immediately got back in their truck. They followed me out of the parking lot and around town for about 15 minutes. Luckily I grew up in that town and I knew it like the back of my hand, so I was making stupid turns every few blocks. I called my friends and told them the situation, but I lost the two men while I was on the phone. Never saw them again. Had a good day at the beach. When I was about 7, me and my brother used to make pillow forts in one of our rooms that would be pretty extensive. One night I woke up to cabinets in my bathroom slamming right down the hall. I thought maybe it was my bro. He slept with his head covered under the blanket. I was damn terrified but figured it had to have been him and checked the bathroom and nothing was there. It was the middle of the night and I thought maybe bro was on the computer downstairs or something. Nobody down there. I got terrified. Went back to the fort and laid down, heard the slamming for a while till I had to dang check. I opened the bathroom cabinet and somehow my damn cat was stuck in there pawing at the door from the inside, opening it and it would slam shut. She ran out of there and made my heart almost leap out my chest. I was convinced there was a demon or some shit. This young boy was relieved and a little humored. A couple of friends and I were hiking Devil's Bridge in Sedona and we stayed a bit too long and the sun started to set, leaving us the only people in the trail. It was dark by the time we got back down to the main trail, but still light enough to see. I usually gravitate to the back of the group while walking, so I was maybe 20 feet or so behind just looking up at the night sky. I don't know what possessed me to turn around, but I did and I saw probably the biggest mountain lion I've ever seen. They're only supposed to get around 150 pounds but I swear this thing was well over 200. I yell at it because that's what you're supposed to, and puff myself up to try to look bigger. Kitty didn't care at all and it gets low. I loudly tell my group to keep going and I pull out my carry gun. Whole time this cat hasn't moved. I start backing up, and it just turns and jumps into the brush. I keep backing up thinking about the clever girl scene from Jurassic Park and when I hear the rustling and twigs snapping stop I turn and jog back to the group. We all have a good laugh about it and stop to catch our breath and at this point it's dark. We're still somewhat alert, so we keep heading back to the car quickly. My buddy has to pee, so he steps off to the side, maybe about 3 feet into the brush. This time I stay with the rest of the group, but I'm turned around back the way we came. To my left I see my buddy flick his flashlight on for a second and yell, so I turn and look. Now from behind me I hear a low growl that sounds exactly like the predator, so I turn around again, and at this point it's just getting ridiculous. Next thing I know, my buddy fires 2 shots, so I just turn back towards the cars and run, following the group and my buddy, who's frantically trying to show his dick back in his pants while holding his gun. I guess where he stepped off he was damn near face to face with a different cougar with his dick out, so he panicked, fired 2 shots. About 10 years ago, myself and 2 friends stopped at a gas station to get snacks and drinks. They both went inside and I waited in the car since I wasn't getting anything. As soon as they went inside, I saw a man walking in the direction of our car. He looked to be maybe homeless, and was definitely under the influence of something. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked angry. He started circling the car while making hard eye contact with me. It felt very threatening. He then walked into the gas station, stood by the door inside the store for maybe 10 seconds, then walked back out and stood outside the door. He continued to glare at me for a moment, then went inside again. He continued to go inside and outside the front door about 3 times. When he came outside the last time, he made a wide circle around the car again, glaring at me the whole time. My friends finally came back to the car and I told them we needed to get out of there. I pointed out the man and told them how he had been circling the car. We pulled out of there pretty fast. Thankfully nothing happened, but it was pretty intense having someone glare at you in such a hateful way. About 12 years ago, my friends and I stumbled upon a World War II bunker that was open with a blowtorch. These bunkers were welded shut, but somehow someone melted the welds and got in. These bunkers are common along the Pacific coast in the San Francisco Bay Area. This one was in Malagra Ridge near the Nike missile site. My friends and I decided to go into one of these bunkers after sundown. When we got in, there was a ladder that led deeper into the bunker. We decided to go deeper. Once we got into the lower chamber, I used my phone flashlight and we found something creepy AF. There were ceremonial satanic runes and symbols painted on the walls and on the ground. In the middle of one rune, there were dead animals. As soon as my flashlight revealed the dead animals, one of my homies booked it out of that place. Someone was definitely holding some rituals or trying to summon demons. Or something along those lines. It was creepy AF and we all got out of there hella fast. A week later, the Rangers shut the opening by welding it back together. When I was a senior, I was living in Taiwan on an exchange program. I was the only one in our program, which included like a couple dozen or so other kids from different parts of the world that spoke the language, so it wasn't unheard of for me to be the group liaison when we got together, especially for the kids traveling from smaller, more rural cities than the others. I had flagged down a cab for me and a couple other girls my age so we could meet up with the others at a beach. Immediately upon hailing one, I had an uneasy feeling with the cab driver, but chalked it up to nothing too unusual, just probably an older cab driver that hailed from the countryside, and like many of the older men there, he chewed betel nut, which is a crude form of tobacco easily found over there that turns your mouth and teeth bright red, and sure, he was a little rough around the edges, holes in his shirt, smelled a little funky in the small car, and he wasn't wearing shoes, which some much older rural people don't, so his feet were pretty dirty and both his toe and fingernails were comically long and stained yellow. But I had seen senior-aged folks in the countryside like that and they were friendly enough, not harmful in any way. I just was a little surprised he was in that condition driving a cab was all. The real red flag was he was purposefully speaking very fast and muttering under his breath some weird things. At first, to test the waters, I asked him to please speak a little slower, but he laughed and mumbled even faster that we were stupid, young white foreigners. That we had no idea what he was saying and it wasn't very smart for such small girls to travel alone. I awkwardly half smiled and just said, I understand you, but I'm a little uncomfortable. He pointed to the sign on the back of the driver's seat, which is really common in cabs over there, basically customer service and safety information, and over dramatically enunciated, see this? No worries. I'm good. I was almost relieved until he mumbled quickly afterwards about how little I actually could comprehend and wouldn't be able to know if we were in danger or not. I said again, what do you mean by that? And instead of missing a beat, he said, see if you can understand this. Anyone can have that paper in a car, but you don't actually know who I am. I could show you my ID, but how would you know it's mine? Even if it is. What if I don't actually work for the company you call? What would you do about it? See? I'm trying to help you. But I'm talking too fast again, so good luck if you catch what I'm meaning. This whole time the other two girls with me had puzzled looks on their faces and were trying to gauge the situation through my facial expressions and body language. I just kind of glanced over and said in English something off. "I think we should pull over." The cab driver looked irritated and demanded to know what I said. I just said I made a mistake. Gave him the wrong destination and actually our friends were meeting right here. He made a weird face and scoffed at me saying this isn't anywhere close to the beach, but I was adamant I'm so sorry, you're right. I am confused and still have a lot to learn. This was the spot. And I pointed to the closest landmark with a sign. I think it may have been a park or something. It was kind of out of the way of everything else, but at least there was a couple people there. He tried a few different times to sound warmer and apologize and say it would be safer for us to stay in the ride with him. But once we were pulling up he got agitated again and started with mumbling insults quickly. I had already texted our other friends to go to this location because there was a couple guys in that group and just said something like we felt unsafe in our cab, change of plans, meet here. Last ditch effort I shouted out the window to the couple strangers at the park, "Hi. We're here." And they looked up enough just to kind of see me waving and politely waved back. I told the cab driver that's our friends, see? And that's when he unlocked the door. We bolted out and didn't look back. Meanwhile I called our friends to see where they were and they showed up a while later. We all ended up just walking to the beach, which was about a half hour away by foot, but was better than taking our chances so soon after the freaky cab incident. Lamau's sorry story turned out a lot longer than expected, but I'm in too deep now, so. Anyways, thankfully that was the only experience I had like that, and it's in no way a reflection on Taiwan as a whole, because I felt way safer there generally speaking than in America. It was just, like I said, a freaky one-off scenario and I'm glad we ended up safe and sound. Now, whether that guy was actually malicious or not? I think there was something definitely wrong with him. Not saying he would have killed us, but something untoward could have happened to us in the least. He never did show me his ID, so couldn't even call the cab company to inquire about him. Just kind of left it as is and was a lot more careful about reading the situation beforehand when picking cabs in the future. Oof. 3 days into college in a not so great area, my new roommate and I wanted to go to the local Humane Society. We were followed by an older, bigger guy, for a good 10 to 12 blocks. I mean, this dude was attempting to hide behind the trees that line the city sidewalks whenever we stopped. Luckily we ran into a welcome group of probably 15 other kids from the school. Happened to be our RA running it and we told him what happened. We merged into the group and luckily nothing happened. We didn't get to go to the Humane Society, but we were just happy to get away. Who knows what would have happened. A group of my buddies and I from middle school into college all had our separate or connected incidents with this dude Kyle, who had been expelled from public schooling in 8th grade for stabbing kids in the lunchroom with hypodermic needles, and alongside other violent incidents he'd had in or around us, he had threatened to gut me and some of those friends outside of his ex-girlfriend's house that my friend was now dating. So, it's been well established we hate this guy and he hates us, and we show up to a party he's at. We're all sticking to our side of the party, and he's on his side, until he walks over to us. And says, "Hey guys, I don't expect you to ever forgive me, but I went through a lot of shit and want you to know I have no hard feelings with any of you." We didn't really say much, but didn't forgive him. About 10 seconds after he walks past us, the power completely went out where we were, and someone let out a blood-curdling scream. All of my friends and I just booked it even though we couldn't see shit. We obviously assumed he'd stabbed one of us. When the lights came back on, we were all scattered all across the room trying to get the hell out. Turns out it was someone else completely unrelated just playing a joke, and the scream was by another random person. They had no idea about stabby guy. He laughed and said, "Shit, yeah, I guess you guys thought I was gonna stab you, huh? I guess I'll get out of here." And we never saw him again. I met a guy at a bar who was sitting alone. I was too, and I was buzzed enough to start talking to him about a tattoo of his that caught my eye. We talked and he seemed super chill and we had some common interests. He was about my age. We were both flirty and horny with each other playfully. We decided to make out in his car and left the bar. I was vibing with him and we were going to make out for a bit and exchange numbers and go our separate ways. It was probably around 1 a.m. anyway. The second we got in his car he was like a different person. I don't want to go into a ton of detail, but it like wasn't enough for him that I was willing to make out / fool around but didn't want to fuck. I'd also just worked an 8-hour shift before going to that bar after work and felt gross. He tried immediately pushing my boundaries in forceful, aggressive and threatening ways. I lied about leaving something in the bar and had to lie about how I couldn't wait to come back and do things with him. I noped out of there, called an Uber, and he blew up my phone with texts and calls for hours. I finally blocked, had already muted it, and yeah, I have made poor judgment calls when drunk, and I can distinctly remember the fight or flight instinct the moment he started trying to force me to do stuff, and one of the strongest fears of my life just kicked in and I had to dip. Though drunk, I remember clearly his personality when at the bar, gaining my trust / in public, versus once we were alone in his car. I've never met someone that suddenly, all at once, seemed terrifying to me. Wife and I took a trip to Hawaii. Figured out if we spent the night in LA before the final leg to Hawaii we could save about $1,000. Lovely. We find the cheapest hotel near LAX we could find. When we land, we spend the evening in Santa Monica and Uber back to our place. Scary motel. Bulletproof glass to check in, sketchy as fuck. We get into our room and we both remark that we were glad we only had to be there a few hours before our flight. It's a small space but with solid blackout curtains, the bed is horrible and the carpet is stained with God knows what. We button up for the night and it's literally pitch black in the room, a blessing. About 1 a.m. both my wife and I wake up simultaneously, for no reason. I can feel something standing over her side of the bed. My wife starts screaming like I had never heard her scream. I snap my head over to her side of the bed and, even in the pitch black, there's the outline of a tall man, even darker than the black of the room. I can't describe the chill that ran down my spine, but it was like nothing I'd ever felt till or since. It was a clear outline of man holding a knife over my wife, an outline of deeper black than the blackness of the room. He was a lefty, and he wanted to do her harm. In about 25 seconds I jumped to my feet and with all my strength, threw myself into this blacker blackness, across the bed. I crashed into the wall and put a dent into the drywall. My wife was screaming so loud there was now banging on the walls from the other tenants. I flipped on the light, expecting to see at least a 6 feet 3 inches guy that had dodged my tackle, but there was no one there. The hair on my neck was standing straight up and my heart was racing faster than I can remember. After a few minutes of calming my wife down, she said, "Left hand, knife?" I nodded and we packed our shit and spent the night in the lax parking lot. I had always wanted to have something I couldn't explain happen, but after that, I'm good. I spent 2 tours in Iraq and many firefights, but I've never been as freaked out as that shitty motel. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'll never go within 10 miles of that place again. I was once with my girlfriend by a river watching the capybaras swimming. They were really cute and had little pups with them, so we were just so comfortable and happy watching them go around looking for some plants to eat. Then I watched as one of them got out of the water and kind of sprinted to some woods about 30 meters away from us. I had the impression that this particular capybara didn't really care for me and that she was keeping her eye on us as she sprinted to those woods, so I talked to my girlfriend about this and she brushed it off and called me a paranoid. But that weird feeling persisted. Then, a few seconds later, this capybara emerged from the woods about 15 meters away, running directly at us. It was no longer a cute animal in a river. It was a giant, bloodthirsty rat who was coming for our lives. We ran like a couple of people who were being chased by an assassin rodent, and thank God that beast gave up on her chase because she would certainly have caught up with us. Lesson learned: when capybaras are with their pups, they can become my greatest nightmare. Highway 6, Nevada, headed east on my Honda Rebel 250, alone. Left the last town, an old mining village, with a full tank, all 2 gallons, and an extra gallon strapped to the back in the early afternoon. Passed a sign that declared 168 miles to the next service station. Sky went from perfect blue to rose to purple over endless scrub and dust, buttes occasionally casting long shadows over the road. Wild Mustangs picking their way through the grass, foals following behind. I didn't see another car or person or structure for 160 miles. The only evidence of human life was the endless barbed wire and the highway. It was one of the most gorgeous rides of my life, and I don't have a single picture, because I didn't stop once. There was a bone-deep dread that kept both my hands on the bars, like if I stopped I would die. TripAdvisor will call Highway 50 the loneliest road in America. I disagree. Was traveling east of Yosemite without plans, got to a dead-end campground at the edge of a forest around dusk and decided to check it out. It was fairly flat and open. There were a few long-term campers situated at one end, the other end was empty. We headed toward the empty end because who doesn't like privacy? I saw this one site that was tucked down further than the others, down against a creek. It seemed like the perfect spot. Good, largish flat space, semi-hidden, water sounds. We were excited to claim the space. Took a step or 2 down into the actual site and got a chill so hard and deep I literally scrambled back to the car. It was like walking into a change of temperature or something, a real, noticeable and alarming difference, but not definable to me as a simple 5 senses thing. Like to think I'm fairly level-headed, but luckily I know I'm an animal in the end and trusted instincts save lives. We left, drove to a different spot entirely, and despite unpacking in the dark, had a really nice wake up the next morning to a beautiful field of sparkling frost. I'm so glad my meat sack spoke up. Who knows what happened in that other spot. I was in Montana on my first job as senior engineer for a computer deployment at a school in the Northeast. We were finishing up at the first school and left to drive back towards the mountains for our next school. Being a city boy, I wasn't used to planning for gas stops. I just wait till the light comes on and take the next exit. I realized when we were in the middle of nowhere that we only had 40 miles left in the tank. We could either go back the wrong way where we knew there was gas, or we could keep going and hope we find somewhere along the way. We decided to chance it, but kept passing small villages of under 500 people with no gas stations. We turned into one of them to check and pulled up to a diner, but there were no lights on and no one inside. We went down the street to the post office and it was the same. Mind you, this was at 3 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. We pulled ahead and parked on the main drag, got out and took a look around. That was when we noticed there were no people. There were shops and restaurants along the street and cars parked up and down the street, but no people. No pedestrians, no moving cars, no one in their yards. It was like the beginning of the movie Phantoms. Once that clicked, we hopped back into the truck and burned rubber so quick I never even looked back to see the name of the town. Fortunately, we found a bar a few miles down and they gave us directions to the next gas station. I will never forget how creepy it felt in that moment. Not mine, but a very good late friend of mine, that I trust. My friend is an avid hunter/outdoorsman. Literally born in the wrong era, like should have been a mountain man. He had his honey hole hunting spot. Every year he would go hunting there, and get the biggest D4 dun bucks I've seen. He loved this spot so much he would never tell anyone where it was. Well, one day we are all hanging out and he mentions that he has a new hunting spot. This is not normal.fpr him, so we ask why he decided to switch, and he tells us this story. He gets to his spot, all is normal. Sets up his camp and sets out to scout the area. As he's walking he smells something he's never smelled before. This guy knows this area and literally lives in a cabin in the woods. For him to smell something he's never smelt before is kinda a big deal. He shrugs it off and keeps hiking around. He said he kept feeling like he was being watched or stalked, almost what he would expect a deer to feel as he's hunting it. It got to the point where he decided to head back to his camp and call it a night. When he got to his truck he found prints he had never seen before all around his truck and camp. He left and never went back, and the look on his face as he told the story was like none I've ever seen on him. He later found a new spot that he disclosed right before passing away, that I'll be hunting with my dad next season. Realizing that someone intended to do great harm to me and my friend. Thought we were cool and lived in a town of 13,000 people in the Midwest. We thought we were hot stuff. I was 13 and partying, drinking, smoking weed. Decided I wanted to be like Mike and move weight. The absolute first time we tried to do a big buy. We rode our bikes out of town. To where my buddy had talked to our dealer and said we wanted a bigger buy. Literally biking on a gravel road out in BF North Dakota. We get to this shop. For reference, especially in the Midwest, people purchase land and build a big storage shed aka shop, and literally sometimes it's just a shop with a yard light out in the middle of nowhere. We got to the shop at like 5. I told my dad I was going to the fair, which led us to leaving early for the pickup which was out on the edge of town. My dad pulled been like, no, you aren't going to the fair at 9 p.m. Now me being this punk kid. Not for 1 second was I scared to go out to this place. My dumb ass didn't think for a second about how dangerous this was. I had $500 from selling something off of every eighth we went in on. Not once did I think this was stupid. We were there and waited in for hours, and it's pitch black besides the yard light, no stars, cloudy night. Well, my buddy suggested we put our bikes on the side of the building, so we walked them over, and as we got around the edge of the building we noticed headlights coming from the north. For reference, the front of the shop faced south, yard light further south, only entrance is from the south. The shop is surrounded by non-tilled prairie. I'd if it was CRP or not, but it wasn't agriculture. All of a sudden the headlights we see pull west and shut off. To this day I don't know why my buddy told me to lie down. He said lie down and I didn't question it. 3 seconds later we hear people talking and crunching through prairie. These guys have to be less than 20 feet away. I remember I could hear one breathing. At this point I'm confused as fuck as to why I'm lying on the ground and 2 dudes parked in a weird spot. It didn't hit me until they didn't go into the yard light. From where we were, these guys were posted to the east side of the yard light and we were on the east side of the shop. Then another car is coming from the west and turns into the yard directly into the light. It's our dealer. He got out of the car. Kind of posts up on the tailgate and checks his phone. Hops off the car and goes, "You guys here?" 2 other dude come walking out into the yard light with weapons in their hands. I'd be a liar if I told you I knew exactly what they had, but we could see them holding objects long in their hands. That's when it hit me. Up until then I thought maybe because we were doing a nefarious deal that they were being cautious. Nope, they wanted to me and my friend up and take our money. When he said you guys here, I grabbed my friend and kind of tugged him to say like he's talking to us, let's go, but he grabbed my arm so hard his nails made me bleed. Something was screaming to him to stay hidden and my alarm was not working. But for that 45 minutes we lied dead still, and once the gig was up and I saw those guys, my body pumped adrenaline into me like it's never done before. My body screamed get the F out there now, but we sat there and waited until they left. I wish I could tell you some stuff they said to each other or anything like that. But I was lying chest down for 45 minutes till those guys left. It was the longest ride home. I was worried that because we didn't show that our dealer was gonna come find us. But that weekend he got arrested for beating a 13-year-old so bad he had to go to Mayo to get his face reconstructed. The worst part is he was super nice to us when we bought weed from him. Like he was cool and would even buy us Taco Bell. Found out from some old cronies he's in prison for life because he was connected to the cartel and they skinned some guy alive in Bismarck. My friend didn't make it to 16. He killed himself in some suicide pact from treatment. That night I found out I didn't have what it took to be a real drug dealer, so I kind of just stopped. I'm sure they would have killed us. Or worse. So, I've never had a really scary experience, but I did have an experience once where I went into panic mode and all I could think of was escaping the situation. I had this friend in college who really liked to drink. She had a big ass house to herself, so we'd drink together a lot. One night we were outside smoking and one of her neighbors comes up the driveway to his door and is chatting with my friend. Eventually he invites us over for drinks and gaming. He shares the house with another guy. They're both young military guys. We're there a while, have a few drinks, played Worms on the 360 and they got to show off their entertainment setup, which for the time was enviable. They were really cool guys. We're shooting the shit and one gets up and just says, "Be back in a second." He leaves for a minute or two and then comes back. He walks in the room and stands facing the other guy who also stands up. They are there just staring intensely at one another for a while and things are real awkward. My friend and I are wrapped. Then the one who had left reaches down, unzips his pants and whips out his cock. I'm going to preface this by saying I have no problem with LGBTQ+. I don't care what any other consenting adults do in their free time, but I don't exactly want a front row seat. As the other guy proceeds to get into a kneeling position, I am in a full-on panic. I'm grasping at my friend, whisper talking, "Nat, please, we have to leave." She stares slack-jawed, unmoving. I'm just about to start climbing over the couch to escape when the guy kneeling firmly grasps the other dude's shaft and then yanks the whole thing right out. Then proceeds to stick the most realistic rubber dick you have ever seen to his forehead by a suction cup at its base, and the two of them laugh uncontrollably. I lost many a night to a booze-filled blackout with that friend of mine, but I will never forget that in 100 years. In college, some buddies of mine and I developed the habit of walking the train tracks at night. It was peaceful and usually quiet, a good way to get away from campus and its baggage and talk. One night me and one friend went further down the line than usual. Without realizing it, we'd gotten well out of the city and into the woods. We continue on for a little while, most of the lights were gone, and there was brush and trees all around us, with a small trailer home just visible ahead. Suddenly, without a word, we both stopped dead in our tracks, overwhelmed with a completely unspoken feeling of being both watched and in extreme danger. We wait and listen, and hearing nothing but the wind and the tall grass around us, we both hurriedly agree it's time to turn back. We keep a quick pace for about 10 minutes, hyper alert and constantly listening for any strange sounds or movement. The whole trip still engulfed in a pervasive sense of near panic at this unseen sense of danger. Bear in mind that we are both typically very difficult to rattle. Finally, we clear the trees and get back to what we call the junction, an intersection of two tracks with a switcher near some warehouses, and also where there is significant light again. We make it about 100 yards into this area after our 10 minutes or so of speed walking and, feeling no less in danger, but a need to investigate, we pause to assess the situation on open and reasonably well-lit ground. To this day I can see the silhouette just barely visible, standing barely beyond the edge of the light in the gap between the two tracks, staring directly at us. We walked those tracks many times, so what I saw wasn't the trick of unfamiliar terrain. To this day it still gives me chills. We moved very quickly the remainder of the way back to campus, the feeling of extreme danger only slowly fading once we got well back onto campus. I've never been able to shake that sight, or the strangeness of the unspoken but simultaneous sense of extreme danger we were both overwhelmed by. Went camping by myself in 2009 in the Glendora Mountains in California to see a place called A Bridge to Nowhere. I was 7 miles and never saw another soul on the way, and so get to a spot I like, pitch my tent and dig a small pit to make a small fire to cook with and some food and get ready to sleep. So skip ahead a few hours, around 2 am I wake up to piss like racehorse, and I walk a few feet away. I get the feeling I'm not alone, like all the hairs on my neck stand up, and I get the chills big time when I hear a roar that fills the canyon to the point that every fucking thing shuts up and goes silent. Every cricket and bird stopped making noise and the whole place fell silent like a bomb just went off, and then I hear it, the sound of something running down the canyon in complete darkness. Every footfall louder than previous ones, getting closer till sounds like it's just feet from, and it stops. Mind, I'm fucking shaking like a leaf and have no clue what it is, cause it stopped just outside the range of my gas lantern, and just like that the whole can came back to life. I went back to tent trembling and scared shitless. I never sleep that night, and I never went back to visit the Bridge to Nowhere trial in Azusa Canyon. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness as a kid. That thing where they go around knocking on doors to preach to you. I was doing that with my mom and a few others. We walked up this slanted driveway with trees around each side. They couldn't see my mom and I from the street in the car. We knocked on the door, everything very normal. The man answered the door, still seems normal. Except this time I got hit by something I couldn't see. My ears started ringing and buzzing like crazy. It felt like a helmet had been put on. My body was screaming at me to leave. The man listened to my mom's intro, then said he was interested in hearing more, and invited us in like some do. All those things got so much stronger. The air felt like it got dense to keep me from moving. My mom looked at me and she said I looked off. Pale and distant. She told him that I seemed to be ill and that we should just leave. As soon as we stepped onto the ground in view of the car, I was completely fine. My mom decided to take me home anyway. We lived 2 blocks away, luckily. Few days later we read in the paper about how that man was arrested for rape and murder of a few women. I think one of them was as young as 16, so a kid. I was 12 at the time. My mom, dutiful witness she was at the time, was convinced the angels stepped in to protect us like we had heard stories of happening to others in the religion. That Jehovah used them to make me feel off to keep us safe. Around 7 years ago I found myself unexpectedly unemployed. I wasn't a truck driver, but I did have a CDL, so was able to get a local job hauling water in a tanker truck from the well to the bottling plant. There were 2 wells in 2 different locations we would go to, one being far more remote and isolated than the other. I rode with one of the guys for a couple days to get training on the procedures. While riding with this guy, he casually mentions that the area the well is in is on land that has a curse and is haunted by some witch. I politely listen and smile and figure he is fucking with the new guy. Well, they typically put the new guys on the longer run in the isolated area, and that's what I ended up doing. I typically went during the day, and it was a beautiful forested area with lots of wildlife, pretty enjoyable even though it was isolated. I'd been running loads for a couple months when we got a pretty severe storm, and parts of the roadways to the well were flooded out. I didn't run for a couple days, then dispatch called and asked if I wanted to do a night run. I was ready to get back to work and needed the money, so I said sure. As I made my way to the well, the going was quite slow. In the truck I could get through it, but there were still some spots with some pretty deep water. At a certain point the paved road ended and there was about a 5-mile stretch on dirt road that had a few washouts, some tree limbs laying around, but I finally reached the well. One thing to note is that typically there were a couple trucks at the well, due to a large number of trucks and drivers scheduled to consistently rotate through. But because of the storm, many of the drivers had elected to stay home. So I get there, go in the pump house, do my testing and start filling up the tanker. I do my paperwork as it's filling, everything totally normal. When it's done filling I crawl up on top to lock everything down. It's when I'm on top of the tanker that my truck and tanker lights all go out, and I'm on top of this thing in basically pitch black night. There is a light in the pump house, and when the door is open it gives off a good illumination around the truck. But simultaneously with the lights of my truck mysteriously going out, there is a gust of wind that slams the pump house door shut. As I'm sitting on top of the tanker wondering what the hell just happened, I swear I heard distant, cackling laughter. The hair on the back of my neck literally stood up. I'd always wondered what the hell that meant, but now I knew. I grabbed my cell phone and turned on the flashlight, making it down the side of the tanker in record time. I ran to the cab and tried to get the lights on, but no go. There was no way I could drive it with no lights, and cell phones didn't get service at the well, so I was stuck waiting for the next driver to arrive. I'm not ashamed to say that I locked myself in the pump house for the next hour and a half while I waited. There were at least 2 more times when I could swear I heard laughter, and one time where it sounded like something was scratching against the old wooden door. I have never been so happy to see another person as when I heard that truck pulling up. When I was in nursing school, I did my psychiatric clinical in this hospital that was built in the early 1800s. It was used for a stretch of time as a sulfur bath hospital for mentally ill patients, whatever that means. I think it was called a sanatorium. There were even parts of the hospital that were off-limits/abandoned where you could look into a window and see these old abandoned nuns' quarters, and there were like books and random objects in those rooms to where it looked like shutting down those areas of the hospital was unplanned. It was apparently common knowledge among staff working in that hospital that it was haunted. Staff would tell lots of stories about feeling someone step on the elevator with them, or even seeing a person on the video monitor in one of the locked units who wasn't actually in the room. I took all of this with a grain of salt and thought they were messing with me. One day, one of the staff took me down to the old abandoned morgue in the basement just for funsies because apparently a famous rapper had shot a music video down there because it was so creepy. There were like squares in the wall where the dead bodies used to go. It was all shitty and old looking and looked literally almost like a creepy cave that had been carved out for hospital purposes. After this tour, I had finished my psych clinical duties earlier that day than all my fellow students. We had to use a key that was signed out to us to go down this long dark corridor in this other non-used area of the hospital reserved for students where we would have a post-clinical day meeting with the teacher to discuss our shifts before going home. Since I was done early and the other students weren't back yet, I decided it was a great time to try to poop in the bathroom there, because privacy. So I go in there, in this bathroom at the end of this long dark corridor that I had to use a key to get into, aka nobody else would have just been in there, and start trying to shit. Well, I very clearly hear voices outside the door, but can't make out what they're saying. It sounds like laughing similar to one of the girls in my class. So I'm like, okay. They must have finished clinical early too. Guess I don't get to poop till I get home. Fine. And I walk out of the bathroom and sit in the small classroom right outside of it. And, no one was there. Not my classmates, not my teacher, not staff. Literally nobody. Nobody could have gotten in and out of the locked door at the end of the dark corridor in that period of time either. So I hightailed my ass down to the parking lot and sat in my car for 45 minutes until I knew for sure my classmates would be in that locked area lol. And I never went to the dark locked corridor alone for the rest of that clinical rotation. It turned out to be fine, but still scared the hell out of me at the time. I went to a friend's wedding in Mexico, and after a few drinks with the friends, they all decided to call it a night. But I was feeling determined to get out and practice my Spanish by finding a local bar and hanging out solo. I found a nice place and managed to strike up conversation with the bartender and some regulars, who seemed genuinely impressed with my Spanish conversation skills. In an attempt to seem cool, with limited language skills, I asked about where the best dance clubs are, and where to buy weed. The bartender was super friendly and offered to help me get some weed when his friend picked him up after work. After waiting a while and chatting it up to closing time, his friend arrives. For some reason, I thought it was going to be just a simple transaction, but they tell me to hop in the car, and I stupidly do so. We start driving away, kinda far from my hotel, and I finally sober up / start freaking out and realize that nobody knows where I am and I might be in the process of being kidnapped / robbed. I played it cool. Turns out they were both gay, and they thought I might be gay because I kept asking about dancing. No me importa, I kept trying to tell them, assuring them that I wasn't gay, but that I was cool with LGBTQ in the hopes of winning favor. They took me to a coffee store, and smoked a bowl of some horrible weed with me. They also smoked some meth afterwards, which I politely declined. After a little while, they gave me some of their weed, didn't accept any pesos for it, and drove me back to the hotel. Despite feeling lucky to be alive, and like an idiot for putting myself in that situation in the first place, I realized that they were genuinely trying to befriend a foreigner, and I felt kinda bad for probably acting weird. There was a supposed haunted house that a bunch of us in high school would go to occasionally. It was about half-mile down a gravel road on what used to be a farm. There were two ways to get there, going down the gravel road of a main road, or a long meandering path to a dead-end road in a neighborhood that backed up to the farm. One time we had a large group of people going out there and we chose to use the longer path, so there was more parking for the probably 6 cars worth of people going. My best friend had his foot in a walking boot due to an injury, forget what. Anyway, we did our using screwing around and were leaving. Everyone else left relatively quick, but I chose to hang with my friend who was moving much slower. About halfway back we looked over to our right, and about 20 to 30 yards away in the field were 4 guys, all with what looked like rifles or shotguns, just standing in the field. It was a bright moon and we could see them clearly. We both stopped and crouched down. What the hell? We picked up over the high grass and they were just standing there, point the guns towards us. We just fucking ran. My friend suddenly was able to run so incredibly fast with that boot. It was so freaky. When we caught up to everyone, they said they hadn't seen a thing. Still not sure what the hell was going on. Mine is so tame compared to some of these, but the first house I bought had a finished basement. I never felt anything off and the house was cozy. Our washing machine was down there, as was our entertainment center and couch. My husband worked evenings, and one night I started heading toward the basement with a load of laundry in my hands. My dog, Australian Shepherd, very intelligent and aware, saw me head that direction and ran down the steps ahead of me as he always would. The steps were long and narrow and walled in on both sides, so you could only see the floor at the bottom of the steps as you went down until you got to the last 3 or 4 steps. As he was running, he got to the last 3 or 4, looked at something around the corner and stopped dead. His hair stood up. He stared for a moment with me halfway down the steps, standing absolutely still, and after maybe 5 seconds he turned around and booked it back up the steps, around the corner and into my bedroom. I stood there calculating for probably just a few seconds, and finally Maya decided my best choice was to heave all the laundry down the steps as forcefully as I could and sprint back up the steps, slammed the door to them and ran into my bedroom too. I locked the door and we stayed in there together for the next hour until my husband was home. He wasn't able to carry his phone with him at work, so I just texted a few people to let them know something weird happened. Still to this day have no clue what that dog saw. I never once felt weird in the house after that. Never had any weird experiences there, and just haven't had anything weird or unexplained happen to me in general at any house. It was an older home, so if somebody had climbed up the steps and slipped out before my husband got back, I'm almost positive I'd have heard it. There wasn't a lot of sneaking happening there. Used to work on an ambulance, and the company that I worked for had more ambulances than there were firehouses/medic stations, to keep up with increasing call volumes, so we would do something called posting, which is where you park the ambulance somewhere within the area that you are servicing while you wait for a call. Was working the midnight to 10 a.m. shift one night, and it was really slow. On slow nights, we would try to find the darkest areas we could find to post in an attempt to catch some sleep. We find a church within a neighborhood whose parking lot had virtually no light, so we decide to park there. As soon as my partner put the rig in park, I instantly felt incredibly uncomfortable and unsafe. I didn't want to say anything to my partner, as I literally had no reason to feel the way I was, but the feeling was almost overwhelming. A few minutes go by and my partner looks at me and says, "Hey man, I don't feel right, something just feels off, do you want to get out of here?" I replied yes, and we got the hell out of there. I have never really figured out why we both had that sensation and why it came on in that church's parking lot, but it sure did give me the creeps. Grew up in Hawaii, spent most of my teen years in the water. I was out surfing one evening with a good buddy. It was just the two of us and the sun was setting. We decided to stay out as long as possible because the waves were really good. There was also a carnival going on the shore, so there was some light. This surf spot is a big reef that is maybe 5 to 6 feet deep, and all around the reef it drops down to hundreds of feet deep. Basically you sit at the edge of the reef and the waves come and suck up water, and it makes it easy to catch them. We're sitting there, it's dark, kinda eerie, and about 20 in front of us we see something for a moment. We both stopped talking and just kept looking for it. Turns out it was a humpback whale frolicking its giant 10 to 15 fin around just off the reef in front of us. I know they're not dangerous, but being out there, with something the size of a school bus swimming around just a few feet from you in the darkness, is hair-raising. We both turned around and caught a wave straight in. I was freaked out for a while after that. I was installing a camera in a customer's home with another guy at work. The wife of the couple we were installing for began the appointment by ranting. For a taste, all the cops are rapists and murderers, all of them, and they didn't do a damn thing to protect the White House, yet they arrest me and throw me in jail for quoting a scripture while I'm in court. It's just like my damn landlord and the cops are trying to rape me just like the goddamn White House was. It's unbelievable that what she was doing went on like that for 5 minutes before I cut her off. It was her husband, though. The way he looked at both my coworker and I was like a person staring through me, like he knew he was looking at me but didn't see me. In his garage, where we were mounting the camera, this guy with the dead eyes closes the garage door, looks at me for a long 5-second stretch, then says, "Yep, over there is where we let them suffer before we gotta cut the heads off. Gotta let them suffer before cutting the heads off." He locked the outside garage door, turns around and just starts murmuring about cutting off heads again. He must have brought up murder 5 to 8 times in a 10-minute stretch. They call me Sergeant, something, I forget. I reply, "Thank you for your service. I really admire veterans." He looked at me with those dead eyes. I was never in the military. Long stretch of silence. His wife called him on as I watch, "Everything okay down there? Anybody up to something?" Long stretch before he replies, "Everything's fine. We're just in the garage. Everybody is here and we're fine. I'll call you if I need you." It was like they were talking about something they didn't want us to hear. My coworker and I kept our scissors and razors in our hands from about 5 minutes into that service call for the rest of the way, neither of us letting him be behind us where we couldn't see him. We were bracing for him to try to get us. After we mounted the camera, he asked us to go through the house back to the panel to learn it in. There was no way in hell I was doing that, so I said we need to take the ladder back out to the car. He said we could take it through the house. Remember, he had closed and locked the outside garage door earlier. I said it was a safety hazard and needed to go out the big garage door. Once more he asked us to go through the house, to which I replied we couldn't do that because of company policy with the outdoor ladder. He stared at me for roughly 5 to 10 seconds in silence, then went and opened the garage door. Both of us split out of there and didn't look back. Told the company, locked the account, and wondered if we should have called the cops. I have no idea what would have happened to my coworker had he showed up alone there. He was supposed to be alone. I randomly picked that day to audit him. Both of us swear up and down he felt like he was looking at something less than human and worthy of killing when he looked at us. Creepiest thing I've ever been around. I live in Kyrgyzstan, and here, people who farm animals live in mountainous areas far from big cities, in smaller villages. Every summer they gather animals and herd them few dozen km up to alpine pastures for them to graze and gain weight. In these places, there isn't any infrastructure, just plain green hills and rocky mountains. Even phone barely works. So we bring disassembled yurts by using old Soviet trucks, assemble them at place and live inside in it for entire summer. They are sturdy and easy to use, wooden frame and felt cover wrapped around it. Very cool thing. So anyway, our family is big and one of my grandma's brothers farms animals. He goes to pastures every summer, and for once our family decided to send me and my other relative of same age, we were 12 I think. Wasn't very happy about it, being a city boy who loved playing video games, but as if I had a choice. Surely I got used to all that stuff, hauling water in buckets from nearest river and losing breath from that since oxygen levels there aren't same as in city down below, riding horses to help with herding, watching out for wolves, even got to shoot old AKS-74 at some rock targets once. Well, it was fun in its own way. Anyway, once we were awaiting arrival of some relatives who were supposed to arrive by car. Since Asphalt Road was about 3 kilometers away from where our yurt was, and there was plenty of free time at that moment, me and 2 other kids, all 12 to 14 years/0, went walking to road to sit there and maybe be first to meet them. About 30 lazy minutes later we got there and sat for hour waiting for car to arrive, in meantime entertaining ourselves in every manner possible. Sunny clear weather, 3 kids having fun with free time on their hands, what else to ask for? Well, that was moment when I learned how bloody quickly weather can change at high altitude. Car was nowhere in sight and we noticed stormy clouds in a distance. None of us cared much, we thought we had plenty of time. Just mere 10 minutes later these clouds in a distance were taking half of horizon and shaking skies with thunderous roar. I guess that's because we were much closer to clouds vertically and couldn't judge their speed properly because of that. So anyway, we are on a plain grassland in between 2 hills, we have 3 kilometers to nearest yurt, there isn't a single damn tree or anything tall than us anywhere. And since we are at high altitude, these storm clouds are way closer to ground than I'd want them to be at that moment. I'd say 100 meters at most. So, we all quickly realize how fucking dangerous it is getting and start moving back to yurt. First at walk pace, but when clouds came over us, we ran. And when violet-colored lightning lightened up everything around with rail pouring as if from bucket we ran. Never have I ran with such a wild fear in me. Mind fully clean of any thought, just pure adrenaline and insanely beating heart. I think we covered those 3 kilometers in record time, and that was one hell of an experience. Luckily nobody got hit by lightning, and we all were laughing and having fun just 5 minutes after getting back into safety. So yeah, be careful with weather, never know how quickly it can change. When I was 16-17, I was texting with a friend's older brother, 19-20, who was a local paramedic. He was sweet on me. Love bombing sweet. At that age, I didn't know better and just loved the idea that an older guy was so sweet on me. I'd only met him in person once at a ball game. One day, he randomly showed up to the little countryside cafe I worked at. He insisted I take his Letterman even though it was in the heat of summer. It was weird, but he was insistent, so I took it. We kept texting and things got weird and possessive. I got scared and basically ghosted him. I never told him where I lived. But not even a few days later, I was home alone, way out in the middle of nowhere, with my younger stepsister, and I hear banging on the door. It was him. He was yelling for me to come out right away. Beating the door. It was an old, run-down single-wide trailer, so nothing was really home invader-proofed. He started kicking the door hard. The whole trailer was shaking. throwing stuff at the windows and screaming. I got my mom's shotgun, hid my stepsister in the closet and called the police. It felt like forever. He didn't stop until I heard tires on the gravel pull up. A cop came inside and said he claimed I stole his Letterman and class ring and was just there to get his stuff back. The ring was in the jacket pocket, but I didn't know. I gave it to the cop and I don't know what happened to him, but needless to say there was not future contact. I still don't know how he learned where I lived. Around a year ago, I went jogging around my, pretty safe, neighborhood and decided to continue my jog up to a corner store nearby so I could just buy some stuff. As soon as I'm in the parking lot, a guy in a car pulls into the parking lot as well and smiles at me. I felt pretty creeped out at that moment but didn't think too much of it and just entered the store. I was looking for some alcohol wipes in the medical aisle, and the guy walks into the store and starts to look for whatever in the same aisle as me. Me being pretty dense, took several minutes to find what I was looking for, and the guy was just staring at the items, not getting it all. At this point, I'm pretty creeped out, but I didn't want to say anything. I'm still looking for what I need, and I guess after seeing that I hadn't grabbed anything to buy, the guy leaves the store without buying anything. I'm super relieved that he left, but still unnerved by the experience. I finally find what I need, but decide to linger around the store just so I can wait until he leaves the parking lot. Then, after around 10 minutes or so, he comes back into the store and stays around before buying something and heading out once more. Feeling absolutely unsafe to go out the parking lot alone and jogging back home, I call my friend to just drive over and pick me up. They arrive after a few minutes and I head out to their car, only to see the guy waiting outside his car, as if he were waiting for me to head out. Once he spots me getting into my friend's car, he hops back in his car and drives out the parking lot. No idea what could have happened had I not called my friend, despite it being a sunny afternoon and in a relatively populated area. I honestly have a handful of stories, but the most recent has to be a 55-year-old man coming to my house at 11:30 p.m. and trying to break in with the knowledge I was alone inside. To give some backstory, I am a 23-year-old girl. I recently moved back to my home state to pursue a medical tech program. I had been living on my own in FL and then Mount for the previous 2 years and had not really visited home much or been very involved with my family outside of my grandparents, as they were my main caregivers when I was a child. My parents, divorced, are both unstable, mom out of the picture, but my dad is at least trying. When I moved back, my dad told me I could live in his house, my childhood home, by myself, as he lived with his GF in a different town about half an hour away. However, his friend would be over a lot, never inside the house, but he owed him for something or other and his friend was repaying him by doing some free landscaping. I didn't mind. And his friend didn't really do more than wave to me occasionally when I was coming and going from the house. It was fine for about a month, then one evening he knocked on my door. I had an intensely bad feeling, but I opened it. I had no reason not to, and he said he just wanted to talk to me a bit as he had become close with my dad in the last year and wanted to get to know me too. Weird, but okay. I didn't want to be rude, but I did tell him I had plans I had to get ready for shortly. A lie. I sat on the porch and talked to him while he drank. Things quickly became strange. I am divorced, also a long story, and I guess he knew this information from my dad. He first said he was surprised to learn this, because I looked so young, barely 18. He told me if he had a chance to marry such a beautiful woman, he wouldn't waste it and do everything he could to provide for me and make me happy. At this point I was just silent, because I was scared and uncomfortable. He then goes on to tell me I need to focus on the pleasures of life. Then he started offering me cocaine and then cut it up on my patio table and did lines on my front porch. I kept saying no and that he needed to put it away and not bring it back to my house. He said okay and that he just wanted to respect me. I said I had to start getting ready for my plans and he finally left. I called my friends and actually did go to one of their houses because I was scared. I told my dad about this, and said that his friend needs to not speak to me anymore. I didn't even want him there, but the house desperately needed the work outside, so I took one for the team. I honestly didn't think it would escalate. It did though. This guy would keep coming into the backyard, around my bedroom windows, not an area they were working on, and with the layout of the home it is out of the way to get to from the side yard where the work was being done. Again I told my dad this and he talked to his friend. Instead of just stopping the behavior, his friend showed up drunk to apologize to me. He kept saying all he wanted to do was respect me. I said okay, then don't talk to me, don't come onto the porch, don't come around the house. The area they were working on was on the other side of our separate garage, no reason for him to be anywhere close to the actual house. I told him he needed to just leave me alone, and that I was only being nice because he was my dad's friend. I've had to fend for myself damn near my whole life, and I'm usually not nice the first time I have to address something like this. My dad talked to him again, and basically said that the dude really needed to leave me alone. Do the work that was owed and leave, which the work wasn't really getting done either, and they were mostly drinking and getting high on coke. Anyway, things were fine for maybe another week. I was sitting on my couch studying for a med terminology exam. I hear a knock on my door and my heart sank. Luckily, I had a weird feeling earlier and closed the curtains to my front windows. I had to walk by them to get to a safe part of the house with locking doors. I slowly crept to the far side of the house and I peeked out the windows to look in the direction of the porch. He was standing out there, swaying drunk, and now banging on the door. He had a dead look in his eyes, and aside from smashing his fist repeatedly into my solid oak front door, he was silent. I saw some kind of string wrapped around the fist he was hitting the door with. I froze for a second and the sound almost became muffled. I got up and went to my bedroom, closed the blinds and crouched behind my bed fumbling with my phone to call my dad. I know, I should have called 911, but his friend isn't legally in the country and has a child here, so I didn't want that on my conscience. It was late, so my dad didn't pick up immediately. 10 minutes had already passed, and the banging stopped, so I just took a second to breathe and try to collect myself. When I thought I was finally in the clear, the banging resumed again. Except this time it was on the back of the house, right where my bed is located in my room. This means he definitely had been looking through my windows and knew the layout of my bedroom. I felt like this couldn't actually be happening to me. Then he started to fumble with the window next to my bed. It's an old house and it's not too hard to get in through one if you wanted to. I started to panic and felt like I was going to throw up my own heart. I definitely don't live in a suburb, but I knew that my neighbors could hear if I screamed. So I did. I screamed as loud as I could. I climbed over my bed and held onto my windowsill and screamed while flailing my body around like a crazy person. It was genuinely primal. I wasn't thinking to do that necessarily, but it frightened him off lol. I finally got a hold of my dad and he came and spent the night at the house and stayed for about a week so I would feel safe. He told the guy to never come back to the house or else, and the guy kept saying he was only trying to ask to use the bathroom? Lol. Glad something crazy inside me took over, or else I don't know what would have gone down. It happened about 6 months ago, and every odd noise I hear, I immediately fear that he's come back. If he does, I will call 911, but I really hope he doesn't. I once had a roller coaster at Cedar Point all but blow up directly over mine and my GF's heads while walking under it. The lift chain snapped somewhere near the top of the hill, stranding the cart about 90% up the hill. We heard what sounded a bit like the chain cranking up the hill, but much louder and with less of a ratcheting sound. Eventually I looked up and noticed in the little window at the center of the track that the chain was moving the wrong way. I looked over to see the chain piling up at the bottom of the hill just 12 feet over our heads with nothing between it and us to protect us. I grabbed my GF's arm and yelled run. And we both took off. Our friends behind us had already taken cover, they had a better view of the pile of chain building up, and were frantically gesturing for us to get under the track with them. When the chain reached its end, it flung up really high and sent grease and grime everywhere before flopping over the edge right where we were standing, albeit not nearly far enough over the track to reach our height. Several years ago, I woke up and was wide awake at like 4 a.m. This wasn't unusual. I have always had issues getting back to sleep when I wake up, unless I'm exhausted. So after a few minutes of being out of bed, I decide to head to 7-Eleven and get coffee. It's only about 4 blocks from my house and I decide to walk. Even though I'm walking down a major road, there's no traffic. Small town, middle of the night, a van cruises by on the opposite side of the road, and I notice that they hit their brakes the moment they pass me. A second later, they pull a U-turn and then turn down a side road a half block ahead of me, and they're waiting. They're just a few car lengths down the road and sitting there, just outside of the shine of the street lights from the road I'm on. I'm immediately paranoid, because there's a Taco Bell, closed, with a big and convenient parking lot that they've avoided going into, despite the fact that if you needed to check your GPS or your phone or whatever, that would be a much more convenient spot to stop. What they're doing raises a red flag. So I pick up my pace and edge slightly toward the road. I'm walking on the berm in between the sidewalk and the road itself, and moving briskly. No need to show panic, but if I need to put distance between them and me, this is in my best interest. Sure as shit, when I get closer to the road they're sitting on, I notice that there's a guy in the driver's seat, but his passenger is by the back of the van. Hey, can you help me? What's up? I keep walking. Could you come here a minute? Why? What do you need? Just, can you come over here? No. I can't do that. Now I'm at least 250 feet past them. He and I are both having to yell, and I'm a half block from 7-Eleven. What the fuck is wrong with people? The guy says. Don't you trust me? Nope. Fuck you then. So I go into 7 to 11. I see the van drive by a couple of minutes later. I mention to the clerk what just happened when he comments that I seem to be a little on edge. I wonder if it was these guys, he says. He shows me the newspaper and points to a small article about a rash of robberies. A pair of guys in a van were apparently luring people to get close, then holding them at gunpoint and robbing them. I am 100% certain that those guys were the ones that I met. I grew up on farmland in rural Pennsylvania. It was the type of area where all of your neighbors knew your business. We had these weird neighbors down the street, about a quarter of a mile away and a few houses down, that never associated with anyone else in the neighborhood. Their family consisted of the 2 parents, 2 adult sons, and 2 adult daughters. They all lived in the house together, never socialized, and I had never in my life seen the daughters the entire time that they lived there. The kids were homeschooled. I know this because my family farm has been on this rural land since the late 1800s, so my dad, aunts, and uncles were in school at the same time as the adult children in the family. My dad and uncle also told my friends and I some tall tales about this family. Things like they would tie the daughters to trees outside overnight, that the father of the family got money from the US government because he was a twin and experimented on during World War II, far-fetched, I know. In my lifetime, I witnessed the family pull guns on people who would come to their house to trick or treat on Halloween, or on anyone from the gas/water companies trying to read their meters. So, when I was in my late teens, about 15 to 17 years old, there was an incident where one of the daughters had purposefully crashed the car that she was driving into a tree in an attempt at suicide. She survived. A few months later, my family was coming home from dinner in the evening and there was a swath of police cars outside of their house. The same daughter who attempted suicide earlier had shot herself in the head inside of the home. Obviously very tragic. The rest of the family moved to Florida within that month. The house sat vacant for months and months. My friends and I were obsessed with scary things, abandoned places, etc. I often walked our back roads, and noticed one day while walking past the vacant house that the door to the basement appeared to be slightly ajar. I was too chicken shit to test it myself, but the next time my 2 best friends were over, we decided to go explore. We walked to the house, and walked right in the basement door. It was a 2-story house, white with black trim, quite beautiful. The basement was full of junk. I remember a small booth like you would see in a restaurant and a plastic kiddie pool full of cat litter. We walked up the basement stairs and the door to the rest of the house was unlocked, so we continued our exploration. The main level was eerie because they had left all of their stuff, and it was covered with white sheets, TVs, couches, you name it. We went up to the 2nd floor where the bedrooms were. In one of the bedrooms, I assume the daughter's room, there was drippy red writing on the wall that said "Tanya come home." Tanya was the name of the daughter that took her own life. It was clearly paint that someone had intended to look like blood. I took a picture on my mom's old school digital camera, the ones that you put floppy disks into, and we noped the fuck out. Time passes. Someone buys the house. The family never came back for their stuff. The people who bought the house burned it down, and never rebuilt anything there. It is still an empty lot. More time passes, and when I'm in my early 20s, I hear the news from my cousin that they had cadaver dogs in the field behind where the house used to be. They're investigating a decades-old cold case involving a 7-year-old girl being abducted and disappeared from Florida. Why were they searching in rural Pennsylvania, you ask? Turns out this family were friendly to one man, who they let live in a camper in their backyard. This one man was the suspect in the abduction case, but he had died before becoming a suspect. The cadaver dogs didn't find anything, and the case is still cold. The family never came back to PA. Not really mine, but my dad's. My dad is insanely paranoid at times. Particularly in new locations/areas. Always worried someone is going to come out and mug him, or kidnap me and do no things to me. Understandable fear for any father, but my dad was extreme to the point where growing up I was constantly paranoid about being followed, kidnapped, assaulted. Whatever. Anyway, my dad brought me to my friend's house to meet up and plan where to go. My dad ended up freaking out and having a panic attack. He made me get back into the truck and sped off without my friends. I had to call them and figure out where to go. Luckily they caught up. But my dad seriously thought we were going to get mugged, jumped, shot or anything else terrible. I didn't like the fact he didn't know how to get to the police station or hospital. Again, understandable to have this knowledge, but he was really freaking out. I couldn't speak. He drove the truck up to the governor's limit, and refused to say anything or correspond with me until we got back to where we were staying. I've never seen him so horrified and filled with panic and fear. I was in Belize on vacation with my extended family. I was maybe 20 years old, maybe 21. We went together, a large group of us, to a local outdoor bar that was maybe 10 minutes from our little hotel. We were there for a while, all drinking rum punches, local music was playing, good times overall being had. Kinda getting close to the end of the night and I decide on getting one more drink. I go to the bartender and ask for a rum punch for me and a beer for my dad. He makes my drink, then goes out of sight with it, behind the bar. My gut's twisted. He takes forever. When he comes back, I told him that I changed my mind and would prefer a beer, so you can have that one for yourself or give it to someone else. He looks wild-eyed at me. Going to the bathroom at this local bar required you going to the back of this establishment and through a dark, sketchy who knows what. I just have this utmost belief I was at risk of being hurt or taken. The bartender's reaction when I denied my drink was enough for me to know I read that situation correctly. I went to a Catholic high school that was way across town, and for the first couple of years, I mostly relied on public transportation to get me to and from school. I often hung around after school for a bit before catching the first of the 3 or 4 buses and trains that constituted my route home. It took a couple of hours on a good day when I made all my transfers. One day, I had hung around for an hour or so after school. I found myself alone at the bus stop nearest my school, waiting for a late bus to start my trip home, when along came one of the priests from my school in his big white caddy. He offered me a ride home. He was new to the school, but not a total stranger to me. I accepted, knowing I would shave at least an hour and a half off my trip and be home in half an hour or so. Once inside, he struck up a pretty normal conversation considering the situation. When I answered his question about where I wanted to go to college, he told me he could help me get in there, Jesuit school, he had connections. He told me he had helped lots of other boys get in there, and then put his hand on my leg, invited me to the rectory sometime so I could meet some of the other boys he had helped. By this point, I knew exactly what was going on. Luckily, we were nearly home, and his hand hadn't strayed too far up my thigh, so I played it cool. I had him drop me off at the entrance to the condo complex where I lived with my mom. As soon as he was out of sight, I bolted home and told my mom what had happened. She had connections, too. She had been a nun for 15 years prior to marrying my dad and had been a teacher in local Catholic elementary schools for years. She knew the principal of my school. In fact, he was sweet on her, always trying to get her to date him. Lol. She called him up, and I never saw the priest again. This happened today. On a crowded subway with a lot of bags, was traveling. Sat down next to a guy who seemed maybe a little off but no major red flags. He took his hands out of his pockets and they were necrotic and there was visible blood/other stuff/more swelling than I've ever seen. I felt terrible for him but also sort of worried for myself because that has got to be a biohazard. He was missing several fingers and the remaining ones looked like they were soon to go. Once I could get up, I did, and moved to the end of the subway car, where I stood. Looked over at the map of stops and caught eye contact with another man, who proceeded to stare at me. I'm a younger woman and was alone, and refused to look away. I got the fuck out of that train car at the next available stop. I was visiting a friend's house in the hills of West Texas. At the time I was in college and working on an online course, so I stayed up late that night to get some work done. We have this tradition of getting this specific cigar every time we hang out. Well, we had smoked part of them earlier, but I thought I would go hang out on the back porch and finish my cigar. It was around 2:30 a.m. and I was watching videos on my phone while laying back in one of those poolside chairs. I was in a somewhat remote area, so everywhere the dim light on the porch didn't reach was pitch black. All of a sudden I heard the sound of steps in the grass behind me. I stood up quickly and turned around and heard a blood-curdling sound I had never heard in my life. Kind of high-pitched but a sort of growl and then complete silence. I can't see more than 5 feet in front of me, so I turned facing toward the sound and started slowly backing up toward the sliding door on the porch. I pulled the door open, went inside and watched for what seemed like 30 minutes, wondering if I would see it come up to the porch. I woke my friend up and tried explaining it to him. I think at first he didn't really believe me, but then saw that I was visibly shaking with adrenaline. About a week later, I was back home and he tells me that his neighbor let his dog out in the morning, but when he went back to get it, it was gone. He walked down into the valley area looking for his dog and about a mile from his backyard, he found his dog completely ripped apart. I'm fairly sure what snuck up on me that night was a mountain lion. Not nearly as chilling as many of these responses, but here I go anyways. Probably 19, went out for drinks downtown with a best friend, my boyfriend and her date with his band who were performing at one of the bars. We had fun, was a good time and we started walking back to the date's house that he shared with other members of the band. We had all drank a lot, so when we got there the majority of us were hanging out in the living room as it was basically the entrance of the house. My friend and her date went to his room. We had no plans to stay there overnight and her mom wanted us back when the show was over. My BF was incredibly drunk and almost passed out on the couch, so we put on some TV and all just hung out. After what seemed like an hour, I decided we all better be going and I got up to go get my friend. One of the band members stood up. This guy was at least 250 pounds and towered over me as I was only 5 feet 5 inches, and said to leave my friend, that she was having fun and I wasn't going to ruin his friend's fun. That we were okay to leave but she was going to stay. This creeped me out, like he was going to make me abandon my friend in a house of guys, all drunk as hell. I raised my voice and told him I wasn't leaving without her, and he continued to push on that I wasn't going to ruin his friend's fun. He blocked the hallway and I once again raised my voice, repeating myself. He began to repeat himself and I pushed with all my force past him, into the hallway, and began to scream my friend's name. I drunkenly pushed down the hallway and found her in the guy's room, passed out. I woke her and brought her out with me while the large band guy was still going on about how it was all cool and how I was ruining the fun. Clearly my friend was fine. Got out of the house and finally got a cab home. It felt like such a sketchy situation and I don't know what would have happened if we just left her there. Never leave your friends, go as a group and leave as a group. So where I live there is a 4-way intersection, and on the right side corner when you're turning right from the north, you are making a blind turn or crossing blind. I own a car and a moped, and I was taking the moped for a joyride one day on December 6th, the anniversary of my best friend's death, to go visit his grave. I'm going at the 45 miles per hour speed limit approaching this green light. All of the sudden, I feel my hair on my back stand up, and a voice scream, "Stop motherfucker, stop." So I slam on the brakes, which caused people behind me to slam on theirs and honk at me. A split second later, a crashing sound to my right penetrates the air, and I see a dude fly out of the car that hit the other 2 cars that were stopped at a red light. I also see the 2 cars get flung forward and get absolutely fucked up. I pull over on the curb and call 911 while people run to the scene. What happened was they were hit by a drunk driver who was piss drunk. All 3 people were killed. I'll never forget seeing 3 body bags get dragged out. All because someone could not grab their keys and go driving in the middle of the day when piss drunk. Fuck people who drink and drive. I have no doubt that Javier was watching out for me that day. I was washing my car one night and there was a man in a blue pickup a few bays down from me. We made eye contact and I quickly got a bad gut feeling to keep an eye on him and that something wasn't right. I got in my car, moved it further away from him and went on to wash my car and leave the car wash. Leaving the car wash, I committed his truck to memory and kept an eye on it to make sure I knew where it was. My dog had to go to the bathroom before staying in for the night, so I decided to park in the adjacent lot that had a big grass area for her to run around a bit before going home. I kept my eyes on the car wash because I was still feeling uneasy. I parked, got out with my dog and kept my focus on the lot beside me. Moments after getting out of the car and letting my dog off leash, I see the truck pull out and turn into the empty lot where I was parked. My car was the only one parked there at this time of night. As soon as I saw he was pulling in, I opened my passenger door and screamed for my dog to get in the car now. She's usually not a great listener, especially off-leash exploring, but she must have sensed my urgency and fear because she listened immediately and ran and jumped in the car. I ran around to the driver's side, got in and locked my doors. Just as I had gotten in the car, the blue truck parked beside me as close as possible that I would not have been able to open my driver's side door. For some reason I looked at the man in the truck through my window and he looked amused and content that I was obviously fearing him. It was winter and my windows were foggy so I couldn't see well, but I reversed and booked it out of there. I drove around town instead of going home to make sure he wasn't following me. I still wonder to this day exactly what his intention was and what ideas he had, because he was obviously doing something. I'm glad I never found out what he was planning, but still to this day I wonder what could have happened if I wasn't being vigilant. I'm pretty late to the party, but the biggest one I can remember is during a yearly camping trip with my friends. We had all been drinking pretty heavily for most of the day and I had taken a nap in my hammock. I woke up around 5 p.m. or so and it seemed way too dark. I climbed out in my half-drunk / half-hungover / fully dehydrated state and realized how dark the sky was, and watched as some scary-looking clouds rolled in. We all battened down the hatches and either prepped our tent / hammocks for the rain or took them down entirely. About 20 minutes later all hell breaks loose, insane winds, lightning and deafening thunder, and rain so thick you could hardly see 10 feet in front of you. We had huddled under the canopies we brought with until they had gotten picked up and tossed to the side like paper by the wind. We decided we needed to find shelter, and there was a casino a few miles down the road from our campsite. We jumped in our cars without really considering none of us were sober enough to drive, and made it about halfway before a tree blew down in the road right in front of us. As we were moving it, a county sheriff drives by and asks us if we're alright. We tell him yeah, explain we're camping and going to take shelter at the casino. He tells us that's a great idea as there were 4 separate tornadoes on the ground in the county. Next day we go into town to find food and the devastation was incredible. Massive trees snapped like twigs, wrapped up in the power lines. The whole town had no power or internet. Gas stations were out of gas from everyone filling up their generators, if they electricity to pump it all. Turned out to be weeks before they got power and internet back, as we found out the following year. As a kid, I was probably 15 at the time and weighed maybe 85 pounds. I worked at a bar in back of house doing prep, dishes etc. I had a very poor relationship with my stepmom at this point and we would often fight. Well, this particular day we fought it out with it ending that she was not bringing me to work and I'd have to find a way there. So be it. I eventually got to work, worked my shift and got out. At this point it was 11:30 to 12ish, so stood there and waited. And waited. And she never showed up. This was kinda expected, it just sucked cause I did not have a phone at the time. So I started walking home on Wednesday night at 12:30. Home was about a 4 to 5 mile walk home, so I was in for the long haul. I eventually got out to a road that is like a weird cul-de-sac to my right, kinda like a turnaround. And this tinted window busted ass station wagon drives past me, pulls into the cul-de-sac and just waits there. At this point I stopped walking and was just eyeing this car that was sitting in the turnaround 20 feet ahead of me. Vibes were off. Vibes were hella off. So I did what I think any rational kid would do and crossed the street and started walking the other way. And as I did this they pulled out and started driving toward me. My brain started screaming. So I ran like fucking hell. I booked it, got off the street as soon as I could and ran to some stranger's house into their driveway and hid behind their car hoping they'd think I'd gone inside or something. They drove past twice in the time I sat there. Eventually enough time had passed and I hadn't seen them that I focused on making home. When the time was right, I booked it the fuck home. Like ran all the way. Got home, stepmom was up, told her what happened and that I was pissed. She didn't want to hear it and just went to bed Lamau. Still had to go to school the next day. I was sitting out in a convertible, with the top down and music up, at around 1 a.m. on a single lane dirt road in the middle of a cornfield waiting at a railroad crossing, unmarked, because I heard a train horn really close and couldn't see around the bend. I waited about 20 seconds and then turned the music off and realized I couldn't hear the rumbling of a train coming. It was almost silent out, except I did hear the sound of the corn moving a bit and glanced back just in time to see the gleam of a headlamp belonging to a truck that had crept up behind me with the lights off, and there were now fucking people sneaking up on me against the corn along the side of the road. All of them cast red for my taillights. And right at that moment the truck honked. It was the train horn I'd heard. I fully believed they wanted me to stop at the tracks so they could do God knows what. I'm just super thankful that reflection caught my eye. I'm from a small town in Kansas and when I was in 6th grade, I went to clean a house with my mom that was going up for sale. An older lady lived there nearly her entire life and passed away, so it was going up for sale. Very cool kind of Victorian 2-story with crystal doorknobs and skeleton key locks on every door. While my mom was dusting and cleaning the walls I decided to go explore. I went upstairs and walked around to each room. There was one room with the door shut. I opened it and it was a small bedroom with newspaper over the windows. Completely empty except an upside down aluminum bucket in the middle of the room. I saw a closet door so I went over and opened it up. There were children's pencil drawings all over the wall. Very normal stuff like trees, animals and stick people. When I turned to the right I noticed that the back of the door had wide, full claw marks like fingernails. I ran downstairs and told my mom. She went to look for herself. She was visibly disturbed but kept cleaning the house. I ran down the street back to my house. The house burned down in the middle of the night when I was in high school. Still empty. I still think about that ducking closet. My husband and I were trying to get an Uber from the airport to our hotel about 15 minutes away. The app said no drivers were available. A car pulls up with an Uber sign on the dash and asks if we need a ride. He shows us his Uber profile on his phone even though he didn't show up on our app. He says Uber takes too much of a percentage so he prefers payment through Venmo. It's late and my husband just wants to get to the hotel, so we agree to take the ride and give the driver the hotel address. I plug it into my map as well to follow along. About 10 minutes and the driver misses the highway exit we were supposed to take. I pointed out to my husband, terrified, as I already had a bad feeling. The driver takes a call and mentions our hotel but otherwise is speaking in another language. My husband points out that we've missed our exit and the driver brushes it off, saying he is avoiding a toll. He continues to miss exits, adding another 10 minutes to the ride, and my husband adamantly insists he take the exit. The guy suddenly veers off and takes the exit last minute and drives erratically to our hotel. Man, we jumped out of that car. My heart was pounding so hard and I was convinced we were getting kidnapped. One night some friends and I took LSD, and we were going to go to this haunted house. Not an amusement jump scare thing, like an abandoned house back in the woods that some murders happened at. Well, we get down this rough dirt driveway and come up on basically a mansion that was pretty sketchy looking with holes in the roof, windows busted out. Nah. Hell no. What? Go hard or go home? I'm going home. Something's not right here. Well, I talked everyone out of it and we get down the road a bit. Cop pulls over and asks us what we were up to. Oh, just coming back from McDonald's. Cop stare. Nope. Try again. So I had to look him directly in the eye while hallucinating and tell him we heard about a haunted house and wanted to see it but chickened out and didn't go in. That's better. I was watching you the whole time and if you had gone in, you all would be going to jail. Somebody fell through the floor in there last week and we are keeping an eye on it. So tell everybody else to stay out of there too. My buddy had a vial of LSD, somebody had some coke, and we all had weed on us. I saved us all from jail and possible injury for saying hell no. I spent most of my life hitchhiking around the world, and while I have incredible stories from it, I have few fucking terrifying ones. This is the lighter of two crazy ones that come to mind. Hitching in the Netherlands is pretty incredible. They have state-funded hitching spots, and while rides are quite short, usually 10-20 km, you get them insanely fast. Like imagine as soon as you get out of one another car pulls up and takes you. That is exactly the type of day I was having. Fast rides and just feeling the rush of being back on the road after a bit of a bender in Amsterdam. I got just outside the city of Deventer where some dude picked me up right as I was walking to the hitching spot. I ended up streaming someone and I have always wondered what he would have done in that car. The first sign that I was absolutely fucked was when I looked in the back seat. All of the seats were missing. There wasn't even anything in the back. It was one of those small red two-doored cars that you see all over Europe, just missing the seats. Then I noticed all of the electronics were torn out of the car. No radio. No buttons. Barely any console. Inevitably the conservation started. He immediately proclaimed to be the protector of Deventer. At this point am I just letting him ramble? Apparently he made music that protected the city from the Facebook and the internet. His music was the key to fighting them off and that he played his music everywhere. We left the highway and went down some dirt road. The whole day I had been hitching east towards Germany. I was trying to make it back to Berlin. This is when panic took over. I started pleasing for him to take me back to the highway, telling him about how much I needed to be back tonight. He kept driving and driving. Eventually he told me that I had to sleep at his house that night. He insisted I spend the night and kept driving in the middle of nowhere. When he refused to stop, I went into flight mode. I popped the door open and rolled out of the car with my packs. Without even thinking I ran into a file then slid down an irrigation ditch. I kept running, right leg bruised to shit. Pack soaked. Adrenaline racing. Eventually I found train tracks and managed to get on a train that would take me to the border of Germany. I slept in Hanover that night at the train station. Hobbs and I were house shopping and we ended up at this vacant log house. There were other homes nearby, but the layout of the land made it very private. The second we walked into the house, my husband, myself and our realtor all got creeped out. Can't explain it, but just felt uncomfortable and like there was something waiting for us. We barely looked at the place, we were so creeped out. Our realtor was heavily pregnant at the time and we had already been to a couple of places, so she went to use the bathroom before we left, and my husband and I stepped outside. When she tried to leave the house a minute later, the front door had somehow locked and wouldn't open for her. It had one of those keypad locks, not sure if that makes a difference. She managed to get out through another door, but it just cemented the fact that something wasn't right with this house and we got out of there as fast as possible. Just the memory of the creepy feeling this house gave makes me shudder. I was home for Christmas break from boarding school. We lived in a very rural area, and there was a blizzard/ice storm. My dad had to be a badass and drive us all into town. The road was paved with ice. We got about 6 miles from town and saw this thing running down the power lines along the road. It was human size with a long dog face, visible teeth, music note-shaped ears that stuck up, a cape/robe, and a Spitz-like dog tail. It was all black except the eyes were triangular and yellow. It was running down the power lines on all fours like a squirrel. I saw it out of the picture window of the van. We all saw it. It stopped and looked at us and kept going. Dad turned around and we went home and he locked the house door, which we never did. We did not talk about it then and never talked about it after. I am a little shit and made a paper mache head of that thing and dressed up as it for Halloween at boarding school. I have no idea what it was. I was biking back to my dorm one night from one of my electives in college, and I had to cross a baseball field, and the baseball field was right next to the train tracks with a bike path in between the baseball field and train tracks. There were street light illuminating the bike path spaced out from each other. While I was biking across the field, I was looking ahead in the dark at the bike path and saw a shadowy figure cross underneath one of the street lights illuminating the bike path. I saw him enter the light, then leave, and as I got closer and closer, I saw in the dark how there was no one on the bike path at all. It was completely empty. I was so scared because I had to cross the path of the shadow figure I had just saw. I was so scared something was going to happen to me. I just wanted to get back to my dorm and lock the door. This happened in Chico, California, and people dying at the train tracks is frighteningly a mix between rare and common. Me and a friend were exploring an abandoned construction site when a drunk dude with a spiked bat appears out of nowhere and starts to run towards us. He was screaming in a language we didn't understand. I think it was Polish. It was particularly terrifying because we were climbing a crane and we were up high, so we were trying our best to get back down there without falling to our death, but at the same time we were trying to hurry before the guy could reach the crane. My friend got stuck in the fence we broke to get inside, and he actually got hit by the bat dude on the foot and screamed so loudly, I genuinely thought he was going to die. Yes, I didn't stop to rescue him when he got stuck. I kept running like a pussy. I only got back when I saw he freed himself. We managed to escape to our bikes and got him straight to the emergency room. We thought about calling the police, but then we didn't because we were in the wrong for breaking in private property and we were scared. 10 years later, I still regret leaving him on that fence. I used to rent a house from my aunt. It's on land that was inhabited by Native Americans. There is a museum up the road and you can find arrowheads everywhere by just digging around in the yard. Well, you can imagine it gets a bit creepy at night around those parts. 3-acre plot with a nice driveway and such. When the fog rolled in, you'd get that feeling I'm telling you. Halfway up the driveway there was a street light that sometimes flickered off and on, super creepy light. Well, I was all by myself. The wife and kid went to her sister's for the weekend. You faithful narrator here decided it was a good time to indulge in a bit of bourbon and a few reefer sticks in the yard by a campfire I had made, real peaceful and such. Well, to my surprise, that old creepy light was at it again, flickering off and on. I said to it, I said, "Stop fucking with me, light, I'm trying to listen to this music and make love to this bottle, yo." Shit you, in no way. It flickers off then on and there is a man standing there, a real shadow type figure. My dog got up quick as fuck and starts barking. Light flicks off and back on, no goddamn shadow man. My guns are in the house, so I bolt my ass inside and my boy Winston, the goodest boy, runs with me and he has fucking hair in his back, losing his shit inside. I get the shotgun and a flashlight and go outside. The dog sticks right by me and we walk the driveway. We get to the light and it flickers again. Man, I swear, me and the doggo took our asses at a speed I've never ran in my life. We got inside and I locked the doors. We went upstairs and laid down in the bed. Woke up later and I felt like someone was standing over me. Winston was asleep and I was fucking terrified. I was sleeping with that 12 gauge like it was the love of my life, and I've never felt so helpless. I spoke directly to whatever was there out loud. I told whatever it was I was there in peace and all I wanted to do was work the land for my family, and I swear to respect it the best I could. Just like my family before me. After I said my piece, I felt at ease and never felt any sort of darkness there again. Holy fuck, was I shook to my soul though. I've only told my wife this story since, so there it is, the most terrifying experience I've experienced. And I've been held at gunpoint twice in my life. Neither of those moments even come close to how helpless I felt in that moment. All I felt like I could do was be as honest as I could to whatever the fuck it was I was feeling or possibly saw. It was some good ass weed, but I don't think it was the herb, folks. Shit was bananas. The time it took me to type this, my eyes welled up with fear tears and I got the shivers twice. Fuck y'all, straight terror. R.I.P. Winston, the goodest boy, didn't leave my side that day like a fucking G. Grandfather committed suicide via firearm in the backyard after suffering from cancer. Some days later we had his funeral and returned back to the house where we had a celebration of life. Later in the evening we decided to all go out to dinner. Our entire family left the house and locked up. We come home around later in the evening, maybe 9 p.m. And as we walk through the dark house, we all hear what sounds like a screeching or eagle sound that I've never heard of in my entire life. Sounded like someone burning alive. So because of the noise, my grandma freaks out and thinks her cat is hurt and begins screaming and yelling while frantically running to her bedroom. My uncle and his family are following her. Me and my mom are staying in the back freaking out. We find the cat under the bed sitting there scared and fine. To this day we have no idea what it was. My grandma seems to blame my older brother and claims he did something to her computer, but I doubt it since he was with us the entire time, including when we left to eat. This is actually sort of funny. 20 years ago I was a young goth guy and I was dating a goth girl, and of course, we would go for walks in the cemetery because if you don't do that at least 4 times a year they revoke your goth license. This girl had quite an imagination, and to this day I'm not entirely sure how many ghost stories of hers were based on things that actually happened or if they were all made up for fun, but she had quite a few. For one, her house was haunted. A black figure would peek around corners and vanish. Late at night, you could hear someone running up and down the stairs. There was a hole in the ceiling above one of the bedrooms, covered over with plastic, and hands could be seen pressing on it from the attic where, incidentally, objects would be moved mysteriously and all manner of noises could be heard at any given time. She refused to sleep in her own bedroom because of a dark shape that would hover above her bed at night, call her by name and even inflict bodily harm. She told stories about walking in the front door and feeling a slap across her face, or getting up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water that inexplicably split right down the middle while in her hand. There was more where she really stretched my suspension of disbelief, like when a ghost personalized a book or taped over a VHS tape. But I did go up in that attic one time, and it was incredibly creepy. I could swear I heard voices in the air. I only stayed overnight in that house once, and while I didn't experience anything supernatural, there was a cold spot that she told me was a little girl who liked to play in that room. You could hear her singing sometimes, she said. So it should be no surprise that we encountered ghosts and spirits pretty regularly, or rather she regularly would tell me that she saw or felt a presence nearby and I would play along, partially because I believed in ghosts at the time, partially because I didn't want my goth license revoked and partially because it was fun. Once a woman crawled out of the water at the beach at night and meandered around. She didn't notice us, I was told, but we should stay away from that area. I picked up a ghostly passenger in my car when driving down a road with an old cemetery and houses that are too close to the road, making them prime spots for hauntings. One evening I heard a big bump on the roof of my car. Her answer? An unexpected visitor, probably some kind of demon. Of course, that means a walk through the graveyard would have its own share of spooks and specters, and like any psychically sensitive goth, she would tell me all about them. There were some regulars, who didn't mind our being there and would even get up to shenanigans of their own. Then there were more malicious spirits whose dwelling places were off limits. We can't go over there, she would say, those ones don't like us. Obviously, the spirits would be much more active at night. So it was a hard rule that we never stay there after the sun goes down. Well, one time we were doing our goth thing, walking around, pretending to see ghosts, when she absolutely had me convinced that the malicious spirits were everywhere. Every noise I heard, every shadow cast in the moon, I was sure was a malicious spirit that was going to strike me down where I stood. I don't remember many details, except for her warning that it wasn't safe and that we were being attacked. The spirits were angry that we were desecrating their sacred place with our presence after dark. This place is for the dead and the living are not allowed. Not only did she manage to have me running to the car, but she even gave me instructions as to how to placate them, among them blow them kisses. So that was just a tad over the line of suspension of disbelief. It was still fun though. That wasn't the only time either. On 2 separate occasions, once in the graveyard, once in her house, she acted possessed. I still am not completely sure if this was make-believe or some sort of mental disorder. Completely changed her demeanor, mannerisms and character and acted like another person entirely. Would be very vague in responses to any questions, would insist I was calling her by the wrong name and give obscure clues as to who she was. She would eventually get bored, but one night she kept the facade going for hours. It was quite the performance. If I remember correctly, I think one time she was vacillating between 2 spirits, one who liked me and one who did not. It was probably just a game she was playing, but if I'm honest, that one was pretty scary. To this day I'm not sure how much of this was her honestly thinking she was seeing ghosts and whatnot and how much was just a game. But looking back, it was probably all a game, just a way to have fun playing make-believe. I'm pretty sure she makes props for horror movies now, so I think it got her a lot of goth points. My goth license was revoked sometime in the mid-2000s, but every now and then I get a goth day pass. You have to provide a good justification, like if you're going to see The Cure or Cradle of Filth or something. Except for Halloween, everyone gets a free goth day on Halloween. My grandmother had 100 acres of woods to her name growing up. We lived in the mountains of Pennsylvania. I used to run around the woods unsupervised. One day I decided to get headed back to the house because it was just dark enough that I couldn't see too far, and my hair on my neck raised. 2 things happened at once. There's a type of quiet that happens sometimes in the woods, or at night, where it feels like something bad might happen if you stay. Suddenly the world felt so very quiet out of nowhere, like someone turned the volume on life down. And I don't know if there is a science explanation for it. When you're being watched, you feel it. I had that feeling. I heard what sounded like walking getting closer to me, the crinkling of leaves and such, getting closer. But I couldn't see anything in any direction. I ran so fucking fast. It was probably just a woodland creature, but as a kid my brain was convinced I was about to die. Lol. A few years ago, I was walking my dog down a heavily forested area in the middle of the city. My city is weird, it has tons of green forested areas pretty much everywhere. The area we were walking is pretty much a human-made path. On the right of me a pretty shallow part of the river, you can walk out a solid 20-30 feet and it's just above your knee. To the left, a very busy bike path that connects to the whole city. Keep in my mind I can't see either. We were headed to an open part of the trees so I could take my dog on a river walk back home. We just walked the river until the beach and then I'm super close to my apartment from there. In maybe an hour walk away from my apartment, maybe 10 minutes to the open area to get into the water, when my dog just stops. She fucking loves her water walks, it's one of her favorite things in this world. My dog is a German Shepherd Husky mix, she's a big girl, so when she plants her feet, I don't have the strength to get her to move most of the time. But something was off about her just stopping. So stop, and I watched her. She stares into the trees ahead of us, without moving a muscle, just stares. I look, don't see anything, but I don't move. As we're both just stopped and staring at the trees ahead of us, I just see a wall of tree, nothing else. Her hair on her back stand up, slowly from her head to her tail. I ask her, sweetie, should we leave? Doesn't move. So I ask her again, this time turning to leave as I don't fuck around when she acts like this. I always believe her. She looks at me, and then back to the trees and lets out the most low guttural growl I've ever heard from her. She was ready to fight, so I made the choice to flight. I tell her okay, let's go. She just backs away slowly, doesn't turn around, so I let her keep my 6 in check as I lead us to the bike path through the trees. She kept turning around, and checking to see if whatever it was following us. I let her, and keep pushing us through the trees, mad-eyed to the bike path, and actually ran into a good friend and she relaxed a little. A few weeks ago by, we've gone through the area again, no issue. So I start asking my dog park friends what happened around the time she lost it. Yay, someone was murdered and someone found the body about 20 MIM after I left the area. She was probably facing down the murder on the other side of the trees. She's never let strange men near me, and she's very picky about the people in her life. Needless to say, I won't train this out of her. Not really bone chilling, but my high school used to have fire drills at least twice per month. One day, I was skipping a class and was sitting on the floor in the large stall of the washroom playing my svita when the smoke alarm went off. I didn't care too much for it and considered staying in the washroom for what I thought was a drill, but I had an odd heavy feeling come over and I ended up going outside with the rest of the kids. Turns out, someone had lit the toilet paper roll on fire in the boys' washroom directly next to me. It ignited obviously and caused over $10,000 in damage, filled the entire second floor of the school with smoke, and some of the fire reached the outside of the girls' washroom door. This happened on a Wednesday around 9 or so in the morning. School was closed on the Thursday and then we were back in class on the Friday, though a lot of kids and teachers went home early due to headaches caused by what I'm assuming was leftover fumes. That was in grade 9. 2 years later, I got a boyfriend, now fiancé, who eventually felt comfortable enough to tell me that he had been the one to light the bathroom on fire. I'd never brought it up before he mentioned it, and he never got caught because all the evidence was burnt. Lol. I wasn't even mad. I just had one question: why do it on a Wednesday? If you'd have done it on a Thursday, we would have got a long weekend. His response: it wasn't planned. He'd been messing around with a Zippo lighter and was burning toilet paper for some reason. But a kid came into the bathroom as one was lit, so being smart, he shoved the lit toilet paper back up into the plastic holder and left the bathroom. Not even 5 minutes later, the smoke alarm went off. One of my very good friends, 26 meters, and I, 27 meters, were going for a walk in the woods near his house years ago. It was a really nice early fall day and we were just talking, sharing a joint. Our destination was an abandoned neighborhood development deep in the woods, maybe a 20 to 25 minute walk, that had become fully overgrown and reclaimed by the woods. As we walked deeper into the woods, the path became less of a path and more of a suggestion, and the ground was getting soft. Which in my mind, as someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, implies humans don't ever travel this deep. But we're having a good time and getting goofy on that giggle grass, and my buddy being a photographer is looking forward to some cool shots of a place seldom visited by people. We finally reached the development and it looked like something out of Fallout or The Last of Us, a 5-house cul-de-sac of deteriorating mid-century 2-story homes that have become totally overgrown by bush and vines. Rooftops are caved in, and trees growing through walls, that sort of thing. Pretty cool, especially high. Anyways, the cul-de-sac is maybe about 30 to 40 feet from us, separated by some overgrowth no more than 2 feet high. I look around and spot some bones next to us in the clearing. As my last toasted brain cell struggles to return to attention, I notice piles of animal shit all over. Immediately I say to my buddy, "Hey, I think something lives here," and we're standing in its toilet. I look over to my buddy who isn't responding, but he's white as a ghost staring at the development. I walk up next to him and look where he's looking. To be honest, it looks normal aside from the abandoned building, but nothing strikes me as problematic. That is until I make eye contact with the thing sitting 30 feet away on a porch of an old house staring daggers into me. A fucking whole-ass mountain lion looking entirely unenthusiastic about us standing in its bathroom. I felt my heart sink into my stomach and down the back of my shorts. It was then I realized how high I was, because my first thought was, what does he want with us, as if we didn't walk into his house. I grabbed my buddy by the shirt collar and begin to hightail it out of there. I swear I've never ran so fast in my life, jumping over fallen tree limbs, missing every rock I could have tripped over, and not remotely fazed by the American Ninja-esque agility I wouldn't dare to attempt now. At least not sober and not in danger, lol. As we finally reached the clearing leading back to our car, we turned back and scanned the tree line. Still broad daylight, so it's sort of hard to focus our eyeballs into the shaded trees. But there it was, at the end of the path we just ran, staring at me. I felt like a piece of meat. Also, we dropped joint number 2 during our mad dash, so like that was tragic. It was like 2 to 3 a.m. I'm in the middle of Bufu, Midwest, long driving back home, and I needed to stop for gas. My dumbass decided to go to the nearest gas station in the middle of nowhere instead of going to a bigger, more well-known, and well-lit, kind of station. After getting gas, I fucked up trying to get back onto the interstate and drove down a road I was hoping would just lead me to an area where I could make a U-turn. Instead, this road kept going and suddenly became gravel road, and in my mind it's like, hey, this is fine, it's a rural area, this is expected. But then my GPS/phone lost signal, BC in the middle of nowhere, and then I passed by an old run-down barn and saw another one up ahead, tall weeping willow trees hovering over the road, and realized I was surrounded by nothing but forest and tall fields. And I shit you not, it started to get foggy and I saw the moon was full. I noticed in the field there was another gravel road, and at that point I'm just too scared shitless to make a U-turn on the current road I was on. So I drove into the field and went far enough to where I could put the car in reverse and easily turn the car around and make my way back to the interstate. The nice thing about current cars having backup cams is that I can see where I'm backing up into while looking ahead of me in case some creepy shit jumps out at me. Lamau. Camping alone, 2015, in mid-north Arizona with my dog on a 3-day hike. I woke up in my tent to my dog growling and making sounds I've never heard a dog make before, and then I heard footsteps all around me. My dog was completely focused on the opening of the tent, with every hair on her body pointed straight up. I pulled out my gun and sat there holding my breath, listening to every sound like it was a novel for hours. I heard footsteps, whispers, and the wind in the trees, which made me even more frightened, thinking if the wind got too loud I wouldn't hear them unzipping my tent. I white-knuckled the handle of my gun until the sun popped up, and the footsteps stopped, and my girl calmed down. After about 2 hours of silence, I jumped outside, gun drawn, facing every direction. Once I was semi-confident, I packed up as fast as I could, still holding my gun and popping up every few minutes. I shoved as much as possible into my backpack, knowing without properly packing I would have to leave behind some things, left my collapsible chair and some collapsible pots and cups. My dog and I ran back the way we came until we reached a small town, where I called my mom, absolutely terrified, begging her to drive up and drive me to my car. I have some theories, like a cult L, because they are a very real thing in Arizona and especially Arpin, where I was camping. Fully owe my life to my dog Kira. Her vicious snarls and growls I'm assuming made them think twice. Miss you, Kira. 2004 to 2018. I was working as a research technician for a Yale fire ecologist at Big Bend National Park in Texas. After flying out there from Connecticut, never been west of the Mississippi before that, we got started with our field work the next day. It was 8 a.m. and my boss was showing us how to set up the first of our vegetation plots. About 30 feet away, a mule deer jumped out of the brush. "Oh cool," I said, looking over at the deer. About 1 second later, a cougar jumped out of a dry stream bed onto the back of the deer and ripped its throat out right in front of us. We noped out of there real fast. 1 week later, different area in the park, the other research technician and I are working in the backcountry. We're going about our day. He was measuring trees and other vegetation and calling out his measurements while I entered the data into our data logger. I turned around, luckily, and was looking in the eyes of a crouched cougar about 10 feet away, ready to pounce and have me for a meal. I shouted to my coworker, dude, we've got a cougar here." What do I do? He replies in a thick Texas accent, just hoot and holler and throw acid at it. I did just that, threw some rocks at the big cat, yelled as loud as I could, waved my arms and made myself as big as possible. The cougar hissed at me, realized he didn't want to fight for his meal, and slunk off into the trees. I'm super thankful I didn't become cat food that day. No wonder they call the ranger station in the park Panther Junction. NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. They decided that news outlets and all related infrastructure were legitimate military targets. I had one pretty big building with pretty big broadcast antenna pretty close to me. We lived in a flat on 12th floor and had just one building between us and the military target. One night, around 1 to 2 a.m., I still couldn't sleep, so I came to the living room and found my mom watching TV. As I opened my mouth to speak, to ask permission to stay up some more to watch TV with her, I saw a fighter jet launch a missile behind her. All I could actually see through the window was something akin to a miniature sun that was born, and in a split second flew away. I started turning as soon as I saw it. Adrenaline hit me so hard and everything started moving so slow, I thought I was Flash for a second. In school we went through earthquakes and prepping for them, so I asked my parents about that and knew that the closest rooms to the core of our building, most likely to survive if anything else crumbled, were the bathroom and the toilet. I barely got one step towards them and the boom was felt and heard. I couldn't stop to look back, because the floor was shaking so violently, and the noise was so great, I thought that the building had already begun collapsing behind me. I got to the toilet, turned around, realized the building was still standing, rushed back to get my little sister, brought her back and waited on our parents to pick up pre-packed stuff for us to go and spend the night in a bomb shelter. Funnily enough, they either used wrong bombs or something, but the building just burned and some people died in the fires, but it remained structurally sound, and antenna was still semi-operational. On the second run, I was woken up by noise. My mother rushed in and said that they were bombing that building, again, and I responded with aha, okay then. And just went back to sleep. Was out camping. Could see smoke during the day and at dusk the sky was black from smoke. The direction the smoke was coming from was the only way in and out of our camping spot and we had to go kilometers towards the fire to get out. It was about 9 p.m. we made the call to leave. I was about 15 at the time. I remember it being dark and seeing the bushfire while we were still in the bush. Once we got out the fire was literally 50 meters away from the road where heaps of people were evacuating. Had we stayed in that camp spot for another 24 hours we would have been roasted. Too close for comfort. Ended up staying at some cheap motel 2 hours away where we knew the fire wouldn't go. That was pretty scary. My horses are very calm and relaxed, very trusting horses, but the only time I've ever seen them bolt the other direction is when a barn mate of mine was screaming because she ripped her leg open. I kid you not, this man started full speed sprinting at us with a knife in one hand and something black and moldy looking in the other. This is a rural park of Vermont, may I say. The only time there's people there is when they're hiking and no one is allowed to camp there due to wildlife and hunting seasons. This man had a full beard that looked like he had mange, his skin was covered in dirt and he had cargo pants and a dark green shirt on. He definitely was not a hunter. I've never seen anything like that before. Both the horses booked it with me nearly falling off. I don't think I will ever be able to go near that forest again. Me and a few friends of mine take yearly backpacking/bushwhacking trips in central Pennsylvania, usually around Memorial Day. Back in 2018 we struck out on a planned 4-day hump, 12 miles in and 12 out. Day 1 was 75-ish degrees, day 2 it started pouring rain and the temperature dropped to about 45 to 50. For the next 2 days the rain didn't stop and the days/nights became increasingly cold, I'd guess lows of mid-30s. All of our gear soaked through and we were unable to get a large enough fire going to properly dry them and ourselves out. Luckily, we had picked up 2 road flares on the way in and were able to use them to get small ones going. Day 4 rolls around and none of our electronics are working, not that we could have called anyone BC, there was no service, but also our maps, food and clothing had soaked through. To make matters worse, we had a black bear, adolescent, that started following us. One of our group began displaying signs of hyperthermia, so we made the decision to ditch all of our gear and beeline it to the nearest logging trail. At this point, myself and the others were near delirium. I was hallucinating and losing the ability to form coherent sentences. Halfway through the extract, I turn around, can find my friend anywhere. So we double back to find him, and when we do he'd gone completely hyperthermic, unable to move on his own and talking nonsense. Mind you, it had only taken us 20 or 30 minutes to find him. We got him to his feet, found the logging trail, almost had to shoot aforementioned bear, false charged us, and managed to find a DNR officer making the rounds who gave us a lift back to our vehicles. The death hike has been a yearly tradition since, albeit a much safer and more prepared version. At the age of around 13, we used to party on a small hiker's hut in the woods of rural Germany. In order to avoid trouble with our parents for getting drunk, we usually would just camp there overnight. One night, after getting somewhat drunk, everyone suddenly decides to go home. Me, not wanting to explain to my parents why I would show up drunk in the middle of the night, decides to spend the night alone at the hut. The hut itself was open on one side and had benches around the edges inside. So I grab my sleeping bag and lie down under one of the benches. After some time, I wake up hearing something that sounded like someone pushing over trees and running through the woods in close vicinity. I am creeped out by this and decide to lay still and listen. But the noises come closer and closer until the source of it is in the hut right beside me. I take a peek, having crept as deep in my sleeping bag as I could, and lo and behold, not one, but two boars are rummaging through the hut, most likely attracted by leftover food. Suddenly one of the boars starts sniffing my head. I'm scared shitless at this point, being 13 and alone in the woods, and with no way to run or defend myself, lying in a sleeping bag on the floor with two walls beside me and the bench on top. I just play dead and hope for the best. Turned out to be the right call as the boars lost interest in me, found some food and left a while later. Shocked after the experience, I lay awake the rest of the night until dawn, when I wanted to at least get a little sleep before heading home. That was when the woodpeckers started hammering right above me. Overall terrible experience. Being harried by coyotes while helping my mom get down an 8-mile in elevation heavy trail during late evening and well into the night after she twisted her ankle and knee horribly with two young, under 10, siblings. No one answered our radios and so Dad went to get help. They came so close I could reach them and were extremely aggressive and had no qualms about showing us their numbers. I frankly didn't think we'd make it out with Mom. She even whispered to me, "You leave me, you take the kids, and you run. Cover their ears and pretend everything is fine if I scream." A son should never ever hear that from their mother, especially at just 16 years old. Dad finally came with some volunteers and rangers and met us 2/3 RDS the way down. They ended up tracking and killing those coyotes. To this day I wonder if we should have stayed where we were or did what we did. On the one hand they say never move, especially with an injured person. On the other hand, how much longer before they struck? How much longer would it have taken Dad and them to get to us? In the summer of 2014 I was in remote Alsea, Oregon. As in, remote for Alsea, which is already pretty remote in the middle of the coastal mountain range. It was dark and I figured I'd save myself some time trying to get back to my campsite by cutting across a creek and through the woods. I knew from previous research on Google Earth that this was possible. Rather than walk a path and cross a footbridge, I would save roughly a half hour to cut through. What I hadn't anticipated is such thick vegetation off path that there was scarcely ground to walk on. It was very dark except for the moon and stars peeking through the clouds occasionally. Dense with massive ferns and Viennese maple, I just kept squeezing between the sticks and foliage. At what I figured was about the halfway point between where I started my shortcut and where my friends up at the campsite were, I could hear their laughter and soft music in the distance, which gave me invigorated energy. I knew I was going the right way and couldn't wait to surprise them coming from out of the woods rather than the path. This was as much about showing off as it was saving time. Not long after I stopped because I thought I heard something off to my right, several footsteps in quick succession. My blood ran cold, I felt like time had slowed down. In this shit I could barely drudge through, something was running at me. As soon as I turned to my right to face whatever was coming my way, I'm face to face with it. The most beautiful woman I had ever seen in my life. She had pale skin that glowed in the light of the moon and massive eyes that I could see the stars reflected in, black hair down to her shoulders at least. I was fixated and terrified, I couldn't look away or muster the courage to speak at all. I was so intimidated by her beauty. We're face to face, close enough to kiss, close enough to smell that she reeked of lichen and moss so much so I could taste the mineral metallic taste of the fragrance. For the first time in my life I was afraid of how beautiful someone was. She didn't seem human. She'd run up so fast and was instantly in my face, silent SND still. Tears were beginning to well up in my eyes and the intense pressure of her presence felt like it was crushing me. I was absolutely certain I was about to die and it would be at her hands, or maybe I already was dead and this was the face of God. Somehow, I gathered just enough courage to squeak out a hello? And move my head back just a couple inches. My eyes refocused. I was face to face with a massive maple leaf about the size of my head. Have you ever had a dream you were talking with friends or on the phone, but then you wake up and realize you were actually alone? That same feeling crept over me, like someone was just there, now there weren't. I had the dim light of my phone, but there was nothing to see around me but the same thick vegetation I'd been trudging through the whole time. I eventually made it to camp, but I was so stunned by the experience I just had I couldn't really get into the spirit of it. I had just come across a specter of some sort, a guardian of the forest who was angered by my presence. I couldn't see it on her face, but I just felt as though I was in trouble the way a child would be if they were caught doing something wrong. I told my friends that I had seen a ghost. They laughed it off, dismissed it as me trying to tell a spooky campfire story. I've never seen anything like that again. I also don't trek off trail anymore. Cougars, bears, wild dogs, hermits. Nothing else I've ever encountered in the woods has so thoroughly induced pure terror, quite like the beautiful woman who walked through the trees. Not me, but my buddy. He's the most outdoorsy person I know and has some stories to tell. This is my favorite one though. For some background, he used to work for the Forest Services, fighting wildfires out west in no man's land kind of areas. After his season one year, he took some guys on a big game hunting trip on public land he saw when fighting fires. Deep in the middle of nowhere, Idaho or something. They ended up getting a couple of deer and one guy had to leave to catch a flight. So the party split up and sent all the guys but him back to the trucks with the deer he shot, while my buddy stayed back to watch the other deer they shot. It was a good 10+ miles out from the road, so they wouldn't be back for a whole day, where he waited by himself. The night he's watching it, he's sitting at a small fire with his back to a tree about to fall asleep. When a mountain lion jumps over the tree he's sitting against, goes around the fire and goes for the deer carcass. He said he wasn't in arm's reach of his bag where his pistol was, so he grabbed a big rock and threw it at the lion and yelled at it. The mountain lion slumped back into the darkness and he lost track of it. The rest of the night he said he was wide awake, clutching his pistol in one hand, and bag wrapped around his arm to use as a shield in his other. It didn't come back out, but he was able to see its eyes from time to time lurking in the darkness, just waiting for him to fall asleep. Not even in the woods. I'm fine in the woods. Could be days, weather could suck, no problem. In a regular campground. I was around 11 or 12, and my pop and I had gone on our yearly camping trip. We pulled into this campground mid-afternoon, picked a beautiful spot not 60 yards from the river, had a great swim, and some sandwiches. We got the tent set up early, and as the sun began to set, a light sprinkle set in. No big deal, right? We had the tent, and our sleeping bags ready to go. Reader, we had no idea what was coming. As the last rays of the sun faded, the wind picked up. And up. And up. Never before, or since, have I experienced such meteorological phenomena. I've since been in torrential downpours that physically slowed the vehicle I was driving, and snowstorms that reduced visibility to a meter or less. This was not like either of those. This windstorm had teeth. The wind was out for blood, and would not be stayed. I've mentioned that we were in a tent. It was a 3-man nylon unit, of a dome design, which was the cutting edge of camping technology at the time. Our annoyance quickly grew to concern, as the ever-increasing gale began to bow to the wall end, on the windward side. It bowed. It bent. My sheer terror reached a fever pitch, as the tent blew flat over us, encasing us in a nylon burrito of sodden death. Had a sudden reversal of gusts re-inflated our poor bedraggled temporary tune. Well, remember that river I mentioned? 60 yards ain't nothing to a makeshift parasail. Well, I, eventually fell asleep out of sheer exhaustive terror. We woke to a sunny, if cool, morning, with much debris strewn throughout the campground. I asked my dad, geez, what if a big branch, or a tree had fallen on us? Well, he says, it suddenly wouldn't have been our problem, anymore. Ever the stoic, he never mentioned our proximity to that damn river for 30 years. I'll never forget that experience, or how he tried to keep me calm, and reassure me. A living treasure, and a treasured memory. My brother and I were making the mile-long hike to our deer stands at about 5 a.m. so it was pitch black. It was late fall, so peak rutting season for deer, and the bucks in the area were filled with testosterone and aggression, by far the most exciting time of year to hunt. We liked to let our eyes adjust to the dark for 20 or so minutes before beginning the hike so that we wouldn't have to use flashlights in an attempt to not alert any deer to our presence in the area. The route we took included walking along some deer trails, as the area was pretty thick with vegetation and otherwise would be very difficult/loud to traverse. Around 12 minutes into our transit, we heard this extremely loud crashing about 100 yards up the ridge we were walking on. We both froze to listen to the commotion, and it was pretty clear that it was two large bucks fighting each other up the ridge. Antlers clashing, branches breaking, vegetation being mowed over, the whole 9 yards. The bucks must have heard us shuffling around on the trail when we started to move again, because the sounds of fighting stopped. We then heard the unmistakable sound of heavy hooves pounding into the ground and running. but the sound was getting louder and louder. I realized that the buck was on the same trail we were walking on and he was charging towards us. The trail made a 90 degrees turn about 20 feet ahead of us and I heard the buck quickly closing the distance. I knew he was on track to make the turn and be facing us within seconds. As soon as the sound reached the turn in front of us, I was met with this huge mass bounding towards me with its head down. I grabbed my bow and held it in front of me and without thinking just screamed as loud as I could, "Hey! Hey! Hey! Hey!" The buck immediately veered away from us and quickly ran away. I figure he must have thought we were deer since we were walking on the same deer trail he was on and, being filled with the aggression from the fight, was charging us to run us out of his territory. I had never heard of people getting charged by deer before, and if it didn't happen to me personally, would probably have a hard time believing a story like this could happen. Definitely needed a new pair of underwear after that experience. About 15 miles from the trailhead in the Wind River Range in Wyoming, set up camp for the night after an exhausting day of fly fishing and hiking. Mind you, I was 20 years old, and alone, and the spooky shot happened at about 10 p.m. I had a 10mm Glock, bear spray and a flare gun, so I figured I was good to go. Walked up to an old abandoned cabin on the way up, that had a bunch of pentagrams and shit all over the floor. Dead shit hanging in the trees, and I giggled because I know people do that for shits and giggles. The ground was covered in this wildly red moss, that I have seen before, but goddamn there was a lot. I was juiced, about to fall asleep after eating, and having a little pull of my flask, when I heard human footsteps. I got silent and listened to them walk right up to the tent, but about 20 feet away I said, "Hey motherfucker, what do you want?" A really calm woman's voice answered me back, and said, "Could I please come in your tent?" I said no and you need to leave. I was scarred shitless and had my Glock in my hand. She, or it, replied back and said okay, then turned around and walked off directly into the dark old growth timer. About 30 seconds later I heard branches breaking and rocks tumbling. I looked the next morning after zero fucking sleep and found no footsteps but all the broken timber. Needless to say, I don't go up that drainage fishing alone anymore. The most terrifying moment was ironically on the very outskirts of the woods. As a teenager, my parents, my sister, and I used to travel the US each summer in our motor home. One summer, we pulled into a campground on the northern coast of Washington that was completely empty, which is pretty unusual. I've been to hundreds, maybe thousands, of campgrounds over the years and it might be the only one I've been to like it. It was a nice sunny day, so we thought nothing of it and spent the afternoon hiking. In the evening, the fog came in and it got really eerie. You could only see maybe 10 to 15 feet and it got super quiet. Normally the woods are fairly loud. There are lots of birds, insects, small woodland creatures, etc. making a lot of noise, and things only get quiet when predators are near. I remember remarking to my dad that the place had gotten pretty eerie, and he quipped back that it was like the start of a horror movie. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes later, the single pay phone next to the campground bathroom started ringing. My mom decided it might be a ranger or someone calling for us, seriously? And went and picked it up. All she got on the other end was heavy breathing. We threw our stuff into the motor home and noped right out of there, and ended up stopping for the night in a Walmart parking lot maybe 45 minutes away. In retrospect, it was probably some teens trying to be funny and scare us, but my mom still likes to talk about the time we escaped the clutches of a serial killer. I was 17 at the time. We lived next to a very big forest and I loved spending time in it. After many years spent in it, I knew that forest like the back of my own hand and would often walk far away from the trails to get away from other people. One day I was walking through an area thick with trees and wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. My phone had frozen. I wanted to change the song currently playing. After a minute or so I look up, and before me stands a half-naked man. I see a little tent a couple meters up on the mountainside. No one has ever set up tents in this area, otherwise I would not be here. I will never forget his face. He smiled at me. It sent shivers down my spine and my brain kept screaming GTFO. I thought he was going to kill me. I thought he was going to rape me in that tent and dispose of my body somewhere afterwards. I completely froze and we just looked at one another for what felt like a couple minutes. His naked upper body was pure muscle. Yeah, this man can take me out no problem. He stands till 3 meters away from me. He starts slowly walking towards me, no words exchanged. He looks like he will be able to outrun me. I decide to pretend to talk to my mother on my phone, but the fucking thing is still frozen, so when I unplug the headphones it just starts blasting music, so now I just blew my cover and he knows it. I started to run. Zigzag as fast as I could. Thankfully, after having spent countless days in that forest, I knew where the closest path was. I found a group of older folks having a Sunday stroll and jumped on their tail, following them all the way out of there. I went back to the place a month later and saw no trace of him or his camp. Never saw him or anyone else there ever again. I don't know what would have happened to me if the elderly group wasn't there at that day and time, and I don't like to think about it. The first time I ever went hunting for white-tailed deer was when I was about 12 years old. I went with my friend's dad and my friend in Rushford, New York. Both of them were experienced hunters. My friend's father set me and my friend up in a tree line facing an open grove and proceeded to walk and set himself up about 300 yards away further into the woods. We were close enough to feel safe, but far enough away that we couldn't see each other. Anyways, my friend and I were up all night playing Rock Band. We had to finish the endless set list. So we were running on 2 hours of sleep. Needless to say, my friend and I fell asleep on our fallen tree trunk immediately after we stopped hearing his father's footsteps. Don't know how long I was out, but upon waking, I came to with the sight of a very large brown bear digging in my jacket pocket eating my granola bars. I was so terrified that I couldn't do anything but stay as still as possible. I didn't have the courage to make a single noise. My friend was still snoring next to me. I then proceeded to piss and shit myself. I'm not sure if the bear got bored, or the smell of my fear-induced shitty pants made him lose his appetite, but it walked away after finishing my snacks I had stored in my pockets. I still have never experienced fear like this. I am now 32 years old. Camping in Tasmania. There was an isolated beach on the other side of a hill called Mays Beach. Me and some friends used to camp there from time to time, get pissed, get stoned, cook some food. Word got around about the good times we had there, so one weekend we had about a dozen kids from our high school and girls with us. Sweet Lord, the anticipation, all heading out for some fun. We were leading the party to this secluded beach of ours, but it was a slog to get there, and hot teenage girls are not generally renowned for their long-distance bushwalking endurance at the best of times, let alone with slabs of beer, casks of wine, tents and sleeping gear. So the complaining got to the extent that it was general consensus to stop here, right now and set up camp. At late afternoon in some isolated dryland area. Tents were set up, campfire lit. It would have been about an hour later when this ute with hunting spotters comes raging through the bush and starts circling us. Loud, aggressive. The ute pulls right up into the midst of our camp, and this guy gets out and leeringly informs us we were camping on his land and we'd stolen his firewood and we owed him. Standing in the back of the ute holding onto the roof racks were two of the creepiest men I have ever seen. Holding shotguns. Each wearing nothing more than jocks and an insidious grin. They eyed those girls droolingly while we packed up camp faster and more apologetically than anyone had ever packed anything up ever. Lots of nodding looks and sideways glances were exchanged between those men. I don't think they were expecting there to be as many of us. They seemed frustrated and edgy once they realized. Thank the gods above we had numbers, because they watched us menacingly for a long time as we left that area before they roared off through the bush with a couple of rounds fired over our heads as a parting gift. So fucking Wolf Creek creepy. Ended up being a really good night in the end though. Did a lot of field work for my thesis in South Africa. A few times a week, I'd hike up to my research area, on top of a cliff, about an hour walk/climb. Always by myself, camera in hand in case I see something cool, like a kudu jumping away. When I reach the first plateau, I walk along the cliff as usual, but in the bushes up ahead, I hear rustling of leaves. So, I slow down, get my camera ready and walk towards the bush. It is pretty thick, so I can't see anything, but the noise is still there. At this point, I'm a few meters away from the bush and I still can't see shit. One more step and from the bush comes a massive roar. I shit you not, it was like the MGM lion. Instinct took over and I bolted, running away from the bush. I still have the sound of my Teva sandals flapping on the hard rock beneath my feet. Then I remembered that big cats have a tendency to instinctively chase stuff that runs away, so I stopped and turned around. Nothing behind me. I'm about 30 meters away from the bush, and there are still angry growling sounds coming from the bush. I really want to know what it is, so I hunch down, camera in hand. But the angry growling noises don't stop, so I'm thinking, do I really want to provoke an angry animal that feels trapped in a bush? So, slowly I make my way back to the climb where I wait for half an hour or so. Then I resumed my path next to the bush, but everything was clear. I hate that I didn't see what it was. My best guess would be leopard, as the area is teeming with them, but they don't really roar. Lions don't really roam free in South Africa, except for maybe the most northern part close to Botswana. My area wasn't too far from it, but lions haven't been spotted there for decades. Another option might be a clever bush pig maybe, or smaller carnivore pretending to be a big cat, but yeesh, the roar was loud. So I'm only left with this story to tell, no photos of proof. I don't think actual proof would be worth getting mauled over by a leopard, so perhaps I made the right choice. When I was growing up, my family had a farm in a semi-rural spot in Australia that backed onto a national park. One afternoon in mid-January, it got unbearably warm, so I decided to hike down to a creek in the national park that had some fairly deep rock pools, and go for a swim. On my way down, I had to make my way through some long, dry grass. As I was walking through the grass, I almost trod on an eastern brown snake, the second most venomous snake in the world, that was dozing on a hot rock. I've dealt with my fair share of brown snakes before, and my experience is that if you don't make any sudden movements, and move slowly away, they generally ignore you. This snake, however, did not follow the standard reaction of looking vaguely threatening and falling back to sleep once I left. This snake decided that I had insulted its snake ancestors in some way, or maybe I was just near its nest. Either way, it lunged directly for my legs. I got lucky, and it missed, but it then decided that lunging at me still wasn't enough, and it chased me across the whole paddock. I've never seen a snake act like that before, and it was completely terrifying. Easily top 5 scariest things that have ever happened to me. This is a creepy human story, nothing supernatural or really even woodsy about it. I was once having a hike in my favorite preserve in southwest Florida. The preserve has a very large loop trail, and then there are a bunch of paths that cut across to the return side so you can make a shorter loop if you want. They weren't super well marked, so it's kinda easy to turn the wrong way and accidentally take a smaller loop. I knew the preserve very well, though. I had been there dozens of times, and I had encountered exactly 2 people in the hundreds of miles I hiked there. So one day I'm hiking out, and near the beginning of the trail there's this one leg that's not part of the loop trail, it goes down to the river. And this guy is coming back from it. I had seen one car in the lot, so makes sense. A lot of people would just hike to the river, since it was short and easy. But I turn right towards the loop and carry on. After a while, I notice the guy is following along, a ways back. He's a tall white man, 50s, nicely dressed in khaki outdoor pants, keen-style sandals, and a Columbia polo. Well groomed. Probably 200 yards back. I keep on, expecting to lose him at one of the turns. I know he doesn't have a map, he's not carrying anything, and I assume not many people know the route by heart. But there he is, behind me, and I don't know. I just got this feeling. The feeling kept on, and after a couple more opportunities to not follow me, I decide to force the issue. My girlfriend had just bought me a K-bar knife, and I had it along. At the next fort, there was a bench to rest. I decided to sit there, knife available and on display, and force him to pass me. He'd choose a direction, and I planned to wait a while, then choose the other direction. So I sat, and I waited, and he just never came. So, I figured I was wrong. I had an okay rest of my hike, but I was still a bit wary about leaving. I just felt like he might be there. But he wasn't. So I got back in my '87 Mustang. I always left the sunroof open to vent the hot air. And that guy wrote me a note, and dropped it in the sunroof. I kept it in my wallet for a while. It looked like a kindergarten level handwriting ability, and it said something about wishing he could show me his penis. Sorry, haven't had it in a couple of decades now. That's the honest account of the creepiest thing that ever happened to me in the woods. I've been living in the forest now for 7 years, and haven't faced anything scarier than a copperhead or a black bear. Honestly, I hate lightning more than anything else when I'm in the woods. That day in the preserve was the day I learned to trust your gut. Actually, if you didn't know, your gut has neurons. It actually computes things. My gut knew something was wrong, even while my brain tried to convince me it was fine. As a kid especially, and still now, I was book smart, and not street smart, so my gut had to do that thinking for me. I called the cops, they wouldn't even take a report. In retrospect, I think I made a mistake waiting for him. If I fought that crazy man in the middle of the woods, we would have been fighting on his terms. No rules, no mercy, no Ritos. Someone would have died, and it very well could have been me. I'm glad I had the courage to fight, but I hope next time I have the wisdom to leave. Lil late to this thread, but I go out backcountry camping with my sister fairly regularly. I think the most memorably freaky thing we experienced was a series of things that occurred while camping in Nat Creek between Astoria and Portland. The first night, we were at the campground over there. I was up until roughly 4 to 5 a.m. in my hammock due to some people on drugs getting in fights. Eventually the police showed up and things calmed down. Next day we ended up moving off further into the woods to camp, away from the campground. Things were going great, we were all set up. Up until a sheriff came down the road and hopped out the car, came over to us and then asked if we had seen a bloodied up pregnant woman going down the road or a silver Chevy truck. We figured this was all a fluke of crappy coincidence, so we ended up coming back a few weeks later to camp, again. We aren't unfamiliar with looking for places to camp in the wee hours, so we were just going down some old forestry roads looking for a good spot. My sister ended up turning to me and told me she saw a foot in the road. Turned out to be a bear paw, pretty dang small, and all the claws were cut off. Us, being the smart outdoorsmen that we are, then got out of the car and proceeded to check it out further, following several other bits of bear paw into the woods as well as some other pieces. Mind you, it was about 12 a.m. Then, to make matters even better, we ended up going further down the road to check it out and came up on a campsite at the end of it, with even more bits of bear, fresh. I don't remember all that was there because we were only out of the car for maybe 15 seconds before my sister heard a man shouting from the woods and running towards us. We booked it the hell out of there, collected ourselves, then realized that we likely just ran into poachers. We called it in the morning, but when they got back to us, everything was gone. I have some photos of the paws, but I guess the lesson here is to maybe not follow the severed pieces of bear into the woods. Needless to say, we don't camp in that area anymore. We've had some other freaky experiences in the woods, and I'm sure there will be more to come. People are the scariest thing in the woods. Not really terrifying, more like unsettling. I was hiking alone a few years ago and it was nothing out of the ordinary, until the birds went completely quiet and I stopped and listened for a second. I didn't hear anything, but I turned around and looked behind me and barely caught a glimpse of fur from something trotting right behind this embankment. It was moving off to the side and away from me. I started to walk again, this time more cautiously, and I was looking around a lot more, then I actually spotted what it was. I saw a furry tail again and saw a coyote about 200 feet away. He was trotting by and staring at me. Seconds later I spotted two more on the other side of the trail doing the same thing, and I realized what was happening. These fucking things were stalking me. They were moving almost silently and not barking, howling, or making any kind of noise. That's when I started to get scared and I had my knife in my hand the last 2 miles of the hike. I think they were debating if I was worth going after. It was freaky. I live in Australia. I used to love going into a huge nature reserve to smoke weed and enjoy the bushland around me. This place was amazing. It had you surrounded on all sides by nature. I found a lot of peace there and it quickly became my go-to spot to sesh. One day I walked the usual path through the bush I always took and something visceral caught my eye. Someone had nailed a crow onto a tree, at eye level. It was freaky as fuck. It was like someone knew I was going there and was trying to fuck with me. I gathered myself and kept walking the trail. I eventually forgot about the crow and I found a lookout spot that could only be accessed by walking past a small path in a group of bushes. I could see the ocean from the top of this hill and all the nature below. I began to smoke loads of bongs and just chilled while I was taking it all in. I fell asleep because I was so relaxed and baked. I woke up about 4 hours later and it was about 9 p.m. I was in the middle of the bush reserve and it was pitch black. I was no longer high, just hyper aware. I walked down my hill and tried to make my way to the entrance of the bush reserve. I had my phone's torch on and I was walking to the bottom of the hill. I heard the sound of someone running in the distance. I was freaked out now and stopped to gather my nerves before continuing. I walked through a grove of bushes and I could feel someone watching me. I heard footsteps and low murmuring. My blood ran cold and I knew someone was watching me. I had a strong suspicion it was the guy who nailed the crow up for me to see. I snuck into a bush and sat down. The only light came from the stars and they lit up the silhouettes of the surroundings. I reached to my side and found a large tree branch that was like a club. I picked it up and then I crept out of my hiding position. I could hear footsteps circling in my vicinity. I suck out and then I began to walk out towards the exit and I caught the outline of a figure standing in the way. They could see my outline and could see the shape of a tree branch in my hands. They saw this and ran into the nearest bush and ran deep into the reserve. I was freaked out. I was shaking and I then bolted as quick as I could for the entrance. I got out and had to walk home. I was checking over my shoulder for most of the walk back. I know if I didn't find the tree branch next to me that this freak would have tried to kill me. Whoever they were, they had been stalking me all day and were waiting for the perfect time to attack me. Not many people knew the spot I had found, but one person had followed me. They were waiting for me. I never went back to this place after, and 2 months later I gave up weed for good. This event scared me so much that I didn't want to put myself in that danger again. When I was in basic training for the French army, I did some time in Verdun. You do field training in the woods, battlefields and forts from World War I. So basically you sleep in former bomb craters, trenches and or forts. I can tell you that the atmosphere is different over there. Even in the city. It is charged with dread, if I had to put a word to it. Anyway, sleeping in those forests during winter is a physical challenge, but the hardest was on the mind. Your mind creates all sorts of stuff, or at least that's how I reassure myself, from seeing things to hearing things. Worst I had was when sleeping in a foxhole with 3 other guys and we took turn watching a dark part of the forest during an icy rainy night. Took my turn and I could swear there was a figure popping out of behind a tree and staying still. Like just shoulders and head. I was so uneasy and cold. Fucked up thing is everyone in the foxhole noticed this figure. When day came we went to the area where the figure should have been and there was nothing round like a head. We had to head back because we came to a forbidden part of the field, had some bombs and ammo around. I'm really into herps, so I take a lot of night hikes. That's when amphibians tend to be out and about. In the mountains near where I used to live I had a favorite little pull-off spot, probably a half-hour drive into national forest territory. No trail, no parking area, just a little wide spot on the shoulder where I'd stop the car and walk along a creek looking for salamanders. It's worth mentioning that I'd never seen another person in years of going here. One time, I'd parked and started walking through the quiet woods when I suddenly heard music out of nowhere. Like a group of people singing and playing spirituals on guitar. Except there were no trails and no cars anywhere even close to nearby, probably another 20-minute drive to a backpacking trailhead, and all the trails went the opposite direction. Which means any group of people would have had to backpack, with guitars, through thick rhododendron woods with no trail to a steep mountainside where they would have to be sitting in the dense woods. I even turned my light off to see if I could spot a campfire, but there was nothing, just quiet spiritual music. It is by far the most fear I have ever felt in my woods. I have never felt more afraid than necessary when meeting a bear or coyote or snake at night, but that gentle music floating through the pitch black woods in an empty area of national forest made all my hair stand on end. I left immediately. I've been back many times and that has never happened again. When I was younger, I used to live on a large section of land in the Colorado Rockies. I used to feed the foxes hot dogs on my porch every night, and when we went hunting we would shoot a squirrel or two and toss them out by where they were camped out, and watch them get very excited. It was all very wholesome, and fun to watch how they grew, died, and grew again. I swear there was about 40 of them that would show up, nightly. One year, the foxes stopped coming to our porch. One night a week might not have been odd. Maybe even 2. But after a solid week of no foxes, my then stepfather and I got concerned. After that week, the very next morning we went outside to see if we could find a reason why. Well, plain as day, in the snow right outside, were absolutely massive mountain lion paw prints. This thing must have been gigantic. So we go looking for it. Get a tag from the Dow, and decide we are going to hunt this thing for our foxes. It took about 2 weeks, still not seeing any foxes, before we even found sign of it again. We were about 6 miles from our house, deep in the forest, and it yowls from somewhere. If you've never heard a mountain lion roar, it's not a roar. It sounds like a scream, and it rattled right through me. My stepdad knew it while close, but we couldn't see it. We decided to turn around and head home. About halfway home, we both stopped walking because we smell something close to us. Hunters probably know you get used to what animals smell like when they're close. I remember the way deer and bear smell, and this wasn't it. It just smelled like blood. And after looking in all direction around us, I finally look up above us into the trees, and there it was. The biggest, most massive cat there ever was perched right above us, looking down. Its muscles were rippled, and I remember my heart stopping in my throat. My stepdad was also spooked. He fired the .22 up at it, and I'm sure he missed. The mountain lion jumped down, ran off, and I don't remember ever seeing it again. A week later the foxes came back though. This just happened last night. It was close to midnight and we were doing a field training exercise. I turned on my night vision goggles and saw a 3-man team setting up what looked like a M19 or some other large weapon system on a tripod. I had 3 other people in my squad confirm, and we were ready to engage. We radioed it up to see if we could engage, but our lane walkers were really confused because they hadn't sent any enemies out there. I fired a couple rounds of blanks, then they all disappeared. Turns out every rotation that comes through and pulled security on that side of the woods had seen the exact same thing. There was never anything there. Lane walkers and other soldiers reported seeing orbs, men running through the woods, and hearing their names whispered at night. This was also on an old Civil War battlefield not far from an Indian burial ground. We ended up putting our sleeping bags a bit closer together after that. I had just moved up to Queensland, Australia from the south coast. I've lived in Oz my whole life and have camped a lot, so I've heard strange things before, but there was always an explanation. Possums and foxes are common hectic sounds. Decided to go find somewhere nice to camp for a couple of nights. I drove off alone without telling anyone. I didn't have friends there yet, into the bush, park my car and walk about 1 hour in so I wasn't near the off-local campsites where my car was parked. Set up my tent deck, did my evening and went to bed early, around 9 p.m. while it was still twilight. Laying on my back I hear screams that sounded like a 12-year-old girl being skinned alive. It came from multiple directions. I didn't sleep at all, just lay on my back holding my knife on my chest and waited. I couldn't think of any animal that would make the sound, so assumed I was going to get eaten/murdered by some unknown assailant. At first light the screen stoked, I packed up my shit and hoofed it back to my car. Still scared and confused. When I got to my car the local ranger was there. They do the rounds at off-local campsites to get money and check facilities. He asked me if I was okay because I looked horrible from no sleep and had badly packed my pack in my hurry, so was half carrying my stuff. I explained what I had experienced and he gave a chuckle and said, nothing like camping in the bush during koala mating season. Apparently those cute stone motherfuckers just scream across the trees when they want sex. Where I grew up we don't have koalas, so I'd never experienced their sexual glory cries. So as an astrophotographer, it is my job to go out into the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night, and when there's a new moon nonetheless. So I'm about 35 miles away from the nearest lamp post or gas station and I start setting up my camera and tripod and such. Bear in mind too that I'm not just on the side of the road, I'm about 10 miles down some old Forest Service road, off of another service road, off of a paved road, off of the highway. Also, I've been to this spot many times and I've only ever seen a camper van on the side of the highway, not way back off some dirt road where I take my pictures. So anyway, I get my camera set up and my shutter remote plugged in, and I start taking photos with 30-second exposures. During these 30 seconds per photo, I can't have my light on or it blows out the shot. I also hesitate to move because if I bump my tripod the shot is trash. After about 6 photos, 3 or 4 minutes of shooting, I get a bad feeling. My stomach drops and I start sweating. I'm mid-shot so I don't want to move or turn on my light, so I'm in a weird position. You know how you can feel something's about to touch you if it's super close? Like try it right now, hover your finger over the bridge of your nose. It feels unnatural, right? Well, that's the feeling I felt regarding the entire right side of my body. It felt like someone was standing right next to me, but I couldn't move or turn on my light because I didn't want to mess up the shot being taken. Well, you'd better believe that after a few seconds I said, screw the shot, I don't want to die. So I whip my head over, turn on my light, and dear God, it's a man. There is a man out among the sagebrush, and he appears to be sitting in an outhouse with the door open, one of those ye old wooden outhouses. Well, I myself just about needed an outhouse of my own at this point. I move my light over on the horizon to see if there's anything else, and there's not. But, when I turn the light back to where this man was, there's nothing. He could have only been about 150 yards out, so it's not like I would have needed binos or anything to clarify what I saw. But he was gone and so was his outhouse. Now I'd love to tell you that he was behind me or ended up in my car, but that was it. So naturally, I literally threw everything into my car and went home going about 90 miles per hour on a dirt road. Got home and nearly cried, I was so scared. It's not bears or cougars or snakes that scare me out in the woods. It's people. Stay safe out there. Not an outdoorsman, but I feel like this fits here. My dad, 56, and I, 12, were hiking. Before I get any further, I have to get into my dad's background. My dad has diagnosed antisocial personality disorder. He can never ever be wrong. He could be claiming that 2 + 2 = 5, and he'd still win the argument because there is no getting through to him. He was also extremely abusive to me. However, at the time, I didn't see him as abusive because I didn't have a good frame of reference for how fathers are supposed to behave. I have since gone no contact. But getting to the story, we were hiking in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. We went up to one of our favorite trails on a 14er. We were at about 11,000 feet when we hit a snowstorm. The snow was so heavy that we couldn't see the trail. We'd been on this route at least 10 times before, and my dad assured me that he knew the way. Spoilers, he did not know the way. In fact, my dad has the worst sense of direction I have ever encountered. We kept going, but as we went on, I stopped recognizing the landmarks. Every time I voiced this concern, my dad told me that he knew what he was doing. Each time he got more aggressive about it, so eventually I just shut up because I didn't want to get hit. I didn't comment when it became obvious we were lost. I didn't comment when the hill started getting steeper. I didn't comment when we wound up on the edge of a cliff. The drop was at least 1,000 feet. My dad started walking parallel to the cliff about 10 feet away from it. I followed, because I figured at least there were trees and bushes between us and the cliff. That lasted all of 10 minutes. The brush thinned, and ledge we were walking on became steeper and thinner. When I finally found my voice and asked my dad if this was safe, my dad laughed and responded, "If you fall, go left, away from the cliff." Finally, we got to the point where we physically couldn't go any further without guaranteeing death. A rocky outcropping blocked the ledge, leaving only an inch wide lip. We didn't have any technical equipment, and oh yeah, we were fucking lost. My dad sized it up and suggested we keep going. I had no interest in plummeting to my death, so I tried a different approach to my protest. I told him that I still wanted to have enough time to get hot cocoa and pizza on the way back. It was a tradition of ours. Thank fucking God he agreed, because I genuinely believed that he would have led me to our death if he wasn't convinced. We started to head back, and he told me to fall to the right this time. It wasn't too long before we encountered two massive problems. The snow was coming down so hard that we could barely see 4 feet in front of us, and, more importantly, the snow had covered our footprints. We were wandering along the ledge, trying to find where the fuck we came from, but we ended up going back and forth along the cliff for like 30 minutes. The only landmark we could find was the goddamn cliff, and with the snow buildup, it was getting really hard not to slip and fall. We sat down to try and brainstorm a plan. At this point, I was panicking. I'd grown up watching shows like I Shouldn't Be Alive, and I was seeing similarities between the show and our situation. On top of that, one of my boots had gotten snow in it, so my foot was really fucking cold. I asked my dad what to do, and he came up with a brilliant idea to free climb down the fucking cliff. No gear, in a low visibility snowstorm. Fuck that. I bit the bullet and told him that I didn't think I would be able to make it, insinuating that he couldn't make it would have been a challenge to him. He hit me over the head and called me the R slur, but he accepted that I was too incompetent to go on his suicide mission. I suggested we'd try calling 911, but the idiot had left his phone in the car. I started crying, because I was 12, exhausted, cold, and convinced I'd either die from hypothermia or falling. My dad walked away because he didn't want to deal with my shit. After I'd cried myself out, I decided to keep looking for a way out, because that's what I'd seen people on TV shows do. Plus it was getting dark, and I really didn't want to spend the night on the mountain, because we were absolutely not equipped for those temperatures. I walked up a bit of a ways away from the ledge, and I explored a group of trees. I wandered around aimlessly for like 10 minutes before I stumbled across the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was a rock that was shaped kind of like a chair that I'd noticed on our way up. I walked back to my dad as quickly as I could, dragging my feet through the snow so my prints definitely wouldn't get covered. I dragged my dad back to the rock chair, and we finally got away from that fucking cliff. It probably took us another hour to actually find our way back to the car, but oh my god, I just about cried. We were too drained to get hot cocoa and pizza, plus it was too late anyways. When we got home, my stepmom was practically hysterical with worry, and all my dad told her was that we went off trail and got a bit distracted. He never admitted that we got lost. When I was 18, I went back with a friend and tried to retrace our steps, but I couldn't recreate it. After some Googling, it turns out we went off our intended mountain and were hiking along the gap between it and another 14er. This wasn't the only time my dad almost got me killed while hiking, and not hiking, but this was the most memorable. I was camping with my family and came down with a head cold, throat so itchy I couldn't sleep. I passed the night hours sitting in a chair by the lake where we were camping. About 4:30 that morning I hear someone walking on gravel near the campsite and I thought my brother-in-law was awake. He's an early riser. I walked over to his tent to grab a bottle of water. I figured if he was awake we would hang out. As I'm bending over to get water, some bark falls in my head and I hear my brother-in-law whisper through the tent door. He said, "Look around, there's a raccoon out there somewhere." I said, "Yeah, I think he's in the tree above me." Something just fell on my head. It was then I heard the growling. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it in the tree. There was a black bear staring at me and growling barely 15 feet above my head. I said a couple of choice swear words and walked over to my vehicle. I climbed in and watched the bear come out of the tree about 10 minutes later and wander off into the woods. Black bear in this part of Virginia aren't usually aggressive unless it's a mama with cubs or two, you scare one and have it cornered. This definitely fell into the number 2 situation and I feel lucky that bear didn't come down the tree after me. Was about 12 years old, at a summer camp backpacking out on BLM land in Northern California. We were a group of about 10 to 12 kids with 2 older counselors managing the pack. I was an energetic chap, and had made my way up a steep switchback trail coming off the river below that we had spent the day swimming in, making our way to a camp up on the mountain on our way back to the main camp. We had a few boys that weren't used to backpacking, so there was a bit of waiting involved for the more experienced of the group, so I had made my way up the switchbacks, then took a break waiting on the rest of the group by myself and sat down on a rock watching the rest of the group make their way up the switchback trail. While we were walking to the trail off the river, before we got to the switchbacks up the mountain, we passed a group of maybe 4 to 5 adults skinny dipping on the river, which obviously got a bunch of Christian camp pubescent boys all riled up, so of course we were all super chatty and laughing and making a ruckus as we made our way back up the mountain. So here I am by myself, quite a bit up the mountain switchbacks, on a steep slope with scrub oaks and fir and redwood trees lining the mountain slope the switchbacks are on, but with a pretty clean view through the trees down the switchbacks, watching the group make their way up the steep slope. I'm stand up after a bit, watching the crew, when I see someone watching the crew move up the mountain. I watch this figure peek their head out from behind a fairly large tree, then hide behind it. I watch this figure do this at least 4 to 5 times, before it walks between the tree it was hiding behind to another large redwood tree roughly 10 to 15 feet away in easily 2 to 3 strides. Then I see it peek out again behind the new tree, watching the group pretty intently, unaware that I'm staring right at it. I had recently seen a large, 7+ foot man at a store in a town not far from there before this experience, so as a young kid I naturally assumed this was just some weird, deformed and super hairy hippie dude who lived naked in the woods, and possibly a part of the crew of naked hippies we had passed earlier, and just wanted to see what all the commotion was about. What took me until my 20s to realize was that this man had long, auburn red colored hair on his arms and legs which I saw flowing as he moved from tree to tree, and only his face had bare skin, which was mostly flat with a wider nose than typical. I watched this figure watching us until the group made their way up to where I was, when I pulled the lead counselor aside and told him, "Hey, I think there's someone following us." As soon as I said it, the figure poked its head around the tree again, and I said, "See? Look!" And the counselor looked down and saw it too. The counselor looks at me, and says, "Hey, let's not say anything and freak out the others, okay?" So I complied and didn't say anything, and didn't really think of it again until I came across a Bigfoot sighting site late in my 20s and put 2 and 2 together and realized what I really did see. I still remember the counselor. He was part of the Del Monte Pineapple Company family. I would live to talk to him again and compare stories. Had been fishing all day in a remote location, decided to pitch our swags, small 1-person canvas tents, in a gravel car park to sleep the 5 or so hours until sunup. Only 2 of us and we have the swags laying side by side. I pass out and wake up in the morning. I get up and my friend seems really off. He says to me, "What the fuck happened last night?" To which I had no idea. I'd slept like a log. Turns out a car arrived around 3 a.m. Legit middle of nowhere too. 2 guys got out, walked over to our swags and shone torches inside, had a good look at us, muttered to each other for a few minutes and then fired a gun into the bushes behind us and left. My friend said he was so afraid he couldn't move until the sun came up. This is Australia, so it's odd for people to be armed. I either slept through the whole ordeal or was so scared my brain has malfunctioned and deleted the entire event from my memory. Sure enough, car tracks and an empty shell were right there, so it definitely happened. Not me but my grandpa. We were moose hunting up in Temagami, on. Grandma was walking with him with a 12 looking for partridge while he had his rifle for moose. Grandma wasn't really paying attention, mostly looking at the ditch along the logging road. Grandpa stops her and says, "Give me the shotgun right now." She handed it to him, he gives her the rifle and then takes aim and shoots one of the 3 timber wolves standing on the road directly in front. That's when my grandma looked around and realized they surrounded by an entire pack of wolves that had silently prowled out of the woods all around them. The one that got hit yelped and limped away, and the rest scattered. My dad and I walked out to the same spot the next day and the entire area was covered in wolf tracks. It was super eerie. We all hoped the one wolf didn't get too badly hurt by the birdshot chuff. They were just doing what wolves do. When I was 14 years old, me and my dad went to our yearly dads and kids camp in the Carpathian Mountains that we've been going to since I was little. It was late at night and the camp had gone to sleep. Me and my friend decided to go for a walk to the riverbank, which was theoretically still in campground territory, although there was no fence, to sit on a log and watch the full moon. At one point we girlies start singing, as we used to do sometimes, and after a while notice a woman's voice coming from the other side of the small river, into the forest, singing a different melody, but saw nothing. We stop and stare at each other, knowing full well that in the entire camp there are only 3 moms, whom we knew personally and whose voices sounded nothing like the soft, eerie voice we had just heard. This campground was the type that you could rent, and neither the owners, nor any other party were there besides us, and the nearest village was 1 hour hike downhill. Like the stupid kids we were, we start singing again out of curiosity, and sure enough, after a while we hear the third voice singing her own soft tune, carrying on for a little while after we stopped. Her voice was spine chilling, and I tell my friend let's GTFO it there, but she wanted to prove that she was brave and stay there for a while. I told her I'd wait for her in the tent. Looking back, I see how dumb I was for not dragging her back with me, but at the time I was scared shitless, and I told myself that surely my friend would shout if anything were to happen, and that I'd wait in the tent and watch the trail on which she was supposed to come. She came back about 15 minutes later, and she seemed oddly calm and content, almost spacey. She told me that she started singing again and that the woman's voice joined once more, but that it became so loud and overpowering that my friend could not carry on her own song, and she left. The next day we asked some guys to cross the river with us and help us investigate, because daylight and their company made it all less scary. We found an old abandoned cabin nearby, but the grass in front of the locked door made it seem like nobody had been there recently. The following nights I could hardly fall asleep thinking of that soft voice, but we never heard her again. There are folk tales in these regions of IL, some kind of mystical fairies or nymphs that dance or sing together in circles. The guys joked afterwards that maybe one of the fairies got lost and started singing to find the others. I don't believe in the supernatural, but there are things that make me say I simply cannot explain everything. I still can't imagine how a woman could have decided to wander into the woods at that hour and sing back in that high-pitched, dizzying voice, for amusement or otherwise. Years ago, before weed was legal in Oregon, I was an engine boss for the Department of Forestry hunting down a wildfire caused by a lightning strike. We were deep in the forest, and while traveling a nearly overgrown 2-track road, a quad suddenly jumped out of the tree line in front of us. The man driving it slowed down enough to stay just in front of my truck while still moving. He had a hat on and his face covered, body armor, and an AK-47 on his back. My fresh out of high school partner for the summer starts to roll his window down, saying, "I'm gonna tell this moron to get out of our way." I hit the window lock and told him to STFU. The quad paced us for a few miles, stopped, and the man driving it pulled out a notepad and started to write down what assume is our license plate number. Then he turned and drove back into the tree line. The dude driving it never looked back at us, only used the mirror on the quad. I unlocked my partner's window. He says, "Well, that was fucking weird. That asshole just slowed us down for 20 minutes and just bailed out into the trees." I explained that we had just been escorted through or near someone's clandestine weed or meth operation. They had granted us safe passage because they can see the same smoke as us, and if we keep the fire small there won't be anyone else around to find their operation. He looked at me for a second, said, "Oh, that's why you told me to STFU. I was wondering why you were so tense." I was member of an avalanche rescue team. Some artists wanted to go up to the mountains, and I was asked to scout for a place where they could go. It was a bad weather, heavy snowstorms, and the cable car which lead up to a mountain restaurant was not working for the public. I took the cable car, drove up to the restaurant with my dog, and found myself in a terrible snowstorm. I knew my way, though, to a stair which led up to a bridge which connected two mountaintops. There I waited for a while until the weather cleared up. When I considered the situation to be safe, I went up the stairway, crossed the metallic bridge to the other mountaintop, climbed down until I was sure that the situation was safe for the artists once the weather cleared up. I returned, but on the middle of the bridge, I felt as if ice-cold water were dripping on my neck. I knew this was not possible because I was tightly wrapped in my gear, covered from tip to toe. At this moment, I saw my dog. She normally had curly hair, but now she looked as if someone was pulling at every single one of her hairs. She looked like a soft hedgehog, and not moving at all. She was staring at me. At the same time, everything around me turned dark, as if the night had started. It was 9 in the morning. The metallic bridge had handles which were fixed on steel poles, and out of the poles came little, blue flashes. I tried to reach out to my dog for taking her and run off the bridge, but I barely could move. My black gloves seemed to be gleaming, and my whole body hurt as if someone was sticking needles into me. For a short moment, there was a bit of light. Walking on the small bridge, not seeing where I really went to, I grabbed my dog on her collar, stumbled toward where I thought the stairwell must be. We fell down a couple of meters into the snow, then I crawled to the closed restaurant, my dog beside me. The weather had become worse again. It was pitch black, but now, some flashes were twitching through the dark, but not from top to ground but in every possible direction. I still have no idea how long it took. My walkie-talkie wasn't working anymore, and the electricity for the cable car had shut down. So I had no other choice but to wait for the weather to clear up. Eventually, my dog and I made our way down, first through fields of fresh snow, then climbing down and finally walking through a wood. Once we had arrived at the station, Some of my colleagues were already there, assembling with their rescue dogs, waiting for getting the go for flying up with a chopper and searching for my remains. Turned out I was in the middle of a really bad thunderstorm, witnessing elms fire and Pickleshausen. I worked in the energy industry across the Midwest and constantly found myself outside at odd hours in the middle of nowhere. A few years ago I was in northern Wisconsin pulling a shift as the safety guy, which meant I listened for a big zapping noise and then screams as the electrical techs did their work inside the substation. I was sitting on the hood of my truck just stargazing when I had this sensation in my head that something was out there and I was in absolute and complete danger. I've never felt so sick like that before. It was a bright moon so I could see pretty far out and I saw a coyote or a dog or something walk into the middle of the road. It was a little bit bigger than one, but what freaked me the fuck out was that it stood on its hind legs. Not like your puppy does if you're trying to goad it to with treats or some shit. Straight up, its arms hung kinda down, its hind legs fully extended. I got in my truck and drove under the substation lights after that. Another time was I was working offshore on wind turbine platforms in northwestern Europe and I swear to fucking God I saw a ghost ship. We were waiting for pitch controllers to initialize so we could test them, so we were waiting on the top of the tower for a smoke break. My coworker and I were once again stargazing, and we heard this sort of chugging noise. In the middle of the ocean it makes no sense unless it's super choppy and the waves are buffeting the tower structure, but the seas were calm. There was a small light down at the base of the tower and aviation lights at the top which clicked on about every 5 to 10 seconds. It was dark, the lights clicked on, and I saw the outline of the very front of a warship. They clicked off, pitch black, back on, I saw the giant guns and a small little plane on the back of it on some sort of metal girder thing. Clicked off, clicked back on, and there was nothing at all. I radioed our office and they said that there was no boats around our area except for their company boat. Nobody believed us when we got back to land. I know it was there though. I'm not an outdoorsman. Just a West Virginian from a holler. Anywho, all my family lives up in this holler. In the summers I'd stay with my mama and my aunt's house was up the mountain way a little bit, about a 15 minutes walk. I'd stay some nights with my cousin and it meant I'd meander my way up there past dark. A holler, if you're not familiar, means a valley between mountains. This meant my path was a worn down beaten path through the woods. I, being the small child I was, had no inkling about danger and just steamed along with my little flashlight. I thought it was extra fun to turn it off and try to be as sneaky as possible like the little stealth ninja I thought I was. One night I was stealthing along, likely pretending I was Xena or something, and came around a sharp bend. I hit something like a fur wall that smelled incredibly awful. I mean, I just hit it face first, inhaling the fur up my nostrils. My Xena-esqueness was apparently not stealthy enough to not manage to frighten the bejesus out of some poor black bear, and I ran face first into it standing up on his back legs. I was scared, the bear was terrified, and for a brief moment we both kinda stood there with my face buried into its fur, confused. The bear thankfully skittered off and I made it to my aunt safely. I stopped trying to stealth it after. I went on a 3-day pack trip with 2 of my buddies. The trail we were on was largely uphill on the second day's mileage, and from the reading we had done ahead of time there was only one good flat site and big enough to accommodate our tents. Sure enough, we hike up switchbacks all day and find a nice flat site near the top of the ridge. The trees surrounding this site were not the healthiest and there were a few downed trees nearby, but the standing trees were still alive, so we called it good. We were pretty beat from the hike and hungover from drinking all the booze we packed on the previous night, so we get our site set up while some intimidating clouds start building on the horizon. The weather report had predicted a chance of rain, so this was not unexpected. When the first slow thunder rolled along the landscape we decided to get to bed. The rain, wind, and thunder gradually built over the next hour or two. I generally find rain and thunder to be relaxing, but this was something else. Big fat rain was coming down sideways while the wind was trying to tear my tent poles out, all while this angry thunder boomed everywhere around us. My mind was desperately trying to focus on my book rather than the swaying trees surrounding our tents and our proximity to the top of the ridge. One of the scariest moments of my life was when lightning struck somewhere right around our campsite. I was blinded by white purpley light and deafened by what I can only describe as an explosion at the exact same time. I reacted automatically by curling up in the fetal position and throwing my hands over my ears. One of my buddies was as wound up as I was after that, so we decided to move one of our tents about 50 feet to an area slightly farther from the trees and share the tent for the night. It didn't really matter, we were still surrounded by the gangly trees. I think we just needed to do something to feel like we tried. The third friend basically threw his hands up and said, "If I die, I die," and went to bed. Well, no one died and we hiked out the next day, and try as we might we weren't able to identify where the lightning had hit. I'll never forget the moment that lightning struck. Long story short, I shot an elk that ended up dying at the bottom of a canyon. It took me a while to get to it, so I had to field dress it in the dark. About 5 minutes into it I heard a mountain lion scream. I couldn't tell how close it was because of the echo in the canyon. To add to the accident, I only had 2 rounds with me that day, and I used them on my elk. My radio didn't work at the bottom of the canyon either. Needless to say, this was the fastest quartering job that I had done to that day. I pulled the quarters away from the gut pile, took the back straps and hiked out of there as fast as I could. This was a number of years ago. I have made some major changes to what I put in my pack. When I came back the next day, I found that the quarters were undisturbed and there were no cat tracks anywhere. I won't forget hearing that scream all around me in the dark while I was covered in blood with no ammo. Got a few stories here. I was a corporate photographer for many years and the profession was also a hobby of mine. I was mostly confined to indoor studios for work, so in my own time I enjoyed hiking and exploring the outdoors and doing landscape photography. I was a brazen foolhardy kid in my 20s and did all the things you shouldn't do when hiking, such as not telling people where you were going, not packing enough of the 10 essentials, etc. I think I liked the idea of going out somewhere alone and coming back with photos of incredible scenery to post on social media as a surprise to my mom and friends, but obviously that is incredibly naive and stupid. Anyways, the first story I actually wasn't alone, and had one friend with me. He was into fitness but not much of a hiker, and we decided to check out something called Vance Creek Bridge in Washington. It was an unused towering metal railroad arch bridge, some 350 feet over a creek and surrounded by evergreen forest. It was built for logging and very picturesque. The kind of thing you'd see in any quintessential Pacific Northwest media, and very much up my alley. I love a lot of post-apocalyptic stories and enjoy finding old abandoned societal ruin type structures. The bridge actually blew up in popularity because of Instagram, to the point it had to be closed down and was one of the first instances I remember of the viral nature of social media, and how one hashtag could lead to a surge in popularity and overcrowding and eventually ruining of an isolated location, which was inherently dangerous to begin with. Since then I take care to be more low-key of locations in my work, since I want to preserve the beauty of them and let people do their own research to find them. Back to the story, at this time Vance Creek Bridge was still relatively unknown and when we drove up a winding logging path to it we were the only ones there. It was a beautiful cloudy and somewhat rainy November day. The bridge cuts off at the end and doesn't actually meet the ground, and there are no railroad tracks leading off from it as again it isn't an activate railroad. It would be too high to climb, but during this time period there used to be this corrugated metal pipe rolled next to it that you could use as a platform to climb onto it. So we go up and start making our way across the bridge. It's beautiful from up there, with clouds rolling between the evergreens and intermittent sunlight shining down the creek valley. I'm taking tons of photos, and it becomes clear that the slats of the railroad are broken and missing in a few locations or in a poor state. Coupled with being damp from rainfall, one wrong step and you'd fall to your doom. I have my eye on my footing when I notice below between the slats are tons of bullet shells, stuck in the steel girders of the arch. I guess people come up here to shoot sometimes. My friend is enamored with the edge. He keeps peering over and starts saying weird things about how everything would be over if one were to jump. It surprises me and I nervously laugh and try to say things to console him since I can't tell if he's being serious or not. He keeps saying strange and different things, how problems in life wouldn't matter anymore if one takes the fall, in an oddly serene way. In the past my friend had told me some messed up things that had partly ruined his life, and I knew he wasn't in the best headspace. I was really concerned in that moment he would actually jump, so I changed the subject and asked if I could take a photo of him standing in the middle of the bridge, where I could line up the rails to a nice vanishing point, to which he obliged. I've heard this phenomenon described as the call of the void and it was strange seeing it grip my friend. For a moment there he really didn't seem to care if he died. We make our way down the tracks. At one point I have to hop across a gap over a missing track, and when I land my back foot starts to slide on the wet wood and I have that sudden this is it thought rush through my mind. Thankfully it's nothing, and as we reach the other side and the ground gets a little closer with every step, I feel relief that we made it out and no one fell. I'm not inclined to go back on it after the way my friend acted and check my map to find that the trail loops down and around and back to where we parked. So we make our way through some uneventful woods and cleared logging areas. Eventually we make it to the creek, with the bridge looming over us some ways away. Looks incredible, and as I'm about to take more pictures I hear something whiz past me followed by a thundering boom. Then another. Guns. I can see what looks like figures on the bridge and they're shooting down the creek valley, right at us. My friend goes oh shit. And we both nope out of there with a fresh jolt of adrenaline. Admittedly it was nice to see him have some renewed interest in living. I don't think the people shooting at us meant to, at least I hope not. We'd just come into the creek clearing and were far away, they likely couldn't see us. But who knows? In hindsight, I should have been more cautious approaching my car on the other side, in case of ambush, but I was convinced they were probably just rednecks out there shooting. 2 brushes with death was enough for me, and so we headed home. It's been a decade since that event, and my friend is in good spirits these days, has a sweet job and bought his first house not that long ago. I have to do some work now, but we'll get to my other stories in the comment of this one. For now, goodbye, and if I leave you with anything, it's if it looks treacherous and stupid, it probably is. Don't do anything rash solely for the gram. Friends have meaning, internet points have no meaning. When my siblings and I were young, our parents used to take us on random drives and we camped often. One time we were out really late, just searching for cool spots. My dad claimed to know of a spot nearby where we could camp in the middle of nowhere. He pulled onto this old, abandoned path, and drove for a bit, going through ruts on the road, hitting branches, etc. Super late by then, and pitch fucking black, like you could barely see 10 feet ahead, in the darkness on this road. All of us kids were tired as heck and getting cranky, so he pulled onto another off the beaten path spot, and at like 2 a.m., we were setting up the old pop-up camper, with the sides that balance out on stilts. Got it all set up, put the food and other stuff we didn't need to use in the old Bronco, and all 6 of us crawled into the camper. About an hour later we heard some snorting outside that woke us all up. My dad whispers to stay quiet and gives my baby sister to my mom, with a look, like do not move. Whatever it was started snorting louder and bumping the bottoms of the beds, which were on those scary ass thin stilt legs. All 4 of us kids were terrified and shaking. Finally, after about a half hour, this thing wanders off, but we stay in the camper till morning light hits. We get out and look around, and we were in this freaky burned out part of a forest. And there were several sets of bear-like paw prints circling all around the camper, with weird chunks of flesh laying in a few spots. And the clawed paws were the size of dinner plates. We didn't say a word to each other as we rapidly disassembled the camper, jumped back in the Bronco and drove home, done with camping for the weekend. My dad, who has never shown fear of pretty much anything, still refuses to talk about this, 40 years later. Snowboarding with my 2 buds last year of HS. We stayed at a remote cabin with my parents' first few nights, then the parents left and we had a couple more nights by ourselves. Cabin wasn't exactly off-grid, but it was way out and didn't rely on much electricity, but had running water. So no TV or noisemakers. We build a fire at night and sit around the living room table drinking beer and shooting the shit. If you've ever been out away from civilization in wild places, you know they're not quiet. There's always some ambient noise, wind, trees, insects, animals, all sorts of stuff. Well, then there's winter in the mountains. Snow has a quiet all its own, like a big, soft, white muffler marshmallow laid over everything. So there's quiet, then snow quiet, then the sort of utter soundlessness that is louder than a freight train. We heard the soundlessness. One friend's an Eagle Scout, so he's no stranger, and I've spent plenty of time outdoors. The third friend was more of a city kid, so he looked at us like we were crazy when we stood up and grabbed what was to hand, fireplace poker, big walking stick someone thought was kitschy. To this day I don't know if it was a bear or mountain lion or worse, but for about 5 minutes, the air around the cabin was dead to all sound, with just my friend and me standing by the doors and windows, improvised weapons in hand. I've never felt so relieved as when the bird calls and dog barks and shit started back up. Backpacking trip on the Teton Crest Trail. This was my first time in grizzly country, and I had been heavily educating myself on bear safety literature in the weeks prior. Night 2 of 4, set up camp, had dinner away from the tent, get everything smelly into the bear canister, and got into the tent for the night. A few hours pass, and I'm awoken by a sad moaning sound pretty close to the tent. I wake up my boyfriend, and we come to the conclusion it must be a stray bear cub. All the bear literature we had read basically said, if you hear a cub, mom's nearby, and you're going to be perceived as a threat. Prepare to fight or die. So, we listened to the sound for about 10 more minutes while having a super mushy / heartfelt conversation, as they could have been our last words. At that point, we think, well, may as well find out what's out there if death is on the table anyways. Boyfriend starts video recording on his camera with flash on, unzips the tent, and points it in the direction of the noise. Pull the camera back in to see the video, and it's a porcupine moaning in delight as it gnawed on the sweat-soaked cork handles of our trekking poles. Never felt a greater sense of relief in all my life. We do decide we have to make him stop though, so we begin throwing every object in our tent at the guy to get him to stop. He eventually fucks off, and we bring the poles inside the tent vestibule. Porcupine comes back shortly after and continues to moan right outside the tent, all night long, begging we return his salty snack. I keep one of the gnawed poles mounted on my wall as a reminder of the fella. Walking through some thick woods in the absolute dark before dawn while heading to my deer stand. I prefer to not use a light unless absolutely necessary as to not spook the deer that I am there trying to kill. I am slowly and quietly making my way through the woods when all of a sudden something big starts running at me, crashing through the woods and making the meanest and deepest growling type sound I have ever heard in my life. It stopped about 10 feet from me and then backed off a little. My heart jumps into my throat and I go into fight mode. The woods are so thick I can't run. I'm trying to think what animal this could possibly be, but nothing is coming to mind. I live in South Georgia, US, so rattlesnakes are the only animal I'm normally weary of while in the woods. I pull out my knife to defend myself because my bow and arrow wouldn't be too good in a close quarters fight in the woods. I turn my small flashlight on but couldn't see anything due to the thickness of the woods. I start to slowly back out of the woods, and when I finally get out I run to my truck with my heart still about to beat out of my chest. When the sun gets up good later that day I go back, with a gun this time, to check my trail camera to see what it was that almost gave me a heart attack. When I looked at the pictures I almost couldn't believe what I saw on my computer screen. It was a donkey. A fucking donkey was almost the absolute death of me. I don't know if this counts as the woods because of the location, but rather deep into the Northern Territory of Australia, close to Kakadu National Park, I was camping with an old beat-up tent borrowed from a mate. It didn't have a rain cover, so pretty much just transparent mosquito net. Good enough. Middle of the night, two creepy things happened. First, I woke up and looked around, enjoying the stars etc., and suddenly it dawned upon me that there were stars everywhere. On the ground too. That's when I realized they weren't stars. They were spiders' eyes. When you get up close to them, you can see they're little baby wolf spiders, I think, or something that looks similar, just going about their business. Truly creepy to see so many of them though. Later that night I woke up to rustling sounds. Two dingoes were roaming about through the camp. Wouldn't bother me too much if I had a tent they couldn't see into. But for a good few minutes I was face to face with a dingo about a meter away from me. It just stared at me. Probably I was just nervous, but honestly it felt like it was staring into me. I felt so perceived. And worse, I was just frozen. I could have scared it away, but in that moment it didn't feel like that was the way to go. Anyway, it trotted off eventually and I didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. Went on a 54-mile backpacking trip with the local Explorer Scouts between 8th grade and freshman year of high school in the Marble Mountains of Northern California. Get dropped off at one point, picked up at another. This was 1986, no cell phone, no sat phone, you are just on your own. Leader was a well-known former Navy man and local lifeguard in our small community. Roughly 25 people ranging in age from 13, me, to early 60s. Trip has been going on for decades. Most of the trek goes without incident. Being the 13-year-old shithead that I was, I pissed and moaned a lot at the time. Now I look back on it fondly. Anyway, second to the last night there is a thunderstorm that rolls through the lake we are camped at. Mostly it has been no clouds at all to now. I climb into a tube tent with a buddy to keep dry and crash for the night after a 13-mile hike. Wake up to the sound of gunfire. I actually slept through the first few shots and my buddy wakes me up. A bear had broken into camp and one of the hikers was a cop that packed alone his .357. That was the gunfire, him trying to chase off or kill the bear. Eventually we all huddled around a big fire and slept off multiple shots fired in the dark. In the end all that was really damaged were a few backpacks and a couple of food items. As far as I know the bear lives to tell the tale. Apparently it got into a box of mac and cheese in someone's pack. Park bears that were accustomed to people would get trapped and relocated deep in the woods. So when they saw or smelled people they knew there was an easy food source. The next morning a helicopter with a bucket came through to put out the spot fires from the lighting strikes from the storm the previous night. Which was cool to see. Other than that, around the same time lone female backpackers sunbathing in the buff is as odd as it got. Brave ladies all things considered. We respected their space and kept our distance, and they us. Out on a walk pretty deep in the woods that surround my house with my girlfriend, and after stopping at what I call the witch house, old decaying house built some time before 1800, we climb up on a big rock, maybe 2 stories tall, to get a better view of the forest. And out of nowhere, wooden shrapnel flies off in every direction. Misses us by an inch. Absolutely massive tree that was probably around before the US was founded snaps clean in half and falls towards us, sending pieces of forest everywhere. Takes down 2 more trees and it's all over in 5 seconds. 10 feet to our right is the corpse of a giant tree on top of 2 smaller trees. The wind pushes it a little to the left and it would have pulverized us, no effort. We fuck off right after that. Come to think of it, every time I go near this house, weird shit happens. Every damn time. Wild boars in a place where boars only show up 3 or so times a year, an unmistakably air horn made sound coming from the top of a tree that we could clearly see was empty, a fresh campfire fire made the old way in a place where I know damn well I am the only person who routinely visits. Just all kinds of shit that makes me feel uneasy. This isn't my story, but a close family friend. This happened probably 10 years ago if I remember right. This guy and his dad, he was probably late 20s at the time, were off hunting somewhere in the Idaho wilderness, which is like most of the state, but they kept having weird shit happen the whole time. They were going up through this small draw type thing trying to trap some deer up in there for easy hunting. Upon entering the draw, they noticed it got super silent. Like even more silent than usual for a forest, no birds, no wind, no sound at all. As they pushed up through they started to notice something of a foul smell, not too bad but noticeable. The farther up they pushed, the worse the smell got, as well a feeling they were being watched by something. At one point off in the distance they heard what he described as a horrifically distorted scream that didn't sound human, but didn't sound like any animal he or his dad had ever heard in all their combined years of being in the outdoors. They'd keep hearing this sound off and on, getting slightly louder as they pushed on. Eventually the sound stopped as well as the smell, so they thought they'd passed whatever it was. Suddenly they heard the sound again and a rustle in a bush, and as they stood there waiting, a doe sprinted out of the brush and stopped in front of them, maybe 15 feet from them, and he said that the look in its eyes was that of pure terror, and that upon seeing them, its potential would be killers. It almost looked relieved. It then sprinted past them. As it did that, the most disgustingly putrid and rotten smell appeared all around them, enough to nearly make them vomit. Then that same scream they'd heard sounded, as if all around them, surrounding them from every angle, even from above, but this time it was different, as if it knew they were there and it was angry about it. As soon as they heard this they took off running, trying to get out of the draw, the whole time being followed by the screams, the smell, and the thunderous sound of branches snapping and brush being torn through behind them, as it seemed whatever it was following them. Eventually they got out of the draw, and whatever it was stopped its chase and left them alone. To this day they will never go back to that region, even just to pass through. I don't know how true the story is, but when I was being told the story I could see the terror in both of their eyes as they told it, so I believed them. One summer night when I was juvenile, 2 of my friends and I snuck out of the house to explore the rural, very heavily wooded area. We followed the road about 3 miles down to a small bridge over the river. It had been a rainy summer, so the river had flooded into the surrounding area of woods below the bridge, creating a swamp/forest. One of us kicked some gravel off of the bride into the river below, and no sooner than it had hit the water we heard a loud snap from the wooded area behind us. I grew up in the area, so I considered we had just startled a deer, and I continued to watch the river flowing below. My friend shined his flashlight off into the woods towards the direction of the snap and instantly grabbed my arm tightly and began trying to say my name. Just as I looked in that direction I saw what in no way related to a deer, but was very humanoid in figure. I'd say this bridge had to have been at least 12 to 15 feet above the river, and this humanoid-looking thing stood almost even to the bridge in height. Instant horror shot through my body. A genuine icy vein, legs froze horror. This thing had no face besides sunken-in eyes, and then it shrieked. I finally had broken free from my horror paralysis, and my other friends had already began running. I ran hard. I had ran cross-country for 8 years, and my friend, who never did any physical activities, was able to outrun me. I heard what sounded like metal scraping metal as whatever this thing was scrambled over the guardrail to the bridge, and another shriek was enough to really kick in adrenaline. We sprinted the entire way home. When we arrived back, my parents were very startled at how scared we were, and they weren't even mad we snuck out. We told them what we had saw, and my dad just said he believed me and for us to go to sleep. The next morning my friends went home very traumatized, and my dad drove me down the bridge where we saw claw-like marks in the metal guardrail, which was now bowed like something had pulled it. We decided it was best to go home. The few people I've told the story to called me a liar, despite my friends being able to recount the story exactly as I had. I went back to the bridge 4 years after, around the same time at night, this time loaded with a firearm, and it was peaceful and nothing ever happened. I don't know what I encountered that night. I tried researching the general description and listening to various nocturnal animal calls/roars, and nothing related. I've been told by some it is a Wendigo or the rake, but am not sure I believe that stuff. Whatever it was/wherever it may be now, it is extremely dangerous, and I am fortunate to be alive. Came around a big pine tree and some thick stuff, and was face to face about 15 feet away from a decent sized mama moose and her calf. She was facing me and looking right at me. Fortunately she was patient and didn't move a muscle while I carefully but quickly backed out the way I came. That wasn't even close to my scariest incident though. That would maybe be hiking through the mountains with my 2 dogs and getting charged and almost stampeded by a pretty big herd of cows that thought the doggos were wolves. Have gotten close to some grizzlies while fishing, but that's usually uneventful in comparison, knocks on wood. About 6 or 7 years ago I was backpacking by myself with my fly rod and 2 dogs in the wilderness about 10 miles from the trailhead and walked through the last stunted grove of pines at the tree line only to walk right up in a sleeping mountain lion. He casually got up and slowly slinked off while shooting me this cat side eye and switching his tail. Went to sleep early that day before the sun even went down, woke up at about midnight because my dog wanted to go out. Walked out of the tent with her and there is our kitty friend sitting in the alpine meadow just watching our tent. He bolted when the headlamp shined on him. Also tent related, I woke up one summer morning that was cold in a rive bottom where I was fly fishing for the weekend and there was a rattlesnake sleeping literally right next to me, with the only thing separating him and me being my sleeping bag and the thin nylon tent wall. I moved, he rattled and I almost actually shit myself. Also got caught in a pretty tight canyon in a flash flood one time and had to haul ass across a creek that was quickly going from ankle deep to chest deep to higher ground. Fortunately was quick enough to get higher when the water was still below knee deep and easier to cross. Was fly fishing once, wading in a creek and lost my balance slightly and reached out to grab an overhanging limb to steady myself. Top of the limb was oddly soft until my brain connected that I had just grabbed a limb with a snake on top of it. Fortunately it wasn't venomous, but I screamed like a little girl and fell in anyway. Was hiking alone once up a scree field after a rain in fucking tennis shoes, had a funny feeling and looked down to see a rattler coiled up about 6 from my foot. He never rattled, but I managed to do some feats of athleticism that I had no idea that I could do and turned around and went home. Got pulmonary edema while elk hunting in a wilderness area once at around 11,000 and had to backpack out with a ton of fluid in my lungs and coughing up pink stuff. That sucked but wasn't super scary I suppose. Knew what was happening and got lower as quick as we could. Saddled my own pony as a 9-year kid and the girth strap wasn't tight enough and that fucker took off as fast as he could go when he saw the barn and I ended up riding a horse upside down until we got there. Horses haven't really been my thing ever since. Almost stepped on a copperhead when I was a kid growing up in the south. It was sunning and so still that my dumb ass thought it was a rubber snake out there as a joke by one of my brothers, so I just stepped right over it. Fell asleep in a homemade tree stand when I was a teen and fell out head first. Woke up right before my face hit the ground. Fortunately just a broken nose, torn shoulder labrum and an incredibly sore back. Didn't have enough time to be scared but somehow had this profound thought of being an idiot. Always time for that I guess. I used to be a guide a long time ago before I went to grad school and got a serious job that is a lot less fun, but I once had a client get pretty bad hypothermia, incoherent and starting to turn blue, not shivering anymore, after him getting stuck in quicksand in a canyon in remote AF part of Escalante because he was dicking around in it for a while and it solidified around him. Was like trying to pull someone out of a packed gravel driveway. Had to wiggle my fingers and hand while my face was next to his ass and in about an inch of water where I couldn't really breathe and reached down under his boot with all the reach I had to eventually break the suction. Popped right out after that and then into a sleeping bag with boiled water and Nalgene's inside some very thick wool socks. That one for sure could have gotten both of us. Broke a ton of ribs and partially collapsed a lung with a hemothorax while backcountry snowboarding and had to hike out in chest deep snow with flail chest and barely able to breathe. Most miserable shit ever. Softball-sized rock fell 30 to 40 feet and hit me in the top of my helmet rock climbing and left a rock chip embedded into the helmet. Neck and spine sore AF again. Was a dumbass last year and took my drift boat down a river I probably shouldn't have with the 3 of us and 3 dogs, in the winter, in February in the northern Rockies. Normally would have been fine but the water got so low due to dam cutting back on outflow that we were bouncing down the river, didn't get down the section fast enough and ended up rowing a drift boat down a canyon in the dark while bouncing off of the occasional rock. Not fun at all and one of the stupidest things I've ever done. Shot a giant bull in the nuts with a pellet gun on my uncle's ranch in Florida when I was about 12. Don't know why we thought it was a good idea to do that from the middle of the pasture. Barely got over that fence in time and have a nice scar to remember it by. Kids are stupid. I'm sure there are more but it's 3 a.m. in the Rocky Mountains and that's enough. Now that I think of it, I don't know if any were really more scary than the others. They were all uniquely adventurous and shitty but sort of fun? In a way? Not the fun way but the life experience kind of way. Sorry for the lengthy answer, I started thinking about it and it was a crazy rabbit hole. I suppose I should write a book. I went to summer camp as a kid and there were several options to take multi-day trips away from camp. The best one was what we called Senior Beach. The oldest boys and girls cabin would go camp by the lake for 3 days. No itinerary, just 3 days of chilling on the beach. They knew their target audience of teenagers. The year I went they changed how they scheduled the sessions so that our group went a week earlier/later than it normally would. Funny story. There were 2 group sites. We had one and the other one was empty until the prison bus arrived. Apparently juvie gets beach time too. So now we're sharing a campsite and the outhouses with a bus full of kids on a break from juvie. As an adult, fine. But as 15-year-olds, we were shitting our pants. The smallest, most innocent girl goes up to one of the guards to ask him what they're in for. Surely if they're eligible for vacations we're talking about theft and other lesser crimes? Right? Right? The guard laughs and says, oh, nothing that bad. Mostly just sexual assault and armed robbery. And that's the story of how we stopped using the outhouses and moved all of our sleeping bags so we could sleep in a circle on the beach. I was car camping well off the beaten path early one spring. Like, that Subaru shouldn't have been able to make it with the snow on these logging roads, but we coaxed her through. The only other tracks were weeks-old snowmobiles. Got into camp an hour or 2 before dark. Hike a few hundred yards from the car to a spot behind some boulders with a good view and go to sleep. Around 2 to 3 a.m. we wake up to the sound of chainsaws, a man yelling, and dogs barking. Legit was waiting for a chainsaw to rip through the tent. My dog was strangely silent. We stayed in the tent, hidden behind the boulders, for what felt like an age before my partner crawled out and peered around the boulder. A truck had gotten stuck in the snow just off the road and a guy was attempting to make a little traction thing out of small logs. He did not look happy and TBH we hid till they got unstuck around dawn. It's funny to look back on now, but dang, that was a scary way to wake up. I, female, 34 at the time, was hiking a brand new trail that opened up. I didn't realize it was newly open that weekend, so it was totally empty. I had hiked a number of kilometers in, and was getting quite tired. I had been working up my fitness after a badly broken leg. I was managing hiking, but I still wasn't able to run. As I'm walking down the trail, I hear some racket in the bushes, so I stop and listen, and suddenly 2 men come racing out with machetes. I totally froze, knowing I wouldn't escape. I grabbed a camera lens to throw it at them, if I needed to. They hadn't seen me immediately though. Once they did, they must have seen the fear on my face as I was backing up away from them, and called out to me that they were volunteering to rid the bush of invasive species. They weren't expecting to see anyone as they didn't realize the trail was open to the public. They also politely gave me plenty of distance. I realized then how vulnerable I am hiking alone. Edit, I just remembered this one too. Once I went camping by myself too. For safety reasons, I went to a campsite that wasn't secluded. This family took an interest in me, wondering why I'd go camping alone. I had a drink or 2 with the family one evening. But I felt creeped out by the husband, so I excused myself early. One night I heard the dirt crunching around my tent. I had a look outside but didn't see anything, and this is Australia, so I wasn't worried about animals. I kept my lantern on for maybe an hour just huddled in the tent though. I wanted whoever was out there to think I was awake. I finally decided to turn it off. Then as it became dark in the tent, I saw the outline of this man directly on my tent, his silhouette lit by the moon, and then he ran away as he would have realized I could see it. I have no idea how long he'd been standing there. I was traveling with my ex on a bike around South America. This was 2011. We camped on the side of the road every other day and had gotten quite used to it. One day in northeastern Peru, road to Yurimaguas, it started getting dark and we found a nice little spot maybe 1 kilometer down a dirt road off the main road by a little creek. There were little villages every few kilometers. In the middle of the night, around 2 a.m. I hear footsteps near our tent and then see a flashlight. It was really hot, so we usually slept with just the mosquito net part of the tent door closed. I slept next to the door and my ex further in against the back wall. So I sit up, think someone is just walking home kinda close to our tent. Then this guy comes up to the tent, holding a flashlight in his left hand, pointed in my fist and his other hand behind his back, and says to me in a bit of a drunken slur, in Spanish of course, that he wants me to get out of the tent and leave because he wants to rape my girlfriend. I'm a bit shocked, and by then my ex had woken up, looking completely confused. She didn't understand a lot of Spanish, so she asks me what he said. I pretty much translate it word by word and she freezes. I add that I won't leave her, not to worry, and that she should try to get a hold of one of the knives we had used for dinner the evening before, put it behind her back, and if things don't go well not hesitate to stab this guy and run. Next I tell him to relax, all is well and Therese no problem, and I'm gonna do as he asks. So I get slowly towards the door, open the zipper of the mosquito netting, and just as it opens up I ran at him, punched him in the jaw, and he stumbles back and falls down. He gets up immediately, and as I look around if Therese others around and to check on my ex, he jumps into the creek, A good 1 to 2 meters drop, and runs off in the dark. My ex then starts saying the first word since waking up and asking me what he had said and just says we need to get out. So I tell her to grab her important things and her helmet quickly and we start the bike. I left my helmet, the tent, the sleeping bags and a bunch of other things and I drive up the dirt road back up to the main road. We keep going just about 5 minutes to the nearest village we had passed and find a little bar with lights on, music and a bunch of people there. We stop and go in and I start telling this older lady at the bar quickly what happened. There's a bunch of guys listening and I ask my ex and the lady if I can leave her there for a few minutes to go back to get the rest of our stuff. We were traveling on very little money and I really wanted to get our equipment back. They agree and 2 guys say they want to come with me. They grab some crowbars and we go back all 3 sitting on the bike. All of this couldn't have taken more than 15 minutes and as we get back the tent is gone, with everything in it. It was a pretty large tent and there is no way this guy packed everything up alone and carried it off. We walk around for another 20 minutes or so looking for them and eventually give up and head back to the bar. The lady at the bar offers us that we can stay in her house and her husband comes, brings us to their nearby place and we end up sleeping there and getting a nice breakfast. Our hosts also told us that evening there had been some local holiday and a lot of people got drunk and then walked back to their villages. It took 3 months for my ex to agree to go camping again in a safe place on the northern coast of Colombia. She also told me afterwards that she completely froze when I told her what the guy had said and never had a knife or looked for it. I had a couple other interesting stories over the years, but this was probably one of the more scary ones, even though nothing had happened. When I was a young man I got paid as bear protection for an old prospector who didn't have a gun license. We were up in the Yukon Mountains, about 200 kilometers north of Watson Lake by road, 100 kilometers farther by Argo through brush and light trail. The first night we were there we set up a temporary bivouac. One thing we did was tie an unnecessary gas canister to a stick. This stick would have been about 15 feet tall, and it was resting straight up a tree so as to be out of reach of would-be curious creatures. During our month of excursions in those territories we went through every form of wilderness. I never once saw any wildlife, although there was plenty of sign that grizzlies were in the area. Tracks the size of my head, piles of scat like a beer can, these signs belong to giants, no doubt about it. Anyways, as the month comes to a head we end up back in our original camp for the night before heading out the next morning with a full tank, courtesy of our gas canister. Except, the nearer we got to that canister we realized there was no gas left in it, because of the massive holes in the sides that leaked all our fuel. Scary part about it was, this gas can was still high up in that tree, which was a pine with a ton of unrustled/unbroken branches, and lightly visible bear prints at the base. Meaning the creature that would have gotten to that can would have had to have been leaning up to reach an object 15 feet up in the freaking air. That bear had to have been 16/17/18 feet tall on his feet, because as far as I could tell, if he didn't knock the thing down then put it back up, and he didn't ever climb that tree, the only conclusion to draw was that he was one tall bastard. Kodiak grizzly bears are known to be over 10 feet tall but, up until this point, I never knew they could grow to be that large. It was eerie to see. My wife and I thru-hiked the Appalachian Trail in 2022. At this point, we are around 1,100 miles in and are somewhere in Pennsylvania. It's July, and it's raining. A typical day. We're hiking along, and her pace gets her to about 30 yards ahead of me. Just enough to see her still, but far enough that I lose sight of her around any kind of bend. I lose sight of her for a bit, and I can hear talking up ahead. Obviously just chatting with another hiker, it seemed. Well, I found a bend and get her back into view, and it's some naked dude wearing absolutely nothing but a COVID mask talking at her. She did not stop hiking. Apparently the guy was a bit of a nutter because he was being apologetic to my wife about having run out of the woods, completely naked, shocking her etc. and then saying that if she wants, she should kick him in the balls. Psycho shit. It's at this point that I see them both, and my wife just keeps hiking up ahead past him. Well, the naked dude, who does not yet see me, then starts looking at my wife and begins shaking his pelvis and touching himself. And then he starts running after my wife. Oh fuck nah, so I grab a rock and get out in a full dead sprint chasing after him. He must have then heard me because he just bolted off into the woods. I literally never saw a glimpse of him after that. He just vanished like some little goblin. I catch up to my wife and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And she really didn't have any idea what happened. She thought it was just another hippie hiker having the time of his life running around the woods naked. I'm like, no, the dude's starting fucking chasing after you. And her face just went completely white and blank. She had no idea, and had she been alone it could have been a completely fucked situation. So we finally get to the road crossing and start texting all our solo female friends behind us to stay on high alert through that section. The craziest part was that we were a few miles in either direction from any type of road crossing, and I definitely didn't see any backpacking gear nearby. So we were really confused on just how the fuck he got up on the trail. He didn't even have shoes on either. So that was just about the end of us hiking any more than 50 feet apart from each other the rest of the way to Maine. When I was a teenager, I went on a hitchhiking trip around Europe. On around day 10, I remember waking up and thinking back on my trip so far and thought to myself, this is so much fun. We made it so much further than I'd ever imagined, and we have had no problems at all. The rest of the day was filled with some uncomfortable situations, and I seriously felt I had jinxed ourselves. We found ourselves outside of Nottingham, in a pretty fancy and busy rest stop / gas station area. We had it in our mind that we wanted to go to Sherwood Forest, where Robin Hood used to roam, knowing fully well he is more of legend than a real historic character. The funny thing is that the cars that stopped for us as we were hitchhiking did not know where the Sherwood Forest was. It was almost like they had never heard of it. We waited for a few hours and started thinking we might camp at the rest stop, which was busy and probably not very safe. We had a rule that we would stop hitchhiking when it got dark, but on this day, with the allure of Sherwood Forest in our mind, we decided to keep trying even after it was dark. Suddenly a male in his 30s pulled over in a dark sedan and asked us where we were going. We explained we wanted to go to the Sherwood Forest, and he said, I have no idea where that is, but I will get you there. We had another rule: never put our backpacks in the car's trunk, because we wanted to be able to run away if we had to. The guy pops open the trunk, and in pure desperation we broke our rule and threw our backpacks in there. I, as the male, jumped in the passenger seat and my female friend got in the back seat. We exchanged pleasantries for a bit, and then he turns and looks at me and asks, I don't know where Sherwood Forest is and it is getting late. Why don't we go back to my place and you two can sleep there? Tomorrow morning I'll figure out where Sherwood Forest is and take you there. I look in the rear mirror and see my friend with a worried look slowly shaking her head. I tell the man I appreciate it, but we really want to sleep in the Sherwood Forest tonight, and he responds back, no problem at all. He drives in silence, probably for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then he looks at me and says, so you guys have been traveling for a bit, huh? It's probably difficult to eat a proper meal on the road and have a nice shower? If you come home with me, I can make you a really good meal and you can take a shower and clean up. You can even wash your clothes if you'd like. Both of us started getting a little worried at this point, and I said I really appreciate it, but as I said, we have plans to sleep in the forest tonight. He again said that was no problem and he would get us there. We drive for a few more minutes and he picks up his cell phone. This was at the time when cell phones had just gotten common, and he says the following to the person on the other end: hi babe. I just picked up 2 hitchhikers. One male and one female. I'm bringing them over in a few minutes. And then he drives into what to us seemed like a very unsafe area of Nottingham, with police cars and ambulances on several street corners. He parks by an apartment block and again asks us if we want to come in and eat. We say we prefer to wait in the car, and he walks inside. We look at each other with a worried look. What should we do? My friend asks, should we make a run for it? What about our backpack and our passport? We keep debating for probably 5 minutes what to do. We had a mace that we were prepared to use if it came to it, and then the man comes back with juice boxes and 2 big map books. Turns out he was the nicest person ever. A volunteer at the local hospital, a Christian, and had done volunteering in several countries. 45 minutes later we made it to the Sherwood Forest. It was pitch dark. He had no idea where the entrance was, and he kind of reluctantly left us on this small road that we assumed led to the Sherwood Forest. We take our backpacks and start walking. Remember, it is pitch dark, probably around midnight, if not later. We can't see much in front of us, and we just follow this road into the forest. We eventually find a patch of grass and say let's pitch our tent here, and we do that. After the tent is up, we immediately decide to go to bed. We strip down to our underwear and get into our sleeping bags. We talk about how crazy the day was, and we almost fall asleep when we hear a car coming. It stops not too far away from us, maybe 100 feet away. We lay there listening as we hear a car door open. Silence for a bit. And then a man screaming, Oscar. Get the fuck back here. Oscar. And then a loud sound. Was that a gunshot, we asked ourselves? We hear the car starting up again. The lights are beaming right at our tent. He revs the engine a little, and then we see the car driving straight toward our tent. We freak out and open the tent and run out and straight for the woods. The car turns and stops to look at the freaks who pitched a tent right in a small roundabout in the middle of the road. The freaks who now are running into the woods in their underwear. He drove off, and we decided to pitch our tent somewhere else. In the pitch darkness. The next morning we woke up and opened the tent to see 30 small school children staring at us from inside of a building. Turns out this was some kind of summer camp. One of the people working there came out and offered us a cup of tea, and we sat there laughing at the weird day we had. Spring break 2006, my high school sweetheart and I decided to give it another go. We had both moved far away for home from college, she in Seattle and me in Spokane. We decide we're going to take this big American West road trip, down through Utah into Arizona Canyon country, and back up along the coast. First leg of the trip went well, made it to Joshua Tree and had some fun in the desert. I forget exactly why, but we decided to do the first halfish of the way back on the east side of the mountains. I think one of my friends said he was in Vegas and could give us some help. We end up deciding to cross the mountains near Tahoe. We get to the area late enough that it makes sense to camp out and cross the pass the next day. We're at a low enough elevation that this is reasonable. There is some snow on the ground, but we came prepared for that. So we head up some random mountain road that she found and set up camp. All seems to be going well as we set up camp and get ready to settle in for some sleep. As we're laying down to rest, we hear very clear steps in the snow around us. We look at each other, confirming we're both hearing the same thing. I say something innocuous, a "hey man" kind of thing. The steps stop. We brush it off and get ready to settle into bed. After a few seconds, we hear them again, like they're directly outside our tent. I say something more aggressive, to the effect of "hey motherfucker, we can hear you, what the hell is going on?" The steps stop. A minute or two later they start again and I barbarian rage my way out of the tent only to find that there were no fresh footprints around the tent, despite both of us literally hearing them moments earlier. I shit you not, I don't think I've ever moved faster than I did breaking down that camp. We threw shit in bags, threw bags in car and got the fuck out of there as fast as we could. We got back on the road and drove toward the pass. It was snowing like a motherfucker, and they told us we couldn't cross without chains. In my panic state, I couldn't get chains on my tires. A kind trucker helped me out and we made it over the pass that night. The real fucked up thing, though, is after the acceptance that the last attempt to get back together didn't work. I didn't speak to her for a few years, not out of malice as much as respect for space. Close to a decade later, we reconnected through a mutual friend. We were talking about whatever and she brought up our road trip. She mentioned that she'd listened to an outdoorsy podcast that talked about weird shit happening in the exact spot we had been. In that moment I felt this rush of memories and all of the details of that night came back to me in vivid detail. Apparently my trauma response was to block it out, but being reacquainted with the details brought the entire experience back. Long story short, I believe in ghosts/spirits/whatever the fuck you want to call them. And a big reason why is how my body reacts whenever I tell this story. My arm hairs are fully at attention and I wish they weren't. Was elk hunting in the Saguache National Forest with my dad and two uncles when I was somewhere around 14 to 15. You'd see the occasional hunter passing through, but other people were pretty scarce. One day we were just kind of hanging out, so I took the four-wheeler for a ride. I was riding about 45 minutes when I came up on a ridge. This area was not really viable for hunting as it was wide open and you could see for miles, but there was no one around as far as the eye could see. I got off the four-wheeler to look over the ridge and just take it in. As I was walking up the edge I saw about 15 to 20 little miniature crosses in the ground, like a homemade makeshift graveyard. The hair on my neck stood up and I got this feeling like I should be literally anywhere else but here right now. I got the hell out of there, pinned it all the way back to camp and never told anyone what I saw. I still think about what it could have been. My best guess, based off how old they looked, was maybe an old cemetery from a Native American tribe, but don't think that really aligns with crosses. But I still get an uneasy feeling in my stomach every time I think about how I was completely and utterly alone on that ridge and maybe each cross that was there was for someone else that had wandered up there alone. I went out hunting really early one morning to get in my tree stand before sunup. While I was getting situated I heard the branches moving around in the tree above me. It was a bit more breezy that morning so I didn't think too much of it. Once I got up there I did the usual routine and I sprayed myself with scent blocker, situated my stuff and just sat there waiting for daylight and listening to the soothing sounds of the fall leaves rustling above me. This particular year I had set up two tree stands, one for me to sit on and the other to set my bag on, with my calls, snacks, extra arrows, etc. So if I wanted something I could just reach over and grab whatever I needed. Once the sun came up a nice looking deer walked right in front of me. Before it got in range I stood up and drew on it. As soon as I had a full draw, an absolutely huge mountain lion came down the tree from directly above me and sat on the extra stand next to me for a few minutes before crawling the rest of the way down and wandering off. Trying to hold absolutely still with a bow drawn back pointing away from the direction of it was painful. The few minutes felt like an hour. Once it left out of my peripheral sight I let down my draw, packed my stuff and left for the rest of the day. This was the most horrifying hunting trip I have ever had. I was in my early teens, and both my parents worked at night, so I'd often be sent to my grandmother's acreage out in the country after school or on weekends. There was absolutely nothing to do there, unless I wanted to watch TV or play solitaire on her ancient PC. So, naturally, I spent a lot of time outside, exploring 10 acres of unmanaged woodland. As long as I was inside by dark, I wouldn't get in any trouble. So, one autumn evening, as I'm heading back to the house a bit later than I should be, I can't see all that well, but I hear something snap out of time with my own footfalls. The light is fading fast, and what light there is directly in my eyes as I whip around to see what made that noise. I can catch a glimpse of something canine, a coyote, my brain said. Not a big threat to most, but I was a late bloomer, and a small kid. I can't bear the sun right in my face, so I continue walking home, taking careful note of the sounds around me, stopping to confront whatever was behind me whenever it sounded like it was coming closer. Eventually the light fades, and I still haven't gotten a proper look at this thing, but I can see the lights of Grandma's house through the trees. At this point I'm thoroughly worried, because I can barely see my own feet, and I'm still being followed with only a large stick in my hands and no light, because I was a dumb kid who couldn't manage time and thought my grandma's property was safe. I finally break the tree line, and am greeted with light, but nothing follows me out. My curiosity is battling my fear, but eventually common sense gets the better of me and persuades me to go inside, rather than back closer to the woods. I get inside, and get a brief admonition from my grandma before she tells me to take the dogs out before dinner. After not getting a word in edgewise, I take the dogs, a Chihuahua, and a Dachshund, so not really dogs, a fake, into the fenced portion of the yard and wait for a while they explore their domain. This time I do have a light with me, because both are usually reluctant to go back inside and will hide, so sometimes I need to find them. I get tired of standing around outside, and Duchess is nowhere to be seen. I last saw her going around the house toward the back. Toward the woods. At this point, I've forgotten all about my stalker from earlier, and figure the dachshund, is digging yet another hole in an attempt to burrow under the fence. So I go round back to retrieve the dog, and she's just staring through the fence, very tense. She growls as I approach, which sets me off. Duchess never growls. I sweep my light out back, and catch a glimmer as I pass over something. So I go back to it and change the beam to a smaller focus. Standing about 30 yards from the fence are two gray wolves. Completely motionless. Now, I've raised wolf dogs. I know the difference between wolves and dogs. These are big. Huge. These are not dogs. I quickly pick Duchess up, and keep my light shining on the wolves as I back towards the side of the house. As soon as I round the corner, I turn around and book it straight for the door, and burst in out of breath, and my grandma says I'm white as a sheet. I tell her what I saw, and she calls bullshit, blaming my overactive imagination and I'm a drama queen, which as a young man, I found quite offensive. And it doesn't matter anyway because nobody is going outside anymore tonight. In the morning, I pester my mom when she comes to get me, and she believes much the same as my grandma, but humors me by going with me to check the area. Sure enough, in softer patches of soil, we see canid prints. Way too big to be a dog. From then on I am forbidden from wandering the woods. The Forest Service's official statement is that there are no wolves where I live, but I know better and I'm glad I don't have much reason to go out into the country in my adult life. I can still feel the strange mix of emotions remembering that day. Fear, curiosity, confusion, a strange mix of awe and terror. Just one more time in my life I was incredibly lucky to survive. Okay, here's my crazy one. It was so long ago, about 13 years, it almost doesn't feel like it really happened. So I was about 21 at the time. Living in Arizona. Started really getting into hiking. I'd frequently go into the Superstition Mountains on a whim. Probably could have planned my hikes better, but what are you going to do? So one day I decided I was going to go on my first solo overnight hike to a waterfall. The drive out was long. A bit longer than I anticipated, and I think I only arrived to the trailhead with a few hours before sunset. So I hiked what I could and found a spot to set up my tent and sleep. I should note there were maybe 2 other cars at the trailhead and I didn't see anyone else on the trail so far. Just as I'm laying down ready to doze off, I hear something scratch one side of my tent. I thought it was probably an animal and will go away soon. Didn't hear any other sounds like that after. But it did scare me a bit and I couldn't sleep, so lay there awake. Maybe 30-45 of a minute passed and I heard another noise. I set up my tent on an area that had a lot of gravelly rocks. This sounded like a footstep coming from the left side of my tent. Then I heard the same noise coming from the right side. 10 minutes go by and another footstep from the left followed by one on the right. 10 more min, same thing. Again. I'm scared. I'm trying to convince myself that this is an animal of some kind, but the steps are too perfectly timed. I fully believe there are two people out there. I'm still inside my tent. It's pitch black at this point. I have a knife and a handgun which I brought at the demand of a friend. So I'm sitting in the tent. I haven't moved or made a sound. I have my knife in my left hand and gun in the right, facing where the footsteps are coming from. My logic here is maybe they don't know who is in the tent. Could be 3 dudes and not one young girl alone in the middle of nowhere. I didn't want to step outside because I thought it would leave me vulnerable. I tell myself if I hear one more footstep I'm firing a warning shot. Sure enough, the same synced up steps. I fired blindly through my tent. My ears were ringing like crazy for like 5 minutes. After that I didn't hear anything for 45 minutes, then the steps started up again. Same as last time. One from the left, then one from the right. They waited. Then again. And again. And again. I fired another shot. I had run through the thought that I legitimately could die tonight. How much I'm going to miss my parents and sister. All the fear and sadness slowly started turning into anger. If there were people out there, I wasn't going down with a fight. After the last shot, I think maybe an hour passed. I still hadn't moved a muscle or made a sound. Maybe me, but I peed through my clothes while I sat waiting. Sure enough, here we go again. Except this time I heard a footstep from both sides at once. Still spaced out by about 10 minutes again. 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 I fired another shot through the tent. I now had a plan. I was so angry and tired at this point I maybe was feeling a bit reckless. But my plan was to wait until the footsteps got close enough, then I was going to cut through the tent. Zipper would take way too long, and try to shoot whoever was out there before they could get to me. I waited, but those were the last footsteps I heard. I sat there in the same position until the sun came up. I finally got the courage to go outside of the tent. I couldn't tell if there were any footprints or not. But I packed up my tent and finished my hike. Saw one guy along the way. I've never backpacked alone again. I really don't think that was my mind playing tricks on me, although this story seems almost unbelievable to me after all these years. I guess I'll never know. But there are all kinds of crazy stories about hiking in the Superstition Mountains. This is through my neighbor. I've lived next to this guy since I was a wee lad. This guy is the biggest outdoorsman I've ever met. At the time, he was in his late 50s, never been married or had kids. He has hunted/fished everything Colorado has to offer. Every year on the same week, he goes up to find shed antlers, and whenever he comes back, I usually catch him while he's working in the yard, and he shows off his finds. When he returned, I saw him a few times throwing out his garbage or whatnot, and he would not talk to me. Head down, 1 or 2 words, and that's it. Finally, after 2 months, he told me, like always, I was sitting around the fire, letting it die out. Once there's just a bed of coals, I like to howl and listen to the coyotes before bed, so I howled and a few coyotes howled back. Then I heard this deep bellow/scream come out of the aspen grove across the meadow. I didn't think much of it and decided to let out another howl about 30 seconds later. I was cut off by this screamish bellow, only this time it was damn near on top of me. It was so loud and deep I could feel the rumble on my jacket. In 30 seconds, this thing had cut the distance and was coming for me. I ran into my camper and aimed my pistol at the door all night. At daylight I hooked up and hauled ass home. He'll never go up there again. If I heard the story from literally anybody else, I probably wouldn't even remember or care to tell the story again. But hearing the words "he'll never go up there again" come from a man who practically lives on that mountain completely scares the shit out of me. I was camping with some friends in northern Idaho. One of them was a city kid who had never done any deep woods camping before. Back then, whenever I was deep in the woods, I'd have a handgun on me. The city kid knew this and had been a little unnerved by it, but was pretty much fine with that state of affairs. We set up camp the first night, and sat around the campfire. We fried up some kind of camp mess for dinner and just chatted. Some of the guys drank. Both the city guy and I abstained. Then we headed back to our tents. I had brought my bigger tent because the city guy didn't have one and he was crashing with me. In the small hours of the morning, I woke up to something crunching around outside our tent. I was a little unnerved, but I'd had big critters wander through camp before, and it had been fine. But then I looked over and city guy had dug my CZ75 9mm out of my bag and is huddled in the corner, absolutely terrified. So now I have a real problem on my hands. This dude is way more of a threat to life and limb than whatever is wandering through the campsite. Fortunately, I was able to talk him down and convince him to lay the gun down on the floor of the tent, at which point I took it and cleared it. In the morning we found big, clear elk tracks all over our campsite. To this day I'm thankful I didn't get airholed just because some elk decided to see if the grass was any good next to the ashes of our campfire. Few years back I was camping on a friend's land with 2 other friends in Louisiana. We'd been out there a couple days and had camp well established. It was after dark and my buddies went to gather more firewood. I stayed at camp to tend the dwindling fire with what little kindling we had. About 15 minutes go by of me just sitting in silence vibing when down the hill at the tree line, about 50 feet away, I hear this unnatural screeching and see the foliage rustling as I turn my flashlight towards the sound. Almost immediately the thing screeches again and runs along the tree line in the woods just beyond the reach of my light, but I can still clearly follow the disturbance in the branches and bushes. I can hear this thing crashing and stomping through the brush, and as I'm running after it my buddies are peeling back toward camp on the trail hollering my name thinking it was me screeching in distress. We meet in the middle of the path and they see the rustling brush and hear whatever it is screech one last time as it veered away from all of us and further into the woods. We're all positive it wasn't a bobcat or cougar, we've each heard what those sound like before, and from the way its footfalls sounded it was large and bipedal. It isn't entirely out of the realm of possibility that we had encountered a meth head that had gone feral, that's a definite problem in that part of Louisiana. But we're not entirely sure even to this day what the hell it was, there's some strange shit down in these swamps and bayous. In the summer of 2014 my dad and I decided to go camping on Standing Indian Mountain here in NC. We had hiked through it one time while hiking the Appalachian Trail and loved the Native American myths and tales we had heard about the mountain, figured we'd stop and stay a while this time around. Anyway, we got to the clearing at the top and set up camp before dusk, started a fire, ate chow, secured our belongings in a nearby tree and crawled into the tent. We were playing cards for a couple hours and passing the time when suddenly everything got quiet. No critters chirping, no buzzing. Silence. My dad and I give each other a quick look and reach for the weapons we had brought. I had a combat axe from my time in the army and Dad had his e-tool. We sat there for what felt like an eternity but had to have been just a few minutes, but heard nothing. It was eerie. Suddenly we heard a large thud and some tumbling, sounded like something big got thrown our way. We started making noise assuming that it was an animal that had tumbled towards us but again heard nothing. We sat there for a few more minutes before mustering the courage to unzip the tent and peek out. We slowly made our way to the fire that was between us and the wood line, where we heard the sound come from, and stoked it while adding a few logs, all the while keeping our heads on swivels. I go back into the tent to retrieve the flashlight I should have grabbed initially and start getting a good look at our surroundings. Our food and possessions are still hanging from the tree in the wood line, untouched. But not 15 feet from the fire was a very large rock that hadn't been there before, the source of the noise. What was eerie about it was that it was a good 30 feet from the wood line where the rest of the rocks its size were nestled, and it was no small rock. A grown man might have been able to toss it 5 to 7 feet max. It was big. The eeriest part about all of this is that we were uphill from the wood line and the rest of the rocks. We had purposefully positioned ourselves at the highest point because there was a chance for rain that night. There's no way that it could have just rolled towards us. My dad believes it may have been a squatch or one of the mountain men that have been reported in the area over the years. There is no evidence they exist, but he is held to his beliefs regardless. After the incident, I started looking for answers myself. During my research I've found multiple reports of these types of incidents in the past. What's more, the Appalachians are the oldest mountains in the world and are said to hold many dark secrets, including unexplored cave systems and weird creatures that haunt some of the mountain's inhabitants. Up until that point in my life, I had scoffed at the notion of such things even existing, but am definitely more open-minded now. I wish there was an explanation for what I experienced. Definitely scary. I was about 16 bow hunting along a creek that ran through our farm in south-central Missouri. Because the creek was at the bottom of a valley, once the sun drops below the hillside the light is gone. At the time, I just had a flip phone and a tiny button light that was used for illuminating the fiber optic pins on my sight. Enough light in the dark to make sure I don't step in a hole, but not enough to light up the nearest tree. There are 2 cleared paths that converge at the creek crossing where I park my truck. As I get closer to the point, I hear something breaking branches very methodically like a slow-paced walk. I stop and point my light up at the sound. The only thing I can see are 2 glowing eyes picking up my faint light source. It stops cold in its tracks, as did I. My heart was racing at this point. I would see the eyes blink, but they were locked on me. I knocked an arrow just in case. I never thought I needed a sidearm in that area. I started yelling and making noise, although my voice was incredibly shaky from the adrenaline. The animal took a few quick steps towards me, then stopped before it broke the tree line. It stopped advancing when it saw I didn't budge. I ran across the creek and got in my truck as fast as possible. You're never supposed to run because it will trigger the predator instinct, but I clearly wasn't thinking slow movements would save me in the moment. I get back to the house, out of breath and shaking like a tree, Yet nobody believes what I thought I saw. The next day we had neighbors saying they checked the cameras and there was a mountain lion on it. We hadn't had a sighting in 15 years. From then on, I never leave for an evening hunting without a powerful flashlight and a pistol.